is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the others making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Welcome here to Eurolux Berlin Park, where we are here for the first one-day international between South Africa and India. My name is Tepo Taela, and I'm joined by Nasri. Nasri, how are you doing, my brother?
Good morning, Tepo. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, I'm good. I'm looking forward to the first one-day international. Can't wait to get started.
Yes, and it is about to get started here. News from the middle: Temba Bavuma has won the toss and elected to bat. And right now, we are seeing Yanaman Malan getting ready at the striker's end. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is going to be coming in with the ball. Sorry, it's Quinton de Kock at the striker's end and Yanaman Malan at the non-striker's end. And we're just seeing the players take a knee for Black Lives Matter here. A very important initiative, especially here in the country, South Africa, where, we have had our history with race. So, yes, very apt that we take the knee. Even Quinton de Kock took the knee there.
Yanaman Malan and Quinton de Kock opening evening celebrations.
Tepo, looking forward to Quinton de Kock back in international cricket. You know, after his, I would say, shocking retirement after the first test. Temba Bavuma spoke in his pre-match press conference about the team carrying the momentum of the Test series, of winning the Test series into the ODI. So and Kuni wasn't part of that. You know, he actually played in the Test that they lost. So he also said that Kuni has a point to prove.
Yes.
So let's see how he goes.
That's very true. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar has two slips: a man at points, a man at cover, and mid-off on the offside. This one just outside off stump. A good length delivery and just played straight back to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar from the inside edge of the bat. And very much so, Quinton de Kock does have a point to prove here, to prove to South Africans after his test retirement. He is not shy of making runs, a very, very explosive batter at the top of the order. So keen to see him operate today. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming in. Jasprit Bumrah coming in. This one, it's on leg stump and hits the pads of Quinton de Kock. No run there.
Interesting to see how the pitch plays today, Tepo. Holland Park, known for favouring the slower bowlers. So it's interesting to see, especially with the morning start, is usually a day-night game at Paarl. So interesting to see how it plays first up in the morning.
Jasprit Bumrah, third ball of the over. It's full down the leg side. Should be given as a wide to give South Africa their first runs on the board. One without loss. Extras giving the score there. Good to see Yanaman Malan also back in some Protea colours. He's been making runs at the top of the order. I can remember the big runs that he made against Pakistan in that series when the IPL players were all, in India. Bumrah in again. This one down the leg side once again. This time it beats Rishabh Pant and runs to the fine leg boundary. First boundary, leg buys, in fact, wasn't given as a wide. Off the pads of Quinton de Kock. 5 without loss at the moment are South Africa.
I think Bumrah just struggling with his line a bit early doors. He's probably needs 1 or 2 overs as you usually do. as a fast bowler, just to get that angles and the pace of the wicket as well.
Bumrah in again. This one finds his line and length. That's a good length delivery on top of off stump, and Quinton de Kock just plays this into the ground, but straight to the slip cordon. He has 2 slips there, ready to gobble up a catch. Looking for a little bit of away movement early doors here. India, sorry.
Just looking at the teams, Chippo, South Africa has one debutant, Marco Jansen, after his brilliant test series. Keen to see how he goes in the white ball stuff.
Now, I'm not going to lie, a little bit surprised, but at the same time, can't say I should be. This one just outside the off stump. His performance in the test was absolutely inspired. Did very, very well first time up. So he has deserved a call up, no doubt about it. Also, in not necessarily a nothing series, but where not too much is on the line, no ODI points or qualifications, a good time for him to just, try it out. The one-day international. Don't forget, you can tweet us using at OneWorldSR. We'll be reading out your tweets from time to time. This one, a full toss on the hips of Quinton de Kock, played down to the fine leg boundary. He gets his first runs of the day, 6 without loss after the first over. Quinton de Kock on 1. Yanaman Malan yet to face a ball, and he is still on 0. Also, some interesting news here. Murray Erasmus stands in his his 100th one-day international. It's literally on the opposite side of the spectrum, yeah. But yes, he's had more than just 100 one-day internationals here. He's been standing, so very exciting times here.
I believe he's the 3rd South African to stand in 100 ODIs. I think Rudy Koetsen has more than 200. And then also David Orchard. If fans can remember David Orchard, 2 very good umpires. So Murray Erasmus probably one of the best in the world. Congratulations to Murray Erasmus, top umpire, and I'm sure he'll keep the place in check as he did in the test series.
Indeed. Marco Jansen and Jasprit Bumrah, the 2 players in question. We see Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. He's going to be coming in from the opposite end. He's coming into Quinton de Kock, who rotated the strike just outside off stump, punched off the front foot square of the wicket, and the man at point will do the fielding as the South African batters come through for 2. It is 8 without loss at the moment. A decent length delivery. It was a good length just outside off stump and just played square of the wicket.
I think Quinton de Kock looks in good shape at the moment. He's got a few freebies from Jasprit Bumrah onto his pads, and then this one just through the covers. So decent start for Quinton.
Indeed, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming in again. This one is looked like it almost squared him up, going across the left-hander into the hands of Rishabh Pant. A very good delivery, and it's important that India gets some wickets here. First up, I heard a stat the other day. Oh wow, that just missed the off stump. And missed the outside edge of Quinton de Kock's bat. So a very good delivery here from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. But the stat was that I think since 2016, India have only gotten 7 wickets in the power play. So not very prolific wicket takers here. So they'll be wanting to change that, as this one, a good length delivery, good line just outside off stump. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar blocked for no runs, still 8 without loss, and Quinton de Kock still on 3.
It's a very interesting stat there, Chippo. You would think that India with Jasprit Bumrah, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, they'd actually swing the ball, that they would get more wickets in the power play. But obviously the stats suggest that they don't. So it's maybe something or a power play that South Africa could maybe target as well to get off to a flying start.
Kumar coming in again. This one down the leg side. It's been given as a wide. Quinton de Kock in frustration, just swinging his bats. Definitely wanted to get some runs there, but got 3 runs. Another wide down the leg side. Means he gets another ball. It is 9 without loss.
Also, just interested to see the carry on this pitch. It seems like a few balls have died going through to Rishabh Pant. If at all, if there is any movement, it would be a 10:30 start in the morning at Paarl.
Kumar coming in once again. This one in line with leg stump. A big appeal from the bowler and the keeper. But Murray Erasmus remains unmoved. So does Quinton de Kock at the striker's end. The score still 9-0. Quinton de Kock on 3. It looks like the captain, KL Rahul, isn't really interested in the review as the DRS timer goes to 0. And speaking of the teams, KL Rahul and Shikhar Dhawan will be opening the opening batters for India. Virat Kohli and Suresh Iyer, who's debuting here. The other Iyer, Suresh Iyer plays. Rishabh Pant comes in at 5. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, this one a good length delivery on top of off stump. Just played square of the wicket for no run there. Venkatash Iyer is on debut. He'll be coming in at 7. And then it's Ashwin Thakur, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Jasprit Bumrah, and Chahal. And then that's a name that South Africans will remember from 2018, tearing through the batting of South Africa back then.
He had a brilliant series in 2018. He cleaned South Africa up in that. I think the series was 4-1, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. It was a 6-match series. This one, a good length delivery in line with leg stump. Quinton de Kock just plays it to the man at mid-on for no run to end the second over. South Africa 9 without loss after 2. Quinton de Kock on 3. And Yanaman Malan on still yet to face a ball. Yes, still yet to face a ball.
Just before we get to South Africa's lineup, Chepo, Yanaman Malan, the last time he faced the ball in Paarl, ODI, he got out first ball. So he would run to better. It was an in-swing Yorker from which will start.
Oh, wow.
But then also the next game in Bloemfontein, he got 100. So yes, he would like to, and he's been brilliant since 2020. He's the top run scorer in international cricket, in 50 over cricket of the last year. So he's been brilliant for South Africa.
Terry Bird asked on Twitter, who's opening the commentary here with Tepotala? It's Nadri. Bhuvaneshwar coming into Yanaman Malan, a good length delivery. So it was Jasprit Bumrah coming in, a good length delivery blocked out, no run there.
So interested in South Africa's team, like we said, Marco Jansen gets his debut after a brilliant test series. I think they want to take that momentum that he has into this ODIs. And then also Aiden Markram, Temba Bavuma in that middle order, along with Rassie van der Dussen and David Miller. I'm surprised perhaps not to see Dwayne Pretorius in there.
Petro Choir being chosen. This one, a full-length delivery outside off stump, played right back past the bowler as mid-on, mid-off, doing a little bit of juggling acts there. No runs still. Yanaman Malan, 2 balls faced. But yes, Pedro Choir chosen there. A man that hasn't been in that much form, in a good run of form, will definitely be playing for his space here, Pedro Choir, yes. Especially with the bats. Has a lot to prove there, being an all-rounder. Jasprit Bumrah coming in again, just outside off stump. Yanaman Malan, soft hands past the man at second slip, and in between him and point. He gets off the mark with a single, takes South Africa to 10 without loss. So we're into the double digits now.
I think just on Pedro Choir, he had a very good knock against Holland in the only ODI. I mean, that should give him some confidence. And also, very unlucky for Calvert-Lewin. He had a 90, if I'm not mistaken, not to get a place in the lineup. But in the Dutch series, they did rest a few of the top players.
That's true. It's good that he's continuously knocking on the door here. This one, Jasprit Bumrah, good length delivery, good bounce, good carry, as you mentioned earlier, Najri. Just going across the left hand, Quinton de Kock for no run. They're still 10 without loss. But just to wrap up the rest of the orders, Marco Jansen, Keshav Maharaj, Lungi Ngidi, and Tabrez Shamsi. So we're seeing 2 spinners in both lineups here today. That's going to be very interesting. We know that Paarl is a relatively slow pitch. And the spinners definitely get some purchase here. Bumrah with 2 slips a man. That's a close cover. Outside off stump, Quinton de Kock just carves it through the offside bisecting the man at point and cover. And he gets the first boundary off the bat of the day with a beautiful shot to take South Africa to 14 without loss. Quinton de Kock on 7 and Yanaman Malan on 1.
Beautiful shot by Quinton de Kock. That's probably his favorite area, and Jasper Bavuma fed him there. Looks like the pitch has good carry and bounce, and Quinton de Kock will just play through the ball. Through a good outfield at Holland Park as always, and spit to the boundary.
Very good shot there. Jasper Bavuma coming in again for a recovery. A great ball. That's full edge straight. And it's blocked for no run.
Tipo, you spoke about the playing two spinners at Holland Park. I think if there's one pitch in the country or one ground in the country in South Africa where you're all going to play two spinners, it would be Holland Park.
Only this ground? What about Kingsmead? I'm sure both very, very slow pitches.
There's a conversation to be had about Kingsmead, but Holland there's no conversation.
Fair enough.
I remember, was it 2 years ago, the Paarl Rocks won the Zanzi Super League.
Yes.
And Bjorn Fortuin and Tabre Shamsi played it. They were
For the
absolutely
Paarl
key.
Rocks, yes, I remember.
Rocks.
What was it, 147 versus 120 something or something like
final,
that?
yeah.
Wow,
So,
not a high-scoring game, that, yeah.
But just during the sorry, Chipo.
Please.
During the whole season, Faf du Plessis, the Paarl Rocks captain, I mean, the Bjorn Fortuin and Tabre Shamsi was his go-to bowlers in that season, and it took Paarl Rocks to the trophy. So slow bowlers has success here.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming into the attack here to Yanaman Malan, who plays this straight to the man at point, and it goes right through their legs and goes to the boundary. It looks like that may have been the debutant. May have been Aya, yes, a very tall man. He got capped today. Venkatash Aya with an unfortunate misfield. Did the whole kneeling basics thing and literally right through the gates. Looks like primary school cricket. A type of mistake that you'd see in primary school cricket. So maybe just a bit of nerves here with his ODI debut. But 4 runs to Yanaman Malan. He's now on 5. Kumar comes in again. A very good delivery. It's a little bit fuller. It's in line with off stump. And it's blocked to the man on the offside. No run there. The man at cover. It's
I don't think Venkatash Iyer will be too happy with that fielding, obviously. You probably got to look from the new ODI skipper as well. In the absence of Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul, shouldn't forget. Virat Kohli, shockingly gave up the test captaincy as well. Keen to see how he goes and how he's in the field with his Indian team.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar continuing with a great line and length outside off stump, well blocked by Yanaman Malan for no run. And yeah, it was only a matter of time for Virat Kohli to relinquish his test captaincy. He had already relinquished his T20, and apparently the one-day international captaincy was also taken away from him. And maybe it's a time for transition. That was one of the questions in the press conference leading up to the Newlands test, speaking about transition. And maybe now is that time. Unfortunately, the captain injured, Rohit Sharma. Great length delivery, very full in line with leg stump. No run there. Still 18 without loss.
It looks like the South African openers are quite comfortable here. I think one ball beat the bat and carried through to Rishabh Pant. But it looks like a very good toss to win from Temba Bavuma and batting first.
Doesn't look too difficult. Not seeing too much movement here. Bhuvaneshwar, spoke too soon. Right there, ball just squaring up Yanaman Malan, finding the outside edge, but landing very safely in between the man at slip and backward point. He gets himself a single, takes his score to 6. The South Africans score to 19, and that ends the third over. But barring that delivery, oh no, there's still one more ball. Because everyone moved for the left-hand, right-hand combination, still something to get used to here. It's vital that South Africa get a good opening partnership here between these two batters. Two batters that can get some very big runs. Can definitely strike quite hard. We just see Quinton de Kock looking at the field. He has a man at fine leg, mid-wickets, mid-on. On the onside, just 3 there. On the legs, on the offside, has a slip, a man at cover, a man at point, a man a little bit more square points, man at mid-on and a man at third man. This one, a back of a length delivery on top of off stump, punched off the back foot, but not well timed. And KL Raul at mid-off will pick it up for no run. 19 without loss after 4 overs are South Africa. The Kock on 7, Janneman on 6.
Chip, I'm just mesmerized with the beauty of this ground.
Yes.
We've been describing the cricket, but it's difficult not to look past the outfield and just in the background. And how privileged we are to be one of the few people actually at the ground.
Literally, we have a picture here of the ground on our YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio, on the feed, and you can just see in the background just the scenery, the mountains there, breathtaking stuff here. Gotta love coming to the Western Cape for that. Even at Newlands, I'm jealous of you guys. We just have buildings everywhere here in the Highveld. Continuing is Jasprit Bumrah coming to Janneman Malan. This one well outside the off stump left. No run there. Not looking too keen to score. Not keen to get the runs here in the power play. Interesting tactic. The opposite tactic to what we saw at the West Indies in those T20s. Jasprit Bumrah, coming from the stable's end. This one outside off stump. And Janneman Malan just hang his bat out to dry, getting an inside edge. And that just goes straight to Rishabh Pant. And that sees Janneman Malan back to the shed. It was very obvious from the get-go. They weren't even excited about that wicket. But we're just seeing a little bit of outside swing there.
Chip, I think Janneman Malan would be disappointed with that shot. He just kind of fished at it, never went hard. It was kind of a nothing shot.
Exactly.
In the end, he just put his bat out there. And the only thing he could have done was actually got the edge. And he did, and easy take from Rishabh Pant.
Very unexciting wicket that. As soon as he nicked it, he just started walking. The Indians knew it. They knew they got him. They weren't even too wild about it. But very unfortunate for Janneman Malan to go out in such a manner. But we did see a little bit of movement there. Well done to Jasprit Bumrah for getting that outswing and the lack of footwork being the outdoing of Janneman Malan. And that brings captain Themba Bavuma to the crease.
Another one that had a brilliant test series, Chepo. He actually spoke in his pre-match press conference yesterday about the question was asked if he has done anything differently with his batting in the last few months or weeks or what has he been working on, and he said no, his future's just moving better and he's just timing the ball better.
That's true.
It was evident in the test series. He was so still in what he did. It seems like everything was coming off the meat of the bat in the test series. He's played 14 matches, 13 innings with an average of 49. So definitely one of the better white ball batters in the South African lineup.
One run away from getting 500 runs in one-day international cricket. Wouldn't call him the most experienced campaigner in one-day internationals with just 14 games to his name, but he is already the captain, doing very well for his local franchise, the Lions, at the time. The Central Gauteng Lions at the moment. Jasprit Bumrah coming in once again. Full straight. Looks like there's a little bit of movement as it finds the outside edge of Themba Bavuma, but soft hands as it bounces short of the man at first slip. Good fielding in the end because it was actually coming quite quickly.
Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah, I think after that first over, it was a bit of a loosening over. I think he's hit the right lines and lengths at the moment, and it's going to be difficult. He's one of the best bowlers in the world.
He's definitely starting to hit his straps now. As you said, line and length, and this one full and straight, wrapping Themba Bavuma on the pads. An appeal here from the Indian team, but not too serious. Might have gotten an inside edge there.
I think it goes down leg, Chepo.
Possibly.
The angle.
The angle, true.
And just the way Rishabh Pant moved. I don't think it was any serious appeal. But yeah, he's causing a bit of problems in his second over or his third over.
Has been bowling very well. Has Jasprit Bumrah coming in once again. This one outside off stump. Themba Bavuma punches this off the back foot straight to the man at backward point for no run.
Also interesting to see that India have gone with Bumrah after a heavy workload in the Test series. We saw South Africa yesterday releasing KG Rabada from the squad due to heavy workload, according to the press release. So very interested to see that India have actually picked Bumrah for this first ODI.
South African fans, most of them happy with that. This one outside off stump, a little bit of a half volley, and Themba Bavuma continuing his vein of form from the Test. A beautiful front foot cover drive through the covers to get the first boundary of the day for him. And that brings up his 500 one-day international runs. He was one run away. Now he's on 503.
Chip, I don't think there's a better shot if you want to bring up a milestone. That hit the meat of the bat, and it looks like he just walked in from the final Test at Newlands where he hit the winning runs and just gave it the ball and just started where he left off there.
A beautiful shot from Themba Bavuma. That's what we're looking forward to seeing. South African fans will love looking at that, will love hearing that. As you said, off the meat of the bat, that race to the boundary. Quinton de Kock is now on strike. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming in. Outside off stump, Quinton de Kock just plays this to the man at backward point for no run there. South Africa 23 for 1 after losing Yanaman Malan. He was caught off the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah, caught behind off the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah.
Looks like Bhuvaneshwar Kumar will be keen to follow up the good work of Jasprit Bumrah. Might be a bit rusty. He didn't play in the Test match, but wasn't part of the squad. So he might need time to get into his work.
You'd feel that the Indian team as he comes in again. Ooh, squaring up Quinton de Kock with a good length delivery that just sails over middle stump. Quinton de Kock had to sort of play at that. And wow, got squared up with a fantastic delivery there. It just straightened on the left-hander as it just sailed past.
Beautiful bowling by Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. It's maybe a ball that Quinton de Kock could have left if he, took his time.
This one a lot straighter on the pads of Quinton de Kock. He just glances this to the man at fine leg. South Africans looking for 2, but great fielding in the deep means that they will only get 1. The total now 24 for 1 after 5 overs. The run rate achieved is 4.42 the over in this power play, while there are only 2 outside the circle allowed.
I think over the years, Chepo, the key in Paarl is to preserve your wickets, low and slow wickets, preserve the wickets, keep wickets in hand, and then go hard in the last 10. That was over the years. But batting has changed. T20 cricket or teams don't think about the preserving wickets anymore. It's going hard from ball 1. But it's interesting to see the strategy in 50-over cricket, especially leading up to the 2023 World Cup that's going to be taking place in India.
Indeed. Oh, a fantastic delivery here from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Pitching outside the off stump, and looks like it just went into the right-handed Themba Bavuma. Got a little bit of an inside edge as it hit him on the pads. And I think the key to one-day international batting especially is those middle overs. If you're the bowling team, you definitely want to keep the run rate down. And that way you'll build pressure and you'll take wickets. And if you're on the batting team, that's where you'd expect a lull to sort of happen. And that's where you need to cash in. Obviously, at the end of the innings, you're going big, but the middle over is a very important period. A full straight delivery, Themba Bavuma, a sweet drive down the ground. But the man, R. Ashwin, coming in from mid-on, does the fielding. No run there. Still 24 for 1. De Kock on 8. And Themba Bavuma on half those runs. And he is currently on strike.
You make a very good point there, Chepo. Interesting to see how South Africa goes, especially against Chahal in that middle overs. I think his 10 overs is going to be the key to how this innings plays out in there.
And South Africans can't really go. Oh, how leather! Oh, an outside edge here from Themba Bavuma. That stayed very low. A little bit of an appeal here from the Indians, but looked like it just bounced short of Rishabh Pant. He's even saying that it bounced short, so they won't be sending this up for DRS. The umpires are coming together. The soft signal is not out. Maria Rasmus and Padikal are just having conversations, sending it upstairs. Good move, especially after what we saw in the in the test with Rassie van der Dussen's dismissal at Wanderers.
There was plenty of controversy there, Chepo. I think Rassie van der Dussen is sitting in the dugout looking at this closely.
Why did this happen for me?
There wasn't much excitement from the Indian team. The batsmen didn't look too worried. Very interested to see what the replay actually does show, Chepo.
Yeah, no, very interested to see that. But what we did see is that there was tons of movement here for Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Looking at the replay now, it's very hard to see. Now bounce shorts, yeah, bounce shorts. Yeah,
Bounce well short, Chepo.
well short indeed. It's just the white gloves of Rishabh Pant makes it difficult to see for a while if you're not really concentrating, if your eyes aren't in focus. But a little bit of a reprieve here for the South African skipper.
Nothing shot there, Chepo. Just Timber Bavuma after two good drives, the one that went through the covers and one that went to mid-on. He just seemed to hang his bat, the same as Yanaman Malan, and he found the edge.
Yeah, he was squared up there, was Timber Bavuma. There's a little bit of movement on offer here for the Indian Pacers, and they're doing well to exploit it. Can really make some big inroads here, get very, very vital wickets of the South Africans here. But as we said, the South African skipper survives.
I think whatever movement there is, Chepo, is going to go away quickly in this heat. So the Indian seamers will need to hit their straps quickly if they want to take advantage of anything that's in the wicket.
Jasprit Bumrah coming in as the score still 24 for 1. Quinton de Kock off a good length delivery that's in line with his patch. Just tickles this around the corner. Doesn't look like he's too troubled here. Looks like the Indians happy to take Quinton de Kock off strike and just operates against the right-handers, getting a lot of purchase here. Away movement from the right-hander.
We were speaking about Chahal earlier, Chepo. Interested to see Ravi Ashwin as well. Making some sort of a comeback in the white ball format. He wasn't always first choice for India in white ball formats.
Very, very, very true. But you do need two quality spinners as a Jasprit Bumrah comes in. A good length delivery. It got a little bit of bounce. Timber Bavuma off the back foot just plays this into the turf. No run there. Still 25 without loss. He's still on 4 after a little bit of a reprieve, and Quinton de Kock on 9. Bumrah in again. And yet another, a little fuller this time, but the same line in line with the middle stump. Timber Bavuma, the same shot. A decent block for no run, still 25 for 1 at the moment. The Africans not looking to just get the run rate up here, still scoring at a rate of 3.8 in the power play. A very interesting tactic here, but as you said, not looking to get big runs at the beginning of the innings, just taking it nice and easy now. Preserve wickets to really go hard towards the end of the innings. This one, oof, a good length delivery outside off stump. Timber Bavuma blocks it down, but it goes behind him, and he scrambles to make sure that it doesn't hit his stumps. He survives yet again, 25 for 1.
I think this is a typical start at Holland Park, Chepo. Like I said, over the years at Holland, the key is to preserve wickets, and I think South Africa has taken that approach. To rather preserve the wickets and go hard in the last 15 overs of the innings.
And you definitely want finishes there. Timber Bavuma would also like to be there, as this one played off the back foot, punched to the point region, the back of a length delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. And key names, as you see here, Markram, van der Dussen, Miller. Very, very vital in the middle of the order.
Keen to see how Aiden Markram goes. Had a relatively poor test series. But maybe the white ball stuff is where he can free himself.
Timber Bavuma coming down the pitch a little bit. Not quite double stepping, just taking 2 steps, getting to the pitch of the ball. And just played to the leg side. The man on mid-on does the fielding. They get a single, 26 for 1 to end the over, the 7th over. Temba Bavuma sitting on 5. He'll be on strike, and Quinton de Kock on 9 off 20. But yes, you're talking about Aiden Markram, and the manner in which he went out at Newlands, at least, was where he was like, I'm not going to be dying wondering. Here I'm going, hull leather, going to give it all I got. And that aggressive attitude might not be right for Test cricket necessarily, but it could do very well for him in the white ball. And he did do very well against Pakistan, getting those 50s on the trot, those 350s in the T20s. So he can be very, very dangerous. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar will be continuing on the opposite end. He has himself one slip for Temba Bavuma. A good delivery here, good length in line with that off stump, and Temba Bavuma blocks that out. Still 26 for 1.
Like I said, Chepo, that the white ball format could be the key for Aiden Markram just to free his mind. I hope the management has given him that freedom as well, just to go out and just play and not think about it. And we know class players, it just takes one good knock in any format, and they could go on a great run of form again. So
Aiden Markram does have class. He has some beautiful strokes as Bhuvaneshwar Kumar comes in here. Temba Bavuma drives this to the man at mid-on, takes a very quick single, a scrambled single to rotate the strike. 27 for 1 at the moment are South Africa.
a very good single by Bavuma. I think that's key as well. If you're not getting the boundaries, keep
Rotate that strike.
Keep rotating that strike. Left and right combination, put the bowlers under pressure, keep making them change the lines, lengths, and also changing the field. We only see one slip. They've already dispensed with the second slip early in the innings, and it just shows you how the pitch is playing. You know, so South Africa should try and rotate the strike more.
Quinton de Kock plays this delivery. That's a good length delivery on the pads. Plays it to the man at fine leg. He gets a single, 28 for 1. And Navin on YouTube, don't forget you can comment on YouTube. We'll be reading out your comments. He's asking which team winning percentage is more in this match. I can give you the stats for competitions between the two teams as Bhuvaneshwar Kumar bowls to Temba Bavuma just outside the off stump. A very good line, blocked for no run. South Africa has a win percentage of 56.79, which means that between South Africa and India, India have 43.21, and that's across all one-day internationals, home and away for South Africa. But in South Africa won 68.75, which leaves India with 31.25. This delivery outside off stump, Temba Bavuma tries to drive this to the offside. It goes to the man at mid-on, Ravi Ashwin, and they scramble through for another single as he wasn't able to gather the ball for a throw. 29 for 1. De Kock on 10, Bavuma on 7, on 21 and 16 balls respectively.
I'm sure Temba Bavuma is keen to resume his partnership with Quinton de Kock. We do know that they have a fantastic record together.
Indeed.
In all formats, basically. So I'm sure Bavuma is happy that Quinton de Kock is back in international cricket.
Indeed. Red ball cricket especially. I could just think back to that series in New Zealand where these two really saved South Africa. This one, good length delivery outside off stump. Quinton de Kock plays it straight down the ground. Mid-on and mid-off will be converging at the boundary straight. And that gives Quinton de Kock 2 runs. The score is now 31 for 1 after 8 overs. Oh, and that is the change of over. Yes, after 8 overs, South Africa 31 for 1. De Kock on 12 of 22 and Bavuma 7 of 16.
That was a better over, Tepo. They ran hard. Bit of a risky single from Bavuma, but that's what you want to do. Put the fielders under pressure. Make them know that you are there. You are going to put them under pressure. And yeah, the rotating the strike is key in the first power play, especially if you're not getting the boundaries, like I said.
Yeah, no, and you were just, I was about to say, as you said, If you're not going to get a lot of runs, what you do want to do is you want to make sure that the strike is rotating. It looks like we'll have the first bowling change. Shardul Thakur will be taking over from Jasprit Bumrah.
Is that Lord Shardul?
Lord Shardul. It looks like he shaved his mustache as well. I really missed that guy. That was one of the best mustaches I've ever seen. No. My binos have deceived me. He still has it there. It's still there. It's still majestic as ever. And hopefully Shardul Thakur will come here with the breakthrough for India. This one, well outside the off stump, an inside edge from Temba Bavuma. Just passes the stumps as the man at fine leg picks up the ball here. 32 for 1 after that single. And a little bit of a reprieve here. South Africa surviving. Looks like it's difficult to score runs aggressively.
I think Temba Bavuma just wanted to put the new bowler under pressure first ball. But Thakur has, as we have seen in the test, he has his knack of just coming on and
getting a break,
making something happen for his captain. You know, even if it's just something like we saw now. You just get those cricketers, for that, you know, whether they're batting or bowling, something just happens in the game. And Thakur seems to be one of those players.
Indeed. Change the complexion of the game. The game changes. He doesn't have a slip in place, but he does have a very interesting man at backward point. Looks like a very interesting gully, but this ball well down the leg side. An appeal here from the Indian team. It's not given as a wide, so assuming that might have hit the body of Quinton de Kock. Indians looking at each other, considering the review, and it's given as a no ball. That means the free hit, so it doesn't matter. 33 for 1.
Just on that, Chip, it looked like Virat Kohli wanted to take the lead. You should realize maybe that he's not captain anymore, because he was the first one into the umpire there, asking, you know, if we should go for a review and talking to Rishabh Pant. The first protocol is to look to your captain, which is KL Rahul at the moment.
You're just roasting him, aren't you, hey? He's still getting used to it, Naz. You must give him time, bruh. It's hard to... Old habits die hard. And, I mean, the last time India played, or the last time Virat Kohli played and wasn't captain, that was quite a long time ago. A lot of games happened with him as captain. And he was a very, very influential captain. So it's going to be difficult for him to just let go of the reins. A free hit here for Quinton de Kock. Shardul Thakur comes in, a full toss, and it's hit straight to the man at mid-on. No run there. Didn't quite middle it. Looked like it was a slower ball, full toss. Would have been a catch, but rough. Bowled a no ball in the previous ball. Aish.
I think Quinton will be very disappointed with that, Chepo.
Oh, man.
It was a full toss.
Yeah,
if there's one ball that you do want to get on a free hit, it is a full toss. You know, so Quinn is still getting into his stride. 12 of 24 balls, not the usual strike rate from the Kock.
No, that is quite unusual. Najri, this one actually pitches on the pitch. A good length delivery in line with that middle stump, and Quinton de Kock just blocks this. No run there. Don't forget, you can tweet us in at OneWorldSR. It'd be lovely to hear from you.
Chippo, we spoke about Thakur coming in and making things happen, and this over has seen almost everything. Inside edge, no ball, almost review. So it does make things happen.
Catch off a free hit. Thakur in again. This one is full, it's straight, it's driven. And Thakur does fielding off his own delivery. Saved a certain boundary, but only saved 3 runs. South Africa now on 34 for 1 after that over. And only 2 runs off it. 3 with the no ball. Oh, wait, there's still more balls. Ish. This left-hand, right-hand combination thing gets everybody moving like it's the over. And it's not. Still
it's
2
not
balls
difficult
left.
to count till 6, Chippo.
When there are no balls, Najri, it is difficult. Shardul Thakur, it's full, it's straight, it's whipped off the pads by Temba Bavuma, and the man at fine leg does the fielding. 35 for 1.
There's still 1 ball left.
There's still, thank you. You see, maybe you should be doing the ball counting while I'm doing ball by ball.
It happens to the best of us, Chippo. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. Getting roasted,
but
it's fine.
Just interesting to see that they were showing Temba Bavuma strike points, and it looked like he's coming down the track to get into the ball, and it just shows maybe not enough pace in the wicket yet, and he's trying to generate his own pace on the ball.
I'm trying to get to the pitch of the ball as well. Just change up the line. This one wrapping Quinton de Kock on the pads. Looked like it was probably going down leg. Shuttle tackle, big appeal here, but probably won't be taking the review. That ends the over. 35 for 1 after 9. South Africa still only the 1 wicket loss of Yanaman Malan. He had departed on 6, caught behind off the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah. Quinton de Kock on 13 of 27 and Temba Bavuma 9 of 18.
It looked like the bowler was interested in that appeal, Chipo. Rishabh Pant and all the coach fielders weren't interested at all. So, like I said, what a first over from Thakur. We had everything in there. It just came on, and the game just seemed to come alive.
Or at least the run rates slowed down a little bit more, still going at just 3.9 over. And we have a tweet here from Josie Oki saying, "Morning all, Paarl looks lovely." You're correct. Here in Joburg it's raining, but why have South Africa decided to bat? Looks odd. Normally you'd bowl first in a one-day international, and I could agree with that last sentiment, especially in the limited overs cricket. We saw in the T20 World Cup how if you were chasing, you were basically guaranteed a win. So the option to bat first here may be a little bit foreign to some.
It could be foreign to some, Tipo, but like I said, on this wicket, you want runs on the board, so your slow bowlers come into the picture later.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to Temba Bavuma. This one full and straight and just played straight to the man at mid-on. No run there, still 35 for 1 after 9.1 overs.
Yeah, Paarl and Park is known, as we've said in the build-up to this game. You want your spinners to play a role later on, and if an innings already played on the pitch, they will even have more of an effect in the second innings.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming in again. This one looked like it was going down leg, played off the pads by Temba Bavuma in front of square. The man at mid-wicket picks it up, still 35 for 1 after that dot ball. And you're already seeing now that runs are quite difficult to come by. Not seeing a lot of boundaries, not seeing a lot of pace here either. So pace off the ball, definitely the order of the day. And the batting team will have to figure out how to pace their innings. Just seeing a fielding change. The man at slip will be moving from that region to a square leg. No. A short mid-wicket. Still have a mid-wicket in place just inside the circle. Have a mid-on and a fine leg on the leg side. Mid-off, cover, points, backward point. And also a man, a third man on the offside for Temba Bavuma. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming into the right-hander over the wickets. And it's played over the circle here in the air for quite some time. And it just dots into the ground there. Looks like Temba Bavuma wanted 3 runs. But Quinton de Kock wasn't quite on the other end. Wasn't running as hard for those runs. That's 2 more runs on the board. 37 for 1. Temba Bavuma on 11. Quinton de Kock on 13.
A bit of intent shown from Bavuma. It's the first sign of intent, Chipo, I think, in the first 10 overs that we've seen. And Temba Bavuma took a few strides down the wicket. Like we said, he's trying to get to the ball. It shows that there's quite a little pace in the wicket. Ball not coming onto the bat as he would like or as he's used to in the test series, I presume. And he's trying to make the pace from his bat.
This delivery outside the off stump, we just saw and played to the man at backward point for a single. We just saw for Temba Bavuma the last delivery, the man at fine leg coming into the circle and the man at mid wickets going out to exactly where the ball landed in the previous delivery. They took a single off bat, last ball, 38 for 1 now. Still 2 balls in the over left. Thank you, Najri, for giving me the heads up there.
I'll give you that one, Tipo.
Thank you.
I also thought it was over.
You see, it's the left-hand, right-hand combination. Umpires are moving, everyone's moving. But it's a lovely day here at Paarl. Expecting it to be quite a hot day here. And, it's the low 30s today. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar with a great delivery outside or in line with the middle stump. Played down the ground by Quinton de Kock. KL Rao fielding at mid-on does the fielding. as they take a quick single shy at the stumps, but it's missed. And South Africans get through safely, 39 for 1 after that single.
You say it's the early 30s in the degrees, Chepo. That's quite a cool rainfall.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I think the second ODI we in the early 40s.
Yes.
So get ready for that.
Yeah, that's going to be hot. A little bit of rain yesterday did cool it down. You can still feel a little bit of a cool breeze. Bhuvaneshwar coming in again. This one pitched outside off stump, played past the bowler for no run, 39 for 1, and that is the over. Bavuma on 12, de Kock on 14, and South Africa on 39 for 1 after 10. That is the end of the power play as well. Just 3.9 to the over. So not striking at the fastest rate here.
I don't. Both teams wouldn't be too unhappy with that start. South Africa obviously only lost. They would be disappointed with the wicket that they lost. But also they looked fairly comfortable, I would say, Chepo. And then India, they've kept the runs down and taken the 1 wicket. So I would say India's just edged the first 10 overs.
And especially considering the fact that it is the power play with the fielding restrictions, 2 outside the circle for the first 10 overs. Now they're allowed 4 outside the circle, so they can protect runs a little bit more. You'd feel that South Africa may have missed an opportunity here to score runs in the power play, but we're seeing that it is a very slow pitch. It's very difficult to get boundaries, so you don't want to be duped into scoring quick runs for the power play here. For Quinton de Kock, there's a man at sweeping on the leg side, on the offside, sorry. A man at points, backward points, just outside the circle. A man at cover and mid-off on the offside. This one, it is just outside off stump. Quinton de Kock just drives this, an inside-out shot that just goes to the cover boundary for 4 runs. What a shot.
Oh, brilliant shot from Quinton de Kock. It's probably his first ball that he got, that he could feel his arms as Quinton de Kock likes to do, and he took full advantage of it.
What a stroke there. Just the inside-out shots, clearing the inner circle and just bouncing and rolling towards that offside boundary, taking his score to 18 here. Looks like he's keen to get here, to get at Shadul Thakur. There's a man on the boundary on the offside, just asking about where he goes. Looks like it's Chahal. There's another man here, third man. I didn't see him on the offside. Laptop screen in the way. So on the leg side, there are only 2 fielders, unless there's a third just behind the gazebo. There's a man at long on, and there's a man at a very square, fine leg, or maybe a backward square leg. Quinton de Kock trying to get to the pitch of the ball here. Oh, very interesting stuff here. Getting to the pitch of the ball, trying to paddle this to the leg side. Themba Bavuma in trying to get to the striker's end, loses his bat. Shadul Thakur does the fielding, shies at the non-striker's end as Quinton de Kock was slow to get on his marks. He was on his heels, but makes it through safely. 44 for 1 are South Africa.
I think Quinton de Kock was looking for that vacant fine leg area. Like you said, the fine leg is very square for the left-hander. So he was looking for the vacant area, but it was way outside off stump. Just not the ball to be going for that type of shot. And it's good that he's off strike. Themba called him through so he can cut the other end and think about what he's done.
The naughty corner. Shadul Thakur coming in to Themba Bavuma. This one, that's a good length delivery in line with middle stump. Blocked out for no run. A very good delivery to follow up. And we've been seeing these shots behind square a lot more often since Mark Boucher's tenure. I can remember at the beginning of his tenure, he was saying, we're trying to show the guys how to do a little bit more shots, increase their repertoire. And that's basically what we saw. We saw a lot more paddle shots and a lot more runs being scored behind square as opposed to in front of square. Thakur in again to Themba Bavuma outside off stump. A very nice looking drive. Didn't quite middle it as Shadul Thakur fields off his own bowling. No run there, 44 for 1.
It's a very good point you make there, Tipo. This team, or South Africa, has often spoken about increasing the scoring options. And it would be interesting to see, especially in the middle overs, when the spinners come on. I know the team has been working hard, like I said, to increase the scoring options and the areas that they hit on the field as well.
Indeed, shout out to Temba Bavuma, good length delivery, a little bit straight, whipped off the pads by Temba Bavuma, and the man sweeping on the onside will do the fielding. Takes the score to 45 for 1 after that single.
Takur is the most expensive bowler, Tipo, but he also looks like the guy that's most likely to make the breakthrough as well. Like we said, make things happen. A captain's dream, so to say.
Someone that the captain can just call on. Not quite a golden arm. He's more than just that. He's more than just your average golden arm. An extra bowling option and can offer a little bit with the bat as well. Had some lusty blows in the test series. This one full straight on leg stump and just driven by Quinton de Kock to the man at long on who'll do the fielding to end the over. 46 for 1. And it looks like there's a little bit of a drinks break here. It's a very hot day here at Paarl, so very good for them to get a drinks break. Just running through the scorecard for you here. It was the first wicket to fall was Yanaman Malan, and he fell to the bowling of not Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Jasprit Bumrah. I keep getting them confused. Jasprit Bumrah. He was caught behind by Rishabh Pant for 6, not scoring a boundary. And right now at the crease, Quinton de Kock is opening partner on 19 of 31 balls, and Temba Bavuma 13 of 26 balls. The bowlers into the attack now. Shadal Thakur, he said the most expensive. He, in his 2 overs, has conceded 10 runs. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar has been operating on the other end, 18 of 5 overs. And as we can hear now, Ravi Ashwin will be coming into the attack now, taking over from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, who bowled his 5 overs. And it was only a matter of time before we saw some spinners.
Definitely. I think, just for me personally, I think this is where the game starts. Basically,
Everything
the
else
first 11 overs was just,
starters.
warming up. We were warming up for the real thing. And South Africa, just historically, the batters against spin, it's always been an issue, but they've worked hard in the recent past as well. And they're also playing against a world-class spinner in Ravi Ashwin. So let's see how they go.
He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Quinton de Kock. This one pitches in line with the pads, relatively full, just chipped off the pads. The man at mid-wicket will be doing the fieldings. 1 run there, 47 for 1 at the moment.
Not a lot of turn on that first ball, Seppo. Seemed to go fairly straight. But let him get into his work, let his fingers get warm. I'm sure we'll see some turn in his 10 over spell.
He has himself a man at backward point, or maybe a gully that is basically on the circle. A man sweeping on the offside. A man at cover. The man at long off has come now to mid off. A man at mid wicket. A man at square leg, fine leg, and probably a man here at long on. I'll check now. Temba Bavuma just pierces the gap between square leg and mid wicket for a single, and the man is actually sweeping on the leg side, and there is also a long on here behind the gazebos.
I think that's going to be key, Tipo, just milking the spinners, and then also take advantage of any bad ball that he bowls.
Ashwin coming in now. This one flighted inside out, an outside edge from Quinton de Kock, and the man at backward points diving, but unfortunately could not take the catch. Quinton de Kock with a little bit of a reprieve, but that reprieve brings up the 50 for South Africa after they got 2 runs there, 50 for 1. That 50 coming in 57 minutes, 72 balls with only the 4 boundaries.
Looked like a drop catch there. Shreyas Iyer. I think he could have done better.
A little bit of flight here from Ravi Ashwin. This one driven past the man at cover for a single, sorry. Quinton de Kock gets another run here. He moves to 23. I feel like drop catch is a little harsh. It didn't look like he actually got to the ball. It was very close.
He did get there, Tipo. He got both hands to the ball and just went through him.
Oh, he did also fall.
Yeah, he did all the hard work. should have taken it.
Ashwin with a little bit of flight with this delivery. These flight deliveries looking to trouble the South African batters just a little bit, but this one driven straight to the man at cover for no run, 51 for 1. Ashwin in again. This one also very full, driven down the ground by Bavuma. The man at long on will be doing the fielding. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, 52 for 1 to end the over. Just 6 off it.
I think South Africa would be happy with that first over off spin. 6 runs from the off spin of Ravi Ashwin. And I think if they can keep that going for his entire spell, just milk him. And like I said, if there's any bad balls, take advantage of it. But the singles is key, Sepo. And when Chahal comes in later, that the same game plan should be used as well.
Indeed, and don't forget, you can check us out on the CSA website. We're also there. You can't get away from us. One World Sports Radio. You can find us 1WSR.com, cricket.co.za, on YouTube, One World Sports Radio, and on Twitter, if you want to be part of the conversation, One World SR. Shuttle Thakur comes into Themba Bavuma, good length delivery outside the off stump, just played backward of square. The man at backward point picks it up, no run.
Seems like Themba Bavuma just getting into his work, Sepo. He's the one batter that has shown the intent to actually get down the pitch and actually make something of a good ball,
Very difficult to score runs here. Not seeing a high-scoring game as this one bowled in line with the pads, whipped off the pads, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. Even the good shots are going straight to fielders. Ball not coming off the deck as quickly as the batting team would have liked. But, yeah, as you said, the longer the day goes on, after an innings of play, you'd probably expect the pitch to slow down even more, which would be an interesting contest here between the two, to make for great watching. Shuttle Thakur coming in. This finds not quite the inside edge. The bat just turning in Themba Bavuma's hands as he tried to drive this down the ground. The man at mid-wicket does even more fielding as South Africa now on 52 for 1. Still the score remaining unmoved.
That's a perfect example there, Chepo. Just struggling to time the ball. Not easy to hit through the line as well. I think it's more of a pitch where you need to nudge and nurdle rather than go for the power shots. So nudge and nurdle away to 50 overs. So now tired the batters are going to be, but that's the game plan on this sort of wicket.
Shuttle Thakur in against Themba Bavuma, back of a length delivery on top of off stump, just blocked to the bowler. No run there. And you're right about that nudge and nurdle. Haven't seen many shots go to the boundary. I only can recall 2 shots from Quinton de Kock, the one that he carved over the cover region and the one that he carved through the offside on the back foot. But other than that, balls that found the boundary haven't quite been intentional. Oh, Themba Bavuma to get to 500 runs. That was a very nice drive. Can't believe I forgot that one. But literally just those shots in the 12 overs. This one back of a length outside off stump. Punched straight to the man at backward point, and drying up the runs here is Shuttle Thakur. Hasn't conceded any runs in his 5 balls so far. So went from being the most expensive to quite economical at the moment. One ball away from maiden.
I think it's a sort of pitch that, if from a bowling point of view, or from a seam bowling point of view, wicket to wicket is the way to go. LBW and bold comes into play. And when also the batsman makes a mistake.
Ooh, this one squaring up Themba Bavuma. Looked like it went away from the right-hander. A back of a length delivery. That just died down. Rishabh Pant had to catch it very, very low. But that ends the over. A maiden here for Shuttle Thakur. 52 for 1 after 13 overs.
First maiden on the day, Sepo, if I'm not mistaken. Again, your guy Thakur doing the business.
Lord Tucker, Mr. Mustache.
He's the most expensive these first 2 overs, but then comes back with a maiden and a great over. Like we said, wicket to wicket, just does the basics. Makes it difficult, or actually forcing the batsman to make the play, rather than doing anything fancy.
Indeed, and we're seeing what the middle overs look like here. Ravi Ashwin coming around the wicket to Quinton de Kock, driven, but a bum ball straight to the man Virat Kohli at cover. Ashwin coming in around the wicket again to Quinton de Kock. A little bit of flight played down the ground, and the man at long on will do the fielding. A single there, 53 for 1.
Just looking around the ground, people, it's just such a pity that there's no fans in the stadium.
Hey, brah.
The Paarl Rocks, I think they're the best crowd in the Zambia Super League. It was packed every game. The people in the Boland region love their cricket, let me tell you. They love the sport in general.
Ashwin coming over the wicket to Temba Bavuma. This one is full straight and driven straight back to Ravi Ashwin. No run there. Very, very economical period here. Wicket to wicket stuff. Ravi Ashwin again a little bit flighted outside off stump, driven, but Kel Raul at cover will pick that up. 2 dot balls in a row, and they're coming in thick and fast. Ravi Ashwin continuing now. Temba Bavuma attempting a paddle shot as the ball pitched outside off stump.
That's the pressure that you put. Temba plays 6 dot balls and another 2 here from Ashwin as well. Just needs to have patience.
This one driven. Oh, it looks like it just bounced off one of the surfaces. One of the and Temba Bavuma still looking for a single here. That was very interesting. Looked like it hit the corner of one of the strips here at Paarl and just jumped off. That looked like it should have been on the ground. And the man fielding at mid-on did the fielding shot at the stumps, trying to run out Quinton de Kock at the non-striker's end. An appeal that they are sending upstairs. He looks like he's in comfortably. Yep, he's in very comfortably. So they were just checking that as a formality.
It was a bit of a stretch,
It was, yeah.
You spoke about the ball just bounced. It was a great bounce to the fielder.
Yeah, literally.
It was in his hand. But yeah, a bit of a hiccup there for Quinton de Kock, but nothing too stressful. And here we see the wrist spin of Yuzvendra Chahal.
2 spinners operating now. That's going to be interesting here. The middle overs that you're talking about, the main course of this innings is going to happen now. How these 2 bowlers operate, how they dry up the runs will be very important for India, because you said in the last over, the pressure building up, the pressure from the dot balls, the South Africans just can't sit there and not score runs. They need to score runs. And the Indians will be keen to just keep that run rate down. Sitting at 3.8 at the moment. So slowed down ever so slightly from the power play.
Yeah, run scoring doesn't mean anything boundaries, people. It can also be, you can go at 6-7 runs over by just taking your singles and twos. And like I said, that is going to be key on this wicket. And this period of play is going to be very crucial to the outcome of this whole match.
Shah has 2 people behind square on the offside, just on the circle. This one full and straight. Quinton de Kock whipped it off his pads. The man at long on does the fielding. They ran the first single hard, looking for 2, but decided against it. There's also Kohli Dhawan standing at leg slip for Quinton de Kock, but now just a conventional slip for Temba Bavuma. So expecting a little bit of a way turn from the right-hander, maybe turning into the left-hander. Here from Chahal.
Temba Bavuma, one of the better players in this African team against spin as well. Look for him to use his feet.
A full length delivery driven down the ground to the man at long on for a single. Chahal doing very well, only conceding 2 runs so far. Or South Africans doing well against Chahal, actually rotating the strike rather. Just needs to start hitting his straps. Number 3 for India.
Watch that fingers to get warm, Chepo.
Oh.
I'm sure it's going to have a big influence in the.
How did you not come in with warm fingers? It's a hot day, man.
A ball in the fingers is different.
That's
Chepo.
different. That's true. That's true. I'll give you that.
You can bowl 1,000 balls in the nets. It's not the same
not
as
the
the
same.
intensity of the game.
Chahal over the wickets to Quinton de Kock, driven down the ground. Man at long on will do the fielding, and South Africans will be happy with this 3 singles in a row. Don't need to accelerate the run rate too drastically. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. 56 for 1 at the moment after those 3 singles.
Surprisingly, KL Rahul doesn't bring another man into the circle, Chipo, just to keep the pressure on.
Chahal in again, the wrist spinner, very full and straight, and Bavuma just plays the style of ground for yet another single. 57 for 1.
South Africa's batters haven't actually gone over the top, so to say. So there is 4 fields on the boundary. I would have another one in, maybe the middle off, the middle in the circle.
A very flighted delivery. Quinton de Kock gets the pitch of this one as it's a bit straight. Block this one out, and the man at cover will do the fielding. Chahal with the last delivery of his over. Flighted outside the off stump. Quinton de Kock drives it. The man at cover, diving KL Rahul, saves what would have been a second run. And that ends the over. 58 for 1 after 15. It looks like there's a little bit of a drinks break here for this period. We have a tweet here from Leia saying keeping the run rate down in white ball is very important, but the bowlers need to exploit the pressure built by taking wickets. And we just say goodbye to Nasri as he gets going. We will be having a commentary change here. But during this period, yes, we would still love to hear your tweets. Keep tweeting us in. Thank you for that one, Leia. Just an update on the scorecard. South Africa 58 for 1 at the moment. At the crease, Temba Bavuma and Quinton de Kock on 17 and 27 respectively. The only wicket to fall was Yanaman Malan. He fell for 6, caught behind of the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah. The bowling figures that we have today: Jasprit Bumrah in his 4 overs took 1 for 13. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar in his 5, none for 18. Shadul Thakur got himself 10 runs, no wickets. Ashwin has bowled 2 overs, 7 runs, no wickets, and Chahal has bowled 1 over, 5 runs conceded off that, and South Africa 58 for 1.
Thank you so much, Tsepo, and thank you to Nasri Alexander joining us here for the first session of commentary on this, the first of the 3 one-day internationals between South Africa and India here. The first 2 taking place here at Boland Park in the picturesque town of Paarl, just to the east of Cape Town, and under the shadow of the Klein Drakensberg Mountains. It's a beautiful setting here as Tim's just getting settled in beside me. The teams are taking a well-served drink on the boundary, on the field, should I say. And it really is a warm day, one of many to come, as we see the temperatures soaring in the Cape Peninsula ahead of Sunday's match at Newlands. Expected to be 32 degrees here in Paarl today, going up to 39 on Friday, and then into the 40s on Sunday, where the match will take place at Newlands. And joining me now is Tim Dowlace. Tim, great to have you with us here in the 1WSR commentary box. And we are broadcasting, just a reminder, we are broadcasting on 1WSR.com, also on cricket.co.za. On the website, you can find us there. So please listen to us on either of those 2 platforms. Also on YouTube at 1WSR.com, and on please tweet us on @1.worldsr. Tim, the situation so far, South Africa a little bit slow in getting to 58 in 15 overs?
They are a bit slow, but I think this has been the approach since the 2019 World Cup. It's to be conservative, make sure that they have wickets at the end before they go into overdrive. So they always tend to start a little bit on the slow side.
It will be R. Ashwin to continue the attack for India. The score 58-1 after 15. He's away from us here. And we are at the commentary box end. The first ball after the drinks break. Quinton de Kock goes back, tries to cut the ball from his middle and off stump and misses it. And the ball goes into that combination of middle and off stump. And India make a huge breakthrough here. Score 58-2. Just having a look at that again, Tim.
It's a lovely shot, really, from Quinton de Kock. As I say, 2 straight bowled in at the stumps. Quinton de Kock trying to make room where there wasn't any room, and he's dismissed for 27 of 41 balls, 2 boundaries. He'll be very disappointed. He got himself in, got himself settled, eyed up all the Indian batters, and to a ball that was just never there to be cut. He played a shot which wasn't really there at all to be played.
Yeah, the partnership between de Kock and Bavuma, 39 runs from the wicket of Yanaman Malan, and that does, as you may have heard, the public address announcer in the background bring Aiden Markram to the crease for South Africa in at number 4, joining his captain Temba Bavuma, and that is a huge breakthrough for India. A big loss for South Africa. Quinton de Kock, 27 that he scored, just looking as if he was settling in to get a big innings here. A lot is going to depend on these 2 experienced batters for South Africa, although Temba Bavuma not as experienced in the one-day game, just in terms of number of matches, but hugely experienced international cricketer, the captain of South Africa. Ashwin away from us at the commentary box, so Rubik Kelder's end to Markram, who plays it forcibly back to the bowler. That one foolish of length, and there is no run. 58-2 after 15. Ashwin again, he goes through his overs quickly. This is played by Markram past the diving man at short mid-wicket. That is Virat Kohli, and there is a single down to long on in front of us here. As I said, at the commentary box end, it is a beautiful day, but hot out there, it looks.
You can feel the heat even in our commentary box. You can feel that it's going to be a very hot day.
Ashwin in to Bavuma, who just plays that very quietly and out into the man at the deep point fielder there, and that is Chahal, and they take a single 60-2 in the 16th over, a successful one so far for India. Ashwin away from us to Markram, foolish of length, plays it past Kohli at shortish mid-on, down to the man in front of us here on the boundary. They take yet another single, 61-2 in the 16th over. 1 ball left in the 16th over, a successful one for Ashwin. He's 1 for 10. Last ball of the over. Gives it a lot of flight. Beautifully played by Temba Bavuma. It's a half volley. Comes forward. It smashes it through the offside. That is probably the shot of the day so far.
Was asking to be treated to the boundary. 2 full there from Ashwin. But as you say, Temba Bavuma got to the pitch early, got over the ball, and stroked it beautifully through the covers. And the outfield here at Paarl was very quick, so it was always going to be a boundary once the inner ring had been pierced.
Yeah, glorious shot, as Tim described. 65-2 now, South Africa after 16. The run rate is 4.1 runs to the over, and South Africa are needing these 2 experienced campaigners to be able to take them through to a very good score. Average score here in the first innings at Paarl in one-day internationals, 244, which would mean that South Africa, to get there, would need to be scoring somewhere between 5 and 6 runs and over for the remainder of the innings, as it is Chahal in to Markram. He leans forward into this delivery that gets the outer half of the bat. Kohli fields at slip. We have a slip man at a sort of 45, sort of halfway to the boundary at third man. Man on the cover point boundary as Charles in again with his leg spinners. And that is a glorious delivery to Markram. Plays down the line of the ball, goes away from him, and he misses that completely. That pitching on middle and leg and going away from the right hand. Pant takes behind, whips off the bails, but Markram is in his ground. Beauty from Chahal. He's in again towards us from the stables end here at Paarl. This is defended into the leg side. Employing a leg stump line there, Tim.
They're looking for the LBW against Markram. They saw that he did in the test matches, playing across his front pad, a lot of the balls, getting out LBW quite a lot through the test series.
Chahal again into Markram. He's able to play, but not confidently, back to the bowler, who has a number 3 on his back, Yuzvendra Chahal. In the last match played between these two teams, he got 4 for 51 in the World Cup at Southampton. The last ODI between these two, plays the bowls again to Markram. Markram squeezes it out into the leg side. Bavuma picks the fielder as Ashwin is a little bit slow off the mark from his position backward of point at 45. They come through for the single, and Markram, I'm sure, feels a little bit happier to be off strike for the remaining ball in this over. 66 for 2 in the 17th. South Africa hovering in and around the 4 runs and over level.
Good positive cricket from South Africa. They need to continue that with the rotation of strike. They don't want either of these Indian bowlers to get a stranglehold of the situation and stop South Africa scoring altogether.
It was excellent from Captain Bavuma, calling him through for the run, as looked a little bit, struggling a little bit perhaps against the spin of Chahal. The last ball of the over to Bavuma is into the pads. He just stands up and plays it out into the mid-wicket region, where it's fielded by the captain, KL Rahul, for India, and there is no run. End of the over, 66 for 2 after 17. We have Markram on 3, Bavuma on 22. These two have put on 8 since the loss of the wicket of Quinton de Kock in the previous over from Ashwin. And just some comments, one from Werner coming through on Twitter. It wasn't a natural variation by Ashwin, it was an arm ball and genuine skill to get that wicket of Quinton de Kock. And this man has skill in bucket loads, does Ashwin. This is made into a half volley by Markram as he advances down the wicket, splits the field between mid-on and mid-wicket and down to the long-on boundary for a single. Score 67 for 2 in the 18th. Markram to 4, Bavuma on 22. Ashwin 1 for 15 in his 4th over. Umpire Marais Erasmus in his 100th ODI. Just having a bit of a chat to Indian captain KL Rahul. Not quite sure what that is about. Perhaps a little bit of verbals out on the field. Ashwin to Bavuma. Ashwin away from us here at the Rubik Kelder's end, and Bavuma stands up to a ball slightly wide of off stump, plays it to the man on the point boundary. There is a single, 68 for 2. Tim, they're getting through the overs very quickly here, Ashwin and Chahal. He's in once again from this end, and this time Markram finds the fielder at that sort of wideish, short mid-on. I don't know how to describe the fielding position.
It's that you described it well. Yeah, Indian bowlers trying to get a stranglehold of the South African batters, stop them scoring, stop the rotation of strike.
Oh, Ashwin to Markram, and this could well be out. Markram takes a quick single as he plays it forcefully to the fielder. I think that is the debutant Ear who's fielding here at mid-off. A direct hit. Markram is looked for all money from here to be struggling to make his ground as he plays the ball into the ground a little bit forcefully, and a direct hit from the mid-off fielder. This is going to be incredibly tight. Has he made it or has he not? We're looking at the replay right now to give you the answer. From here, we're just not getting the frame-by-frame view at the moment, as Markram is already walking off the field. He is gone, run out by that Ear, who was the fielder at mid-off, and a huge blow for South Africa. 68 for 3 in the 18th over, and Aiden Markram's woes just continue.
Yes, I did wonder whether he should have played on this 11. I felt that maybe he should have had a bit more of a break after that torturous test series, but he is dismissed for 4. South Africa, they're trying to rotate the strike, trying to be positive. I think at that time they just took a little bit too many liberties with that single. Wasn't really there, and they pay the price with the wicket of Aiden Markram. Just on the spinners general against South Africa, Chahal's record, he's got 16 wickets in South Africa at an average of 16.
Wow.
So he likes to play South Africa, and we saw how Rassie struggled against Ashwin in the test match when he did play against him. So this is going to be a testing time for Rassie van der Dussen and South Africa.
So South Africa now with the Central Gauteng Lions pair of van der Dussen and Bavuma at the crease. And how often have we looked to these two in both the ODI, in fact, in all 3 formats more recently, ODI, T20, and the Test matches. So we, South Africa, looked to these two to actually get them out of situations like this, as it's Ashwin with 2 balls left in the over to Bavuma. It's straying a little bit down the leg side, and Bavuma plays it with soft hands into the leg side. That's an outstanding piece of running by these two players who know each other's cricket exceptionally well, as Tucker does the fielding, running around from deep mid-wicket, and the score goes to 70 for 3 in the 18th over. In this over, the loss of the wicket of Aiden Markram has been impacted by the strangled run rate, we must say. South Africa looking to accelerate. Ashwin into Bavuma, Bavuma forward, a ball on a length and angling in to the middle and off stump, and he defends back to the bowler. 70 for 3 after 18. South Africa 3.9 runs per over. South Africa are struggling here, Tim.
Yes, they need to have a rebuild between these two. These two do know each other well, as you say, but they do need to have a bit of a rebuild to try and get things back on track. They don't need a massive score on this pitch. We've seen it's not necessarily that easy to score,
No.
but we do need a competitive one. We don't want to have a mini collapse in this situation.
Already the score there in partnership between Bavuma and Markram, only 10 runs, with South Africa going from 58 for 2 to 68 for 3, currently 70 for 3. And that's Chahal going to continue the attack from the stables end here at Paarl, Eurolux Borland Park here in Paarl. He's past umpire Holdstock, bowls now, and that's given a lot of flight to van der Dussen, who's forward, plays it to the man at a wideish mid-off, shortish, sort of wide mid-off, almost a wideish extra cover position. There is no run. Chahal again to van der Dussen, plays it off the outside half of the bat. This coming forward down to the fielder, who is is Venkatash Iyer, the man who effected the run out for India in the previous over. Chahal once again towards us to van der Dussen. Van der Dussen takes the ball from outside, off stump, plays a reverse sweep. It's going down towards the boundary. Great fielding, but no, unfortunately for the Indian fielder, that's Tucker out on the boundary. Gets his hand to it, but cannot prevent the 4. Good shots there from van der Dussen, taking it from outside leg stump. Dangerous shot, but taking it from outside leg stump.
Modern batsmen, that's the go-to shot when they find themselves in a bit of a tricky situation and unable to rotate the strike. But that was wonderfully played.
It was.
It was out of the leg stump, so there was less danger if it was on the stumps.
Chahal again to van der Dussen forward, defends into the offside. The offside fielder slip, backward point, man on the point boundary, extra cover, man at long off. As a long on, mid-wicket, man on the deep square leg boundary, and a man short at 45 inside the circle at fine leg. He's in once again. This is down the leg side, edged past the first slip, or the only slip. Kohli diving. It looks as if they may get three, though they won't. Some good fielding here from the debutant Ear as he comes down into the vacant third man area in front of us, resplendent in his Indian team colours with 25 on his back. And he stops the runs from being scored only down to 2 rather than the 3. It's 76 for 3 in the 19th over. Chahal towards us again, and this is played straight back to the bowler on the bounce by Van der Dussen, standing tall, comes forward. End of the over, 19 gone, 76 for 3. That's an easy calculation. 4 runs per over exactly for South Africa, with only 31 overs left. It's Bavuma on 26 in that over. Van der Dussen going to 6 with that glorious reverse sweep.
Yes, I think we can see, though, why both teams are playing the 2 spinners.
Yeah.
Chahal is getting the ball to turn and turn quite a lot, even though he's pitching it outside the leg stump, and it's leaving the batter outside the off stump. He's only bowled 3 overs, so another 7 overs from him could go a long way to deciding what South Africa do manage to get to.
Oh, this delivery from Ashwin, played in the air by Bavuma, just to the left of Kohli at that sort of wideish extra cover position, but he gets through for the single as Kohli half gets it on the bounce. Lots of cries of catch from the Indian team, but they're through for 1, 71 for 3 in the 20th over. Are Ashwin bowling, and some interesting stat came through here from Nakul Pandey. We'll come to that at the end of the over. Field position is changing slightly for Van der Dussen. The tall man, Rassie Van der Dussen, taking strike against Ashwin. He's away from us now, Ashwin, past Maria Erasmus, shortish to Van der Dussen, who tickles it around the corner to the man at fine leg or long leg, comes in from the boundary. That is that Chahal on the boundary there is indeed, and they take a single, 78 for 3 in the 20th over. Ashwin to Bavuma. Bavuma through the leg side field to the man at deep mid wicket. That Shardul Thakur is in, and there is only the single. The middle overs very much in force or in play at the moment. Run rate just ticking over 4.1 at the moment. South Africa have been throttled after the initial power play. Oh, beauty from Ashwin outside the off stump. A bit of a nothing shot again from Van der Dussen, half forward, half back, hangs his bat out outside the off stump. That's the carom ball from Ashwin, goes away from the right-hander. Beautiful delivery. It's a more conventional ball down the leg side, and that'll be signaled wide by Maria Erasmus. 1 more to the total, 79 for 3. Indian bowling's been quite disciplined today, though, Tim.
It's been very, very accurate, particularly on the slowest pitch.
Another very good delivery from Ashwin that forces the false stroke from Van der Dussen. He's playing into the leg side to one coming into him from outside the off stump. Half appeal. Ashwin trying to convince Maria Erasmus that may have been out, but as we know, Maria Erasmus remains unmoved in most instances, and he does the same with this. It's Ashwin once again to Van der Dussen defensively into the leg side. Kohli comes around and fields from mid-wicket, short mid-wicket on the square. It is the end of the over.
Ashwin showing there why he should have bowled a lot more during the test match.
Yeah.
Rassie Van der Dussen. Rassie not having much of a clue, caught in between the two, whether coming forward or back in any delivery there. Rather fortunate, but still survives.
So just some tweets coming through. Thank you for these coming through. Nakul Pandey, very interesting. That was R. Ashwin's 151st ODI wicket. His 150th wicket, Miguel Cummins, was 4 years, 6 months and 21 days ago. He's missed 81 ODIs. Bavuma defending the next delivery from Chahal. who's bowling towards us from the stables end here at Eurolux Borland Park, and that there is no run. 80 for 3 it was at the end of 20. Easy calculation, South Africa 4 runs per over. They will need to score at a minimum 6 runs per over for the last 30 to get anywhere near a competitive total, one feels, on this pitch, as this played into the leg side by Bavuma. There is no run. Still 80 for 3 in the 21st over. Bavuma on 27, Van Dussen on 7, Charles into his 4th over, only 12 runs conceded. Another good delivery from Charlie. He's mixing up his lengths, he's mixing up his line, working on both of these batters, different lines to the different batters, it seems. Tim, seeing a more outside the off line to Bavuma.
Yes, try to get him to come forward, pushing at the deliveries, maybe get an edge through to slip. You got an edge the last over, which was just wide of the first slip.
As Bavuma goes back into his stumps, plays it into the offside, and there is a single into the gap in the covers as Ia comes around. Is it Ia or Ia? I'm sure the pronunciation right. The Venkatesh Iyer, the new cap, comes around and fields, and there is a single. 81 for 3. It's going to be Van Dussen on strike once again to Chahal. 5th ball of his over towards us. That is shorter, and he sweeps this powerfully down to the backward square leg boundary for 4. That is a glorious shot from Rassie van der Dussen.
Glorious shot, but far too full there by Chahal. Easy pickings for Rassie out of the leg stump, and because it was so full, he was able to get over it and cover the spin. When he spun, that was there, and timed it beautifully to the boundary.
85 for 3 in the 21st over. Chahal to Van der Dussen, tucked into the leg side. They take a quick single. Bavuma is very quickly down to the keeper's end as in comes Shreyas Iyer from he is the man there at 45 on the leg side on the edge of the circle, and there is a single. Sorry, that was Bhuveshwar Kumar who fielded that. End of the over, 21 gone, 86 for 3. It's going to be Ashwin to continue just to finish off that tweet. 81 ODIs that Ashwin has missed in the South African lineup, not in the team today. Dwayne Pretorius also not played ODI for a number of years, also back into the South African lineup. And so we have a few more tweets coming through. Please keep tweeting us at OneWorldSR. You're listening to onewsr.com or you're listening to cricket.co.za. We really appreciate your comments. We appreciate you listening and tuning into us today here from Borland Park in Paarl as Van der Dussen tucks this one off. So it eases this one into the offside off the front foot to Rahul in the covers. There is a single. 87 for 3 in the 22nd over. South Africa in or around 4.1 runs per over. Ashwin, second ball who's over, and that's played very, very nicely by Bavuma. Back over the keeper's head, fully intentional shot, ramping it over Pant, and the man at that long leg position comes around and fields, but not before they have taken 2. 89 for 3. Bavuma into the 30s now. He's on 30. The partnership 21, almost in no time between Bavuma and Van der Dussen. Played very straight from Bavuma. Van der Dussen looking for 2. Bavuma never looking for 2 on that one as it comes very straight in front of us. Kumar, the fielder, around in front of us. Bhuvi Kumar, and they only take the 190 now on the board for South Africa in the 22nd over. Ashwin possibly coming to the end of this first spell. He's halfway through his 6th over. He's into Van der Dussen. Oh, he goes straight through him with this delivery. Was this another variation from Ashwin? We'll have a look now on the replay. Van der Dussen coming forward, playing perhaps for the spin that wasn't there, just goes straight through him, and lucky not to be bowled as it's Ashwin once again gets the edge this time to a delivery outside the off stump, and the man coming around from shortish third man, that is Bumrah down there, I think, does the fielding, and they take the single, 91 for 3. 1 ball left in the Ashwin over. He's been bowling unchanged now for 6 overs from this, the Rubik Kelder's end at Borland Park. Bavuma comes forward, plays this one into the leg side, fielded at a backward point position by, that is Chahal actually, who is at that backward point or third man position, and they take a single, 92 for 3 after 22. Tim, not much time for comments, but South Africa looking to these two to really put on a big partnership.
They need to, as I said earlier, they need to have a partnership. They need to solidify the innings to get South Africa to competitive total. Rusty is living a charmed life at the moment, much as he was in the Test series, but he won't mind as long as he's there. As we've seen, particularly in this format, the longer he stays in, the better he scores, the better rate he scores, and that's why he's got such a good average in this format.
Chahal to Bavuma, slightly short. Bavuma trying to cut it out to the point boundary, and just gets on top of it and plays it into the ground. There is no run, 92 for 3 in the 23rd partnership, 24. These two came together with the loss of the wicket of Aiden Markram, taking a suicidal single to mid-off, as this has just eased down to the man at long on for a single to Bavuma. 93 for 2 is the score. Bavuma to 33. The captain leading from the front. In a good vein of form, he has been in the test matches, looked very confident in that format, wanting to certainly take that into this 3-match ODI series. Dussen once again gets a ball outside the leg stump and takes full toll of that one. Fuller again from Chahal through to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Another good shot from Rassie van der Dussen.
Yeah, probably the best shot of his innings, to be fair. That was on at the stumps. That was a bit more risk involved, but he got over the ball, over the spin, smothered it down. And once again, the timing from Rassie when he does hit it is extremely good.
He moves to 18 with that shot, being the dominant partner in the partnership of 29, 97 for 3 South Africa in the 23rd over, run rate edging to 4.3. This delivery is once again down the leg side. The result will not be the same though. Some excellent fielding on the boundary there for India by, is that Ravi Kumar down there. They take 2 though, as once again that delivery is played on the sweep by van der Dussen. Powerfully hit.
This is what happens when you bowl a tad too straight. You open up the leg side for the right-hander, and Rusty's making hay at the moment.
And he doesn't make him pay with that one because it is bowled outside the off stump. So good description there from Tim Delace, as Tim describing how Rassie van der Dussen is taking full toll of the deliveries outside the leg stump. He's taken his score to 20 in double quick time of only 18 balls, with 3 fours with him. Temba Bavuma, his captain, 33 off 58 balls, 2 fours. The partnership, 31 of 32 deliveries. Again down the leg side. The result is going to be a single this time for van der Dussen, as Kumar is around from deep backward square. It's a single to van der Dussen. It brings up the 100 for South Africa. Please take us through that, Tim.
South Africa's 100 off 142 deliveries with 8 fours. So it's a solid performance so far from South Africa without any fireworks as of yet. But that has been their approach for the last 2 years, to try to make sure they've got enough wickets at the back end to then go and score big runs.
So South Africa looking for these two to consolidate after the loss of Markram's wicket at 68 for 3. They've already put on what at the moment is getting closer to the highest partnership of the innings. That at the moment is still there at 39 between Bavuma and de Kock for the second wicket, as there will be a change of bowling, as we perhaps predicted from the commentary end here, the Rubik Kelder's end at Eurolux at Borland Park. It is a beautiful scene here. The Klein Drakensteen Mountains off to our left-hand side, all around us, surrounded by beautiful mountains we are. And of course, we can't perhaps see them, but the namesake from which the town gets its name, the Paarl Mountains, the massive granite domes that are resplendent above this town. We can't see them, but give the town its name. It is truly a beautiful setting. Shardul Thakur, who's going to be away from us now towards the batter, is Van der Dussen, and past Maria Rasmus. Van der Dussen gets an edge into his pad as he's coming forward, reaching for that delivery outside the off stump through to punt. There is no run. 103 in the 24th over. Run rate now edging slightly above 4.3 runs and over. Tucker into his fourth over. And it's a no ball. It is a no ball, the second no ball that we've seen from Shardul Thakur. And the signal looks like Maria Rasmus has gone into dance mode with that wave above his head for the free hit. And what will Van der Dussen make of this first ball of the over? And he hits this high, wide, handsome, and beautiful into the stand for 6. It's a full toss from Tucker, and Rusty Van der Dussen says, "Thank you very much."
If there's a delivery that you don't bowl when you have to have a free hit, it's a low full toss.
Yeah.
It becomes very, very dangerous to you as a bowler. And Rusty Van der Dussen dispatched it with the disdain that it deserved. He was looking for the Yorker, obviously, but got it horribly wrong. And it was drifting in on his pads. And very easy for Rusty to just swing and clear the boundary with relative ease.
And we just have a bit of a delay here as they are looking for that ball. It was hit high, wide, and handsome over the boundary from Van der Dussen. Ball has come back and now be inspected by umpire Maria Rasmus. Takes the protective glove out of his pocket, wipes it off actually just to make sure that it is COVID compliant. One of the things that the players on the field in the bio bubble and the umpires obviously have to deal with, making sure that there's as safe as possible within the period of the pandemic. And South Africa have moved to 107 for 3 in the 24th over. And we are seeing here this partnership move on to 39, equal to the highest in the innings so far. As Thakur away from us now to Van der Dussen forward and plays it to the man at backward point. There is no run as once again outside the off stump, but that was very good for South Africa. The free hit, change of momentum with Van der Dussen coming in 27 of 22 balls. The partnership of 39 now of 36 balls. The run rate closing in on 4.6, 4.7 and over for South Africa. For most of the innings so far, 3.9 to 4. This ball on the line of middle and off and defends into the offside. Fielding is done by Kohli, who's in at a shortish extra cover. The field for Tucker, a bit more time here as a man on the boundary at third man. There's backward point, man on the deep point boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, man on the square, deep square leg boundary and the deep backward square or long leg boundary. Tucker away from us now, past umpire Erasmus to Van der Dussen on the middle and off, just outside. Forward he comes, defends into the offside. 4 balls gone in this over so far. It's 7 off it with that no ball and the 6. Partnership 39. So much depends on these two, Tim.
It does. The initial striker hold that the Indian spinners did put on South Africa has been released just a little bit. Last over from Chahal and this one from Thakur, both being expensive overs.
This time Tucker angles into the pads of Van der Dussen and it is tickled around the corner. the fielding is done by Aya, who's around from his position at mid-wicket, and they take a single, 108 for 3 in the 24th partnership to 40, the highest of the innings. Van Dussen 28, Bavuma 33, and Rassie van Dussen catching up to his captain in double quick time. He's on 25 balls for that 28. Themba Bavuma 58 balls for the 33, but he's playing the anchor role for South Africa. Now facing Taka balls to Bavuma. Bavuma, the inside edge of the pad to Bavuma onto his inside edge of the bat. And Taka throws that ball into the wicket with Bavuma for his ground. He hits something on the very sore that looked like one feels perhaps that throw in was not, but all part of the game. Bavuma will be looking for some attention. To a bit of a summary for us as they support people over here. 109 for 3 after 24 features.
You have to say that this partnership is the future of the morning. And look, both look comfortable at the crease at the moment. Russell struggled a little bit against the spin, but found a way to play Chahal, getting that sweep out, early to stop the spin. The Bavuma is continuing with his rich vein of form from the Test series. It's as if he's still playing in that Test series. He's looking as solid as ever, as he has been throughout this last few months, to be fair. So a good run of form at the moment.
And some tweets coming in, which we can read for you now while we're on this break. Please please tweet us at One World SR, Armchair Cricket Podcast, a regular contributor, saying to us the chance that Aiden Markram took can be attributed to the run rate pressure exerted by the Indian bowlers and fielders. Indeed, that is exactly what the situation was. Scoreboard not ticking along. That had started with the opening partnership, continued with that between de Kock and Bavuma, and Markram struggling at the moment for form in the Test matches, coming into the ODIs with an opportunity, one feels, to redeem himself. Unfortunately, run out, taking the run to Aya, who threw the stumps down at the bowler's end to see the end of Markram for that 8 runs. It was that he scored, 4 that he scored, and it is now Chahal to continue from the stables end to Themba Bavuma. He's in, and this is a real mix-up here as the ball hits him on the front pad. Big appeal, umpire at the bowler's end. That is umpire Palika at the bowler's end is unmoved for that appeal, and everything will have to reset and go back to his mark. Chahal is in towards us again to Bavuma. Bavuma sweeps out to the vacant mid-wicket boundary. Is it going to make it, or is the fielder from square leg going to get there? The ball beats him to the fence, and they cannot stop the boundary from Bavuma. Played beautifully in front of square on the leg side. That takes South Africa to 113 for 3 in the 25th over. Partnership 45, Bavuma to 38.
The sweep shot has been a very effective shot by both these batters against Chahal in particular. Very effective from South Africa.
Chahal to Bavuma, and beauty outside the off stump. Comes forward, does Bavuma, hangs his bat out almost as it goes away from him. This is it was actually into the. No, it was the previous delivery where it went into the bat. He hung his bat outside, was taken behind by Pant. No run as plays this one out into the covers, and it's fielded by Aya. There is no run. Backward point. We have a man at 45 on the edge of the circle at third man, backward point, cover point on the boundary, extra cover, long off. That is beautifully played through the man at extra cover. That is definitely going to get to the boundary. Beautiful drive from Temba Bavuma all the way to the boundary between extra cover and long off, and that is for 117. Is that for 3? South Africa now in the 25th over. Bavuma to 42, partnership to 49. That went straight through past the fielder, which is Virat Kohli at extra cover, and given a similar amount of flight, was tucked out into the offside by Bavuma.
The 50 partnership between Temba Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen.
As you hear from the PA announcement, the 50 partnership between van der Dussen and Bavuma of 46 balls, 5 fours and 1 6. Van der Dussen 28, Bavuma 20, 2 extras, and this has been a partnership which South Africa will want to build on.
Yeah, and the scoring at such a rate that their Indian bowlers will start to feel the pressure slowly but surely. They need to get a wicket as soon as possible. But from a South African perspective, they just need to continue with this partnership and take it as long as they can into the over 40.
So to be Shardul Thakur to continue. That was the end of the over from Shahal. He's away from us now, and to Bavuma. Bavuma plays this into the offside, fielded very well by Virat Kohli in the covers. That is Kohli, yes, there at extra cover. So for Thakur to Bavuma, we have a third man, backward point, man on the cover point boundary. We have an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man at long leg. So 4 fielders which are permitted outside the circle between the 11th and 40th over in the power play. We have those 4 fielders stationed. We have Thakur in to Bavuma, and he plays this out to the man. He's standing up, plays it into the offside to the man on the deep point boundary. That has been Bhuvi Kumar for most of the time. It's actually now R. Ashwin on the boundary. They take another single, 119 for 3 in the 26th partnership, 51 Bavuma to 44, eyeing another half century in this format of the game. Not the one which he was preferred for South Africa for most of his career, but one in which he has now made it his own almost. This is only his 14th game, the captain of South Africa. Thakur into Van der Dussen, stands up, defends it into the leg side, and it goes out backward of square. Is fielded by Iyer, and there is a single, 120 for 3.
When you see Temba in this sort of form, this sort of control, you do wonder why he wasn't brought into the white ball side quite a bit earlier than this.
Yes.
He just looks like he absolutely is in control of the situation of South Africa's innings as a whole at the moment.
Thakur into Bavuma again. That is played beautifully out into the offside, but it's played almost too beautifully as the man at a point comes around and fields and throws the ball in quickly to wicketkeeper punt. That's Ashwin out on the boundary. They were expected to probably get 2 to Ashwin, but he was quickly round, the elder statesman of the Indian team, coming back into the team here after almost 4 years in the old ODI wilderness, and making his contribution felt with the wicket of Quinton de Kock. It's 121 for 3 in the 26th over. Partnership is 53 between these two. Van der Dussen facing Thakur. Thakur into him, edges it down, or off the face of the bat down to third man. Fielding done by Bumrah, who is patrolling that area. It is a single, 122 for 3. Bumrah very impressive earlier today.
Yeah, he was very impressive. All the Indian bowlers were actually impressive. They bowled accurately, they bowled with intensity, perhaps a little bit unlucky not to get a wicket more than they did after the dismissal of Kock. They haven't had the luck, Indian bowlers. I think that would be fair to say. Haven't quite had the luck in how they've bowled today in particular.
Yeah, the early on certainly could have been more wickets for the Indian bowlers as Tucker's away from us to Bavuma. It's on the pads of Bavuma. He plays this beautifully back down to the fielder at that long leg position. That is Yuzvendra Chahal, and there is a single. 1 at 23 for 3 after 26. South Africa run rate in around 4.7 and over, and the over rate for India at the moment is level. So we will not have any overtime, it looks like, in this innings, and no penalties for the Indian bowlers or Indian captain at this stage. It looks like we're going to get a change of bowling from the stables end here at Eurolux Bulan Park. It's that man we were talking about, Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah. India know they need a wicket, and who do they go to? They go to their strike bowler, their man they went to consistently over the Test series. He's got huge abilities with the ball as Bumrah, and India know they desperately to break this partnership. It's not really about how they do it; it's just about breaking it, and as soon as possible.
Bumrah in to Bavuma outside, a great delivery to start again to Bavuma outside the off stump, and that one is rearing up off just short of a length. Bavuma tries to get bat on ball but cannot succeed. Fortunately for the South African captain, that really wasn't any kind of shot at all, just hanging his bat out, trying to get something on it, and luckily for the Temba Bavuma, he did not. The ball through to punt. It is Bumrah again towards us from the stables end to Bavuma, and that is beautifully played backward of point, very well fielded on the boundary by, I'm trying to see who that is, that is to Bavuma. Great running and diving stop on the boundary by, I think that's Venkatesh Iyer that fielded that, the debutant. So very happy, I'm sure the Indian bowler would be for that backing up from his fielding team. They have generally been good in the field today. That very good run out from Iyer. That was the Shreyas Iyer of Bavuma, as this delivery is, it looks to be very high, but Bavuma trying to get that shortish ball, showing umpire Maria Rasmus again when he replays the shot exactly how high it was above his head, playing like a tennis shot. No thought of an appeal. Certainly did look quite high, but no wide given on this occasion. 125 for 3 in the 27th. Bumrah, 3 balls left in the over towards us and to Bavuma. Bavuma defends into the ground, just bobbles down, and punt will come around to the offside and do the fielding. So for Bumrah to Bavuma, we have a man at third man. We can't see him. He's under the shade, or between us and shaded here. Backward point, man in the cover point boundary, or point boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, man at backward square and at long leg, standard ring field. 4 men on the boundary. Bavuma plays this standing up into the leg side to the man on the boundary at deep square leg, and they go through for the single. 126 for 3 in the 27th over. This partnership grows to 58, which has doubled the score since the last wicket.
It's been a very good partnership between South Africa. What's been most impressive is the rotation of strike, and they haven't just settled for one. They've looked for that extra run. Haven't always got it, but the intent has been there to look for those extra runs, should they be there.
To Dussen, and he just plays it quietly into the leg side, picked up at the mid-wicket position by Venkatesh, I think it is, and there is no run. 126 for 3 after 27, run rate 4.7, partnership 58. So last week it did fall at 68, so not quite doubled the score. These two, second wicket fell at 58, and we'll give you that rundown perhaps at the end of this over, with 2 pacemen operating at the moment. Chahal bowling 6 overs. I think it was also Ashwin bowling 6 overs. It has been. We'll run through the bowling figures for you as well. 6 overs, each 12 overs spin so far for 65 runs for India, for South Africa. So spinners not being economical. Tucker is away from us here at the Rubik Kelder's end, commentary box end at Borland Park. Bavuma trying to hit this one over the man at mid-on. He gets an inside edge onto the pad. Wasn't short enough, wasn't full enough to play that shot.
Bit of a surprise there for Bavuma. That shot is it needed in this situation.
Yeah.
We're not batting in the last 10 overs of the innings. He hasn't made a mistake all innings until that shot. Russell just goes down to have a word with him. I think Russell's told him, listen, we need to be here for a bit longer together.
Yeah, I think Temba Bavuma may be trying to force a change in the field. This ring field has been employed for the pace bowlers. This is short from Tucker. Bavuma does well to get over that, plays it down to the leg side, and that does take Temba Bavuma, the captain of South Africa, to 50 of 76 balls with 4 fours. The captain leading from the front for South Africa, who move to 127 for the loss of 3. He is in partnership with Rassie van der Dussen. They put on 59 for South Africa for the 4th wicket. And at the moment, South Africa looking like they should achieve if these two stay together, as this is tucked into the leg side by Van der Dussen. They take a single down to the man at that position, square position, and that's Shikhar Dhawan is fielding there. And that is yet another run, 128 for 3. That is Temba Bavuma's 3rd career 50 in one-day internationals. South African captain, as we said, leading from the front as Shardul Tucker is into his 6th over. 2 no balls from the Indian pacer so far, and he will have a role to play potentially with the bat later as well, as he's into Bavuma. Bavuma just tickles it into the offside ball, short of a length outside the off stump. They take a quick single, as that is Shreyas Iyer that comes in from backward point, 129 for 3. Temba Bavuma's average, we'll get to that maybe at the end of the over. Tim?
Just that last single is how Temba Bavuma should be playing this innings.
Yeah.
Purposeful and showing intent, going through for quick singles, allowing the rest of his batters to go out and score the big runs, clear the boundary later on in the innings.
Change to the field for Van der Dussen. Man comes down to long on, the long leg brought in as it's outside the off stump, plays it to the man at backward point. That's Shreyas Iyer, and there is no run. 129 for 3 in the 28th partnership, 61. It is a critical period.
You've got Rassie, Miller, and Acquire in your side. Those are the guys that need to be clearing the boundary, but only later on in the innings, while Temba should be doing the rotation of the strike.
So we have Tucker away from us past umpire Rasmus. That is on the pads to Van der Dussen. Meat and drink to the South African number 5 as he plays that down to the fine leg boundary for yet another boundary. Yet another 4 is 4th of his innings. He moves to 35, the total 133 for 3. It's the end of 28. South Africa are looking for these two, put on 65 already, to take them to a total somewhere around the 300.
Poor bowling there by Tucker, down the left side, and easy shot there for Rassie van der Dussen. Just needed to get something on it, just some part of the bat on it, and he did, and it went 3 for 4. KL Rahul will not be happy with the Indian bowling performance the last half a dozen overs or so. They're getting the situation and the game get away from them at the moment.
Bavuma is facing Bumrah. He tickles this into the leg side. The man at long leg, that is Bhuvi Kumar, comes in very quickly off the boundary to prevent any thought of two between these two. And as Tim was saying to you earlier, the running has been outstanding from the Central Gauteng Lions pair for South Africa. They know each other cricket well. We mentioned this during the test match when they put on a critical partnership for South Africa in winning the test match for them after the magnificent exploits of Paarl boy or Paarl Keegan Peterson, as this is through Van der Dussen. He tries to jab down on the ball of full length from Bumrah. It goes through to punt. 2 balls gone in Bumrah's 6th over. 28.2 overs gone. South Africa 134 for the loss of 3. Partnership 66. These two came together at the loss of Aidan Markram's wicket. We'll talk a bit more about Aidan Markram at the end of the over. We have some tweets through. Interesting analysis on that. Coming through from Chris TB. Appreciate those, Chris. Thank you. As Bumrah into Van der Dussen, just tucked into the leg side, and that will be Shreyas Iyer coming around from his position. Venkatesh Iyer coming around position at that mid wicket to pick up. They take another single, 135 for 3 after 28, and Van der Dussen moves to 36. His partner is on 52. That is South Africa's captain, Themba Bavuma. Standing tall once again is the South African captain facing Jasprit Bumrah. And Bumrah in, and that is a short delivery. Goes for the shot, does Themba Bavuma. He actually gets something on it, and umpire Palika signals 4 runs over the leaping pant as he desperately attempts to get that. And that's the top edge, it looked like, from Themba there, Tim, to get that boundary.
Definite risk there involved by Themba Bavuma. Could have easily gone further through to punt, but the thing is that he did that helped him. He threw his bat at it, went hard at the delivery, and punt's not all that tall, so went 3 for 4.
Bavuma facing again to Bumrah, and he's called through for the run by Van der Dussen, as that is played backward of point halfway down towards the man at third man, and Shreyas Iyer comes in and fields. They take a single, 140 for 3 after in the 29th over. 1 ball left. It will be Van der Dussen on strike again on 36. Bavuma has gone to 57 with that 4 and single in that over. 4.9 the South African run rate, edging ever closer to 5 runs and over with just over 21 overs to go. It's Bumrah towards us, India's premier fast bowler, and Van der Dussen comes forward, plays it beautifully out into the offside foolish ball, and the man at deep point does the fielding. They are through for a single, 141 for 3 after 29. It's 73 runs between these two. We've spoken a lot about the partnership, Tim. That's really what it's all about, isn't it?
It's cruise control for the moment. South Africa used to still together, still putting pressure on Indian batters and bowlers rather. Bowlers not really having an answer to this partnership. That will be an area of concern for India. There's a discussion now between KL Rahul and his bowler about fielding placings as we watch out from our vantage point. It is certainly an interesting debate. They're discussing about various field placings in this coming over.
And
but they've certainly not let it slide, have India at the moment.
No, it's evenly poised at the moment as we see a change of bowling from the Rubik Kelders end, the commentary box end, from where we are bringing you this broadcast on One World Sports Radio, 1WSR.com, also on cricket.co.za on the official CSA website. You can go there and catch the broadcast live on the official as the official digital broadcaster for South Africa, for Cricket South Africa, for this series, as Van der Dussen comes forward and plays that out to Ashwin, who is patrolling the cover boundary. There is a single to the South African number 5. It's 142 for 3 in the 30th over. and it will be close to that 5 runs and over, one feels, at the end of 30. David Miller, Andile Petroyo, Marco Janssen, Keshav Maharaj, Lungi Ngidi, Tabraiz Shamsi, the batters still in the hut for South Africa. The men out there, Temba Bavuma on 57 not out. He's going to be facing Chahal. They're just rearranging the field. They have a man at a wideish long leg man, deep backward square, mid wicket and mid off. Temba goes back and plays this one off middle stump to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. They take the single. It's 143 for 3 in the 30th over. South Africa just shy, of 5 runs and over. A platform being built here for a further assault on the Indian bowling in the last 15 to 20 overs. And into Dussen, just drifting into the pads, played very nicely down on the leg side. A man from the deep square leg boundary, also a man coming around from mid wicket who does the fielding. And there is a single 144 for 3 in the 30th, halfway through the 30th over. Just readjusting his headgear slightly. It's very hot out there, 32 degrees. It's going to get hotter as the week progresses. We're looking for 39 degrees on Friday. Bavuma back again to Chahal, and that is defended into the offside. Fielding done there by Aya. There is no run. Chahal away from us, past umpire Erasmus to Bavuma. Bavuma sweeps well, but he gets it fine, very, very fine. It's not going to reach the boundary, it looks like, or is it? Yes, it just trickles into the boundary directly behind a wicketkeeper punt. And another boundary to the South African captain takes the South African total to 148 for 3. There is 1 ball left in the 30th over. South Africa have recovered significantly from a position of 68 for 3, batting at 4 runs and over. Bavuma leading from the front, 62 not out. Partnership now 80. Good shot.
Yeah, I don't think he would have wanted it that fine, because it was a proper sweep shot. It wasn't a paddle, but he won't mind because it went 3 for 4.
Full outside the off stump, defended into the offside. There is no run. So the end of 30 overs, the score at the moment 148 for the loss of 3. After those 30 overs, Bavuma is on 62 and Dussen is on 39. It's still another 4 or 5 minutes to the drinks break, when there will be a change of commentary. Just a reminder, we are with you on One World Sports Radio, 1WSR.com, but most importantly, we are with you on the official Cricket South Africa website, cricket.co.za. Please join us on the website, listen to the commentary, and look forward to hearing your comments on Twitter at OneWorldSR. And there is going to be a change of bowling. Bumrah being replaced after a couple of overs. It's going to be now Bhuvi Kumar bowling from the stables end here at Eurolux Borland Park, and he will be bowling his 6th over so far, 0 for 18 off 5. So we have spin from this end, we have pace from the other end. Bumrah came in for just a couple of overs spell to try and get a breakthrough. It's Kumar now trying to exact the same, as he's played beautifully into the offside by Dussen. The man coming around, I think that's Kohli and Dhawan, out patrolling the boundary on the offside, comes around and fields that there is a single 149 for 3 in the 31st. Run rate just shy of 5 runs and over. Trying to identify the Indian fielders here for you, and Dhawan has been patrolling that boundary for quite some time. There are 4 men outside the circle, that man at 3rd man and at that backward point area. Short to Bavuma, wide outside the off stump, and it signals one over the batter's shoulder, one over the batter's shoulder for the over. That looked very much like a wide to me. Tim?
Yeah, it's touch and go.
Yeah.
The umpire deciding that to go with the bowler, give the bowler a chance, but it certainly could have gone either way. Did drop a lot once it passed to Bavuma, that maybe played a part in the decision.
Umpire Palika at the stables end, the standing umpire as Kumar bowls outside the off stump, defended into the offside, and Kohli does the fielding at extra cover. Captain for India for today, in the absence of their normal ODI captain Rohit Sharma, who is injured and in India, wishing him recovery, speedy recovery. Going back into the team is KL Rahul, the captain for India, and he has been directing his team today. It is Kumar towards us from the stables end into Bavuma. Bavuma plays it directly to the man at a deepish mid-off position. That is the captain, KL Rahul, and they fields, but there is time for a single. South Africa's 150, Tim.
Yeah, 150 of 108 deliveries with 13 fours and 1 6. It's good going by South Africa. It's the halfway mark. You're looking at 300 from this position, particularly with South Africa having 7 wickets in hand. It's just where they would like to be, this sort of situation.
Kumar into Dussen, short of a length outside the off stump, defended into the offside and fielded by the man at backward point. There is no run. That is it's like Shreyas Iyer, who is at backward point, and the Indians once again trying to find the wicket of Temba Bavuma, who is standing tall for South Africa at 63 not out. With him, his Lions partner Dussen on 40. It's Dussen this time who plays the ball out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and that is Dhawan. And they go through for the single. 152 for 3, as it is now drinks here at Eurolux Borland Park, and we're going to have a commentary change and we're going to have Tepo coming in to commentate. Whereas Tim's going to say goodbye, I'm going to be moving into the comments chair. Tepo's going to be coming into the ball-by-ball chair, and we'll be looking forward to having Tepo with us very shortly, with his enthusiasm for the game, as we are pleased to have the young man from Centurion here with us, who is a great student of the game, and great to have you here with me, Tepo, in the commentary box. Some tweets we have that have come through, and how do you think the game's gone so far? We'll read a couple of those now.
Oh, no, it's been a good game. It was a slow start at the beginning. Thanks for having me here. Good to be back. But a fantastic partnership here between Temba Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen at the moment. Partnership has been amassed to 83 at the moment, so they've been doing quite well. Temba Bavuma seems to be a 50 scoring machine. Every single innings I feel I see him in, he's scoring another 50. Rassie van der, he's sitting now on 63 of 87. Rassie van der Dussen, not too far away himself, a very good looking 41 of 39 balls, so he's scoring at a very decent rate, so it's very good to see.
Yeah, and comment from Armchair Cricket Podcast. I'm on my P's and C's there. Wonderful attacking innings from Rassie to provide a timely boost to the run rate. He's also forced KL Rahul to bring on his number one option. Indeed, he did. Jasper Bumrah coming back into the attack, as the Tepo here is bopping beside me. Is that the right word? Probably not anymore.
Bopping is the right word.
Good?
Bopping
Okay,
is cool
right.
now again,
Okay.
James. So
Excellent.
you are ahead of the curve by
Wow.
by saying a classic.
Jeez,
But
yeah.
hard not to bop to some classic Slim Shady.
Oh, there we go. So certainly I would not have known that was Slim Shady. So it's important that we have this partnership going here. Tepo, as it is a beautiful scene here at Eurolux Borland Park. Not sure if you have been to the ground before, Tsepo. I've been here a few times here in the Cape, but picturesque setting. It is a hot day, but there are a few better places in the world to be watching cricket. Most certainly for South Africa. This is one of the more Newlands, beautiful. This has its own beauty.
Oh, it's a little remote.
Yeah.
With Table Mountain there in the background, but then you have a lot of. There are a few, predominantly your trees. You're seeing mountains upon mountains in the foreground. But truly in the foreground, some quality cricket here. South Africa doing. Discussing earlier the fact that the middle for both teams have to be out there in the by not losing any partnerships. That is how you put team, and a partnership of 83 is exactly what the African team.
Oh yeah, doctor's orders should be continuing for South Africa, hopefully, as Chahal is in again, and Tsepo's going to take you through on ball by ball. Give me a little bit of a chance to rest a little bit as they get through the overs very quickly.
Yes, this delivery was just outside the off stump. Rassie van der Dussen drove it to the man at cover. Chahal will be continuing. This one flighted full and straight. It was a catch appeal. Looked like caught that on the bounce, Rassie van der Dussen, but just landing short of Chahal, the bowler.
Into his 8th over now, Tsepo. He's looked threatening when he's been on that leg stump line.
This one on that off-stump line, and Rassie van der Dussen just sweeps it, almost bisecting the fielder here, sweeping on the onside, but it looks like a good fielding effort from the man in the deep, diving to save the runs. There was Shika Dhawan doing the fielding, and yes, indeed, did save the boundary. They'll probably have a look at that. A high five from his fielding partner who converged there on the boundary.
Great fielding. It looks like, did it go over? Was there any part of his body touching as he was holding on to the ball? The umpires will be deciding on that now. Quite difficult for us to see from the replay, Tsepo.
Yeah, just bobbled out of his hands as he was doing a little bit of fielding, and keeps himself away from the boundary as the ball looked like it might have even touched the boundary as he was doing the fielding. They're still rocking and rolling it now. Left hand out. It slips under him. The stopping there. Still no contact on the boundary. It looked like it goes towards the boundary, and he might have even bumped it into the boundary. But there's no conclusive evidence of that just yet.
Sounds a bit like the Okie Koki there. Pulling your left arm in, right arm out. Did it hit the boundary well? Who knows?
Oh, goodness gracious. That's quite a throwback. Thanks for that. The hokey pokey.
And so, 151 for 3. South Africa still looking at that. I mean, they must surely now allow the fielder to just get the benefit of the doubt on this one.
And I mean, the effort was valiant from Shika Dhawan, but with all the technology these days, everything counts. And there's DRS, when there's a third umpire, you need to make sure. And I like that, so just making sure. But doesn't look like there's any conclusive evidence to go against the fielder, James. So I must agree with you. Sometimes let's just get on with the game. These guys are standing in the sun, man. It's hot. Another angle.
Very hot. Yeah.
This is the important angle here. We're checking if there's any contact. Looks like his left foot may have touched the boundary as he tried to save it when it went under his arm. But
Temba looks like he thinks that's the case. He's going down the wicket. Maybe have a chat to Rassie van der Dussen, who knows what's happening. Umpire Maria Rasmus waiting for that, and that is given as only runs and not the boundary. So probably 153, just the 2 runs going to South Africa to Rassie van der Dussen.
A good shot nonetheless. A beautiful sweep. He's sweeping so nicely.
He is, isn't he?
This one, a flighted delivery, full and straight, driven straight to the bowler. A little bit of a fumble, but no run there. Still 153 for 3.
Really enjoying when Charles tossing that one up onto that line of middle and leg.
Once again, this one outside the off stump. Rassie van der Dussen on one knee, playing across the line as Shika Dhawan. A lot easier to field this delivery. Just gets the single, does Rassie van der Dussen, 154 for 3.
You love to see that fielding, though, backing up the bowler and making sure you're keeping that run rate as low as possible, just under 5 at the moment for South Africa. They really improved it, these two, though.
Now, good to see Dhawan in the field. There were conversations of potentially him being dropped for the up-and-coming Gaikwad, coming over the wickets. Flighted into the pads of Themba Bavuma. He clips it to the leg side. The man sweeping on the boundary does the fielding there. The debutant Aya doing the fielding, just saved a boundary, just the single off that ball. 155 for 3. Bavuma on 64. Van der Dussen on 44. And the partnership on 87.
And some tweets through here, Tsepo, we have from Paul Motolwane. Hi, I'm Paul, colleague up in Johannesburg, saying, Kokeli providing leadership today with another fine half-century. Bat on Themba is the word from Paul. And we have quite a few other tweets coming through. Chris TB giving us some analysis on Aiden Markram, saying has the lowest average for a South African top 6 batsman in ODIs with a minimum of 30 innings. So more trouble for Aiden Markram.
This one well outside the off stump. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. It's been given as a wide by Paarl. Another run for the South Africans, 156 for 3. And just talking about Aiden Markram, it's becoming more and more difficult for him for people to justify his selection in the side with stats like this. I was just chatting to one of the commentators, Nate. We'll hear him after the innings break about how he may have been unlucky, but it's all through lapses of concentration. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, good length outside the off stump, punched off the back foot to the man at mid-off. Themba Bavuma gets himself a single, 157 for 3. He's on 65 now.
As these two, their partnership just one shy of 90. Therefore, what an innings-defining partnership for South Africa. It's hopefully going to take them to well over 250 on the field.
They did very well, especially with the slow run rate at the beginning during the power play. Looked like runs were difficult to come by. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar with a jaffa of a delivery. Good length, just outside off stump. Rassie van der Dussen had to play at that, had to come on the front foot, and it just beat the outside edge of the bat. What a delivery from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar.
Almost out of absolutely nowhere that one came from. And Bumrah also delivering 1 or 2 in his second spell that had Themba Bavuma reaching for them outside the off stump. Bhuvi Kumar doing once again the same to Rassie van der Dussen, who's standing strong on 44.
Coming in again, this one back of a length. Rassie van der Dussen leaning forward on the back foot. Just gets his bat in the way and guides it to the man here at third man. Chahal doing the fielding, getting a single. Rassie van der Dussen, he's on 45. The score 158 for 3.
Yeah, 158 to 90 now. The partnership. It's a hot day here in Paarl.
It's baking,
and it's going to get hotter. So certainly, a day for a lot of water. Keep hydrated. So for both commentators and the players on the field.
Back of a length delivery. Themba Bavuma just leans back and carves this through the offside. He runs hard for the first run and gets the second one comfortably. A classy shot for 2. 160 for 3. Bavuma on 67.
Great running again by the South African pair. They've really made this a feature of their innings. It will be interesting to see. That's how many 2s they have run. They've converted a lot of singles into 2s, 2s into 3s in a few instances. South Africa will want more of that.
And just thinking, sorry to bring this back to Aiden Markram as Bhuvaneshwar Kumar comes in here. Themba Bavuma just whips this off the pads, a back of a length delivery into the body. He plays it down to the man at fine leg and gets 2 runs. 162 for 3. Just thinking about Aiden Markram's dismissal, it was a run out that he played straight to the man at mid-on, I believe. Mid-off or mid-on, in that region. And he just got run out at the non-striker's end. So it looks like he's not quite finding exactly how to get those 1s and 2s, especially on a wicket like this where you're not getting boundaries. And we know that Aiden Markram is the boundary mercenary. He looks good for his runs and he gets them very quickly. But on a pitch like this, you need to find ways to dibble and dabble and get those slow runs. Get the singles like this one. Themba Bavuma on the back foot. Plays this through the offside with a lovely little back foot drive. Back of a length delivery from Kumar. But giving Temba Bavuma just the 1 run to end the over. 163 for 3. Bavuma on 70, Van der Dussen on 45, and the partnership now 95.
So good news, though, for Aiden Markram and for the South African David Miller. They have just been announced as being part of the ICC T20I Team of the Year.
Ooh.
So David Miller and Aiden Markram making that team of the year. So very good news for Aiden Markram. Did so well in the T20 World Cup earlier on in 2021, a few months ago. Was retained in the squad there, almost by chance it was, but certainly was a star for South Africa. And this would be, you've got the numbers there from Tim.
Chahal coming into the attack here, just beating the outside, the off stump of Temba Bavuma. A little stumping opportunity for punt, or a stumping attempt from punt. But Temba Bavuma still stays there on 70. Good delivery from Chahal. Yes, you were saying?
So would it be Russie's debut 50 if he gets it here in Paarl?
Flight to delivery in line with leg stump, a very full delivery. Just clipped off the pads by Temba Bavuma. He gets a single. 164 for 3.
So first game in Paarl, I believe, for Rassie van der Dussen. And he could get to a half century. He's on 45. Partnership is on 96. So important this has been for South Africa.
And just thinking of Temba Bavuma's performances as Chahal comes in, flight to delivery in line with leg stump, carved through the onside. There's a man running here to save the boundary. Fantastic fielding here from the debutant. The crowd that's in today giving him a round of applause. He saved 1 run, a very, very valuable run, and a very valiant effort there. 167 for 3. Put my 1,000. Rassie van der Dussen on 48.
And we're going to have to try and ask Paarl to give us the definition of why it was called Put My 1,000.
Oh, I know why it's called Put My
Okay.
1,000. He scored 1,000 runs in the domestic series, the only player to do so. Flight to delivery outside the off stump. Temba Bavuma carves it through the offside, and the man sweeping on the boundary will do the building and the fielding, and that single brings up the 100-run partnership between Van der Dussen and Bavuma. 48 contributed by Van der Dussen and 49 by Bavuma, and 3 extras. A very valuable partnership here for South Africa.
Only 99 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. That 1 6 off the free hit given to Rassie van der Dussen by Charlotte Tucker.
Struck that sweetly. This one, a back of a length delivery that Rassie van der Dussen plays to the offside. The man sweeping there will pick it up. South Africa will get a single. 169 for 3, 49 for Rassie van der Dussen, and 72 for the man on strike, the captain of the South African team, Temba Bavuma.
And these two are crucial for South Africa getting a really big competitive total.
Flight to delivery on leg stump that Temba Bavuma digs out and drives to the man, Kel Raul at mid-on. They thought about the single, decided against it, and that ends the over. 169 for 3 after 34 overs. The partnership 101, Van der Dussen on 49, and Temba Bavuma still on 72.
So, story of the day's play so far. If you are just joining us, we are broadcasting myself, James King, and Tsepo Taela, broadcasting here on 1WSR.com, also on cricket.co.za. Please tweet us at OneWorldSR. Story of the day's play so far: South Africa winning the toss, and unsurprisingly, Captain Bavuma deciding to bat first. First man to go, Yaneman Malan, who was out for 6, score on 19. Then Quinton de Kock, straight after the drinks break, in fact, the first ball after the drinks break, playing all around a straight one from R. Ashwin to be out for 27, 58 for 2. And then 10 runs later, Aiden Markram playing the ball straight to mid-off, going through for the single, not making his ground, and being run out. It was for 4. I was making 4. I'll just make sure, just to check that for you. And so it was indeed run out for 4 by Venkatesh Iyer, as it's Kumar again.
This one, good length delivery in line with off stump. Rassie van der Dussen plays this square. The man at point will overthrow this, and the people backing up, unfortunately, weren't able to save 4 overthrows. So more free runs, and that brings up Rassie van der Dussen's half century here at Boland.
Oh, well done, Rassie van der Dussen. That may be 6 that's been scored there for South Africa. 6? Because they ran 2.
Wow.
So we just trying to see what the scoreboard gives us. Scorers there will pick that up also for you and let you know that 50 from Rassie van der Dussen, 54 of 49 deliveries. I think they gave him a 5. He's got 4 4s and 1 6, and that is off only 49 balls.
Goodness gracious.
Impetus provided by Rassie.
Bavuma Kumar in again, a good length delivery. It's straight. Bavuma just blocks this out for no runs. Still 174 for 3 after a fielding mishap here from the Indian team.
That was actually inexcusable from India, considering the fielding that's happened by, think of Shikhar Dhawan throwing himself across the field to try and prevent an extra run, and then they make an elementary error in letting that go through for an overthrow boundary. India will not be happy.
Kumar coming in again. This one outside off stump. Bavuma playing across the line with a powerful shot, but it hits the man at mid-wicket, who is moving gingerly after being hit there. It's the debutante's eye again, slapped on the knee. Oof.
Oh,
that looked rough.
Yes, South Africa are progressing well in setting a target here for India. 174 for 3 in the 35th.
And again, this one, back of a length, outside off stump, and he just hooks it, heaves it over the inner circle to the cow corner boundary. 4 runs for the South African captain. He's looking really good. It's a very good shot there.
Yeah, it was. Short and wide and punished. 1 bounce, 4 bounces over, and then it goes over the advertising hoardings, which is saying, resplendent, saying, be part of it, be part of the legacy. Temba Bavuma, he is making himself part of the legacy of South African cricket. What a player.
Just hearing the sound of that shot, man. You could hear it was from the middle of the bat. This man is finding the middle of the bat. He's putting pressure on the fielding team here, as we've been saying, James. It's a hot day. It's basically an oven here at Boland Park. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, you see the pressure here. A wide delivery, very wide outside the off stump. You can see he's a little bit flustered, trying to gain a little bit more control here with that death bowling down the offside here. So you can feel the pressure being put on the Indian team with some quality batting.
Yeah, overcompensating there, Bhuvi Kumar, as he goes down the offside, trying to get it away from the flashing blade of Temba Bavuma.
Kumar in again, outside off stump,
again.
A little bit over pitch, driven through the offside, and the man sweeping there will have to do the fielding. It was thrown to the man. It was thrown to the man at cover, who then shied at the stumps. Virat Kohli looking to manufacture a wicket here.
And his captain, KL Rahul, will be wanting to ensure that the contribution from every player on this field is maximized for India to get them over the line to win this match.
Back of a length delivery, just played off the back foot to the man at cover. A cross-bat shot for Temba Bavuma, no run. As South Africa, after the 35th over, 181 for 3. Temba Bavuma on 78. Rassie van der Dussen bringing up his first half century here at Boland Park. 54 of 49 balls.
What a critical partnership between these two. 113 at more than a run a ball. South Africa over the 5 runs and over the total now, and looking with 15 overs to go, as if they are set to get a total perhaps in the region of 270, 280. 15 overs, they want to get 100, Paarl.
They definitely do want to add 100 to that total. Normally you could add 100 after the 40th over. A slow scoring pitch, a low scoring pitch as well. A very slow pitch as this one from Chahal going to Rassie van der Dussen. Outside off stump and just left as Rishabh Pant picks that up.
His last over, this Yuzvendra Chahal, they will be happy that they so far have seen him off without incident to terrorize South Africa at the World Cup.
There's a little bit of turn away from Rassie van der Dussen. This one, back of a length delivery, well outside off stump and turning even further away from the right-hander. He just cross-bats this to the man sweeping on the offside. Ravi Ashwin is sweeping there.
Tabraiz Shamji's eyebrows lifting when he saw that one turn. Yeah.
Good decision to bat first. Once again, pitching outside off stump. Themba Bavuma playing the same shots, but the man at cover, Virat Kohli, does the fielding and looks like his fingers a little bit sore. May have just landed a little bit awkwardly.
Cannot keep that man Kohli out of the game. The end of the previous over, just geeing up the team with some excellent fielding and
flighted outside off stump and played straight to Virat Kohli, who shies at the stumps. I don't know why people keep shying at Themba Bavuma, bro. He keeps ducking and he's saying, "What's going on, bro? Why are you throwing at me? I was well in." Virat Kohli exchanging some words here. Oh, it's getting a little spicy. Oh no, Murray Rasmus just quells that. He says, "Not in my house. It happened at the Wanderers and not again. We're done now." Chahal coming in again. It's back of a length, outside off stump, and once again a very good shy at the stumps from the man at backward point.
He's just finding the fielders at the moment. Themba Bavuma must not get frustrated. It's the last ball of Chahal's spell, and it's not been a successful one for the Indian leggy.
Last delivery, full straight and blocked out by Themba Bavuma. Hands on head here from Chahal, who unfortunately wasn't able to get a breakthrough in his 10 overs. He went for 53 runs without taking a wicket, not giving away any extras and not having any maidens.
But for South Africa, the most important thing, there are no numbers in that wickets column for Yuzvendra Chahal. In the last ODI played between these two teams, Chahal taking 4 for 51 in Southampton when India beat South Africa in the World Cup. So it's been a long time since they played each other. And he was on that day destroyer in chief as South Africa succumbed to a combination of Chahal and Rohit Sharma. Sharma here, the ODI captain, not here at the moment in South Africa. KL Rahul is deputizing for him. Tons of experience on the field for India, and we see some of that experience in now.
Yes, it's Jasprit Bumrah who pitches this ball outside the off stump, a back of length delivery. Rassie van der Dussen leaning back, just playing this straight to the man at point. They shot the stump, no run there. It's still 182 for 3 after that previous over. Van der Dussen on 55 and Bavuma on 78.
114 between these two. Maybe Jasprit Bumrah in for another 2-over spell here, you think, Paarl?
Yeah, needing to get a breakthrough, the Indians here. Haven't really hit their straps too much. This one, a back of a length delivery. Ram shot from Rassie van der Dussen. And the man at third man, Chahal, tried to get there but wasn't going to get there in time. 1 bounce for Rassie van der Dussen, who's now on 59.
Great shot there by Rassie. Just seeing the ball short and wide and taking full toll of it. No danger as he ramped that one well to the right of the man at this third man position right in front of us here at Eurolux Borland Park.
A very well placed shot there because there was a man in that region, but he did well to just go wide of him. A good length delivery now outside the off stump. Rassie van der Dussen driving this in front of square. The man sweeping will pick it up. 187 now, South Africa. Rassie van der Dussen on 60 off 54. Themba Bavuma 78 off 105, and the partnership 119 off 170.
Yeah, these two for South Africa, they know their games very well. They've batted many times together for their provincial team, Central Gauteng Lions.
Bumrah coming in again. A good length delivery. It would look like it was going for the stumps. A quick single here from Themba Bavuma.
Goodness.
And he dove and made it through as there wasn't a direct hit here from Aya fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, that was could have been really tight had that hit, but I think Temba Bavuma would have been home. He is one of the quickest people between wickets, batters between wickets, certainly in the South African team and possibly in world cricket.
Now, he does like to drop and go very quickly. He would have been safe, but Jasprit Bumrah coming in again. A good length delivery, leaning forward. Rassie van der Dussen just opens the face of the bat and guides us to the man at third man for a single. 189 for 3 after 36 overs, 36.5.
So if South Africa to bat at even 10, if they're going to bat at 10 and over from here, that total will be well into the 300s. Don't expect them to bat perhaps at that.
10 and
but
over,
you never
James.
know. David Miller, the destructive David Miller to come.
Good length delivery. Temba Bavuma does the same as Rassie van der Dussen, opening the face of the bat. Sends it to the man at third man for a single. 190 for 3 after the 37th over has concluded. Rassie van der Dussen on 61. Temba Bavuma will retain the strike on 80. And as we said earlier, it's been a very slow day, a slow pitch. So I wouldn't really expect the run rate to be zooming. But, anything could happen here. Enough pressure put on the Indian team, enough wickets in hand, and you could see the ball travel to the boundary.
You think that 8 and over here with 7 wickets in hand would be doable on this track? It's hot out there. There is 2 set batters at the crease. You have some big hitters to come for South Africa. So 8 and over from here is going to take South Africa to close to that 290 level. And that should be anywhere close to about 300. You feel is going to be a big ask for India. Wicket is a bit slow. It's going to take more spin as the day progresses. It looks like a bit like the N1, which goes past you at the moment, bit of a road. But it is a good wicket. Let's say a bit on the slow side, perhaps. South Africa, though, are going to set India at this stage what looks like a really good total to chase.
And it's all thanks to this wonderful partnership between Rassie van der Dussen and Temba Bavuma. 122 that's come to Ravi Ashwin will be bowling now to Temba Bavuma. This one back of a length in line with leg stump and just played down the ground to long on for a single. 191 for 3.
This partnership 123 off 121 balls. They came together, scoring 68 for 3. South African in really all kinds of trouble. Markram back in the hut. The Kock back in the hut. Yanaman Malan, the local man here, back in the hut.
Ashwin pitches this one a little bit full outside off stump. Rassie van der Dussen drives this through the gap on the offside. The man sweeping Chahal on the offside will save 2 runs.
So for Ashwin, we have a man at shortish third man, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, man deep on the long on boundary, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a man short at 45 on the leg side.
Full delivery that was going down the leg side that Rassie van der Dussen just tickles to the man fielding at a very short third man for a single. 194 for 3.
Well, it really has been outstanding to watch these two.
This delivery went down the leg side, has been given as a wide. Temba Bavuma tried a very interesting type of paddle shot where he got over the ball. Not quite a sweep because, he came from his right shoulder to go over his left.
I think he was trying to play it one straight behind Rishabh Pant to beat that man who's at that shortish fine leg position.
This one a little bit fuller on the leg stump. And Temba Bavuma just plays this down to the man at long on. Gets a single. 196 for 3.
South Africa's 200 is beckoning in the 38th over.
This one darted in by Ashwin outside the off stump. Rassie van der Dussen drives this through the offside. The man fielding on the boundary will do the fielding on the boundary, and just a single there for Rassie van der Dussen. 197 for 3.
Yeah, Chahal's looked good patrolling that boundary. He spent a lot of time out in the deep today.
He's been working, eh?
Yes.
A flight to delivery now from Ashwin on the leg stump. Tim Bavuma just tickles it around the corner. Actually didn't get given as runs. It was off the pads. Leg by is given. And that ends the over. 198 for 3 after 38 overs. Tim Bavuma on 82 and Rassie van der Dussen on 65.
Partnership 130.
Shoo.
And exactly half of those runs to Rassie van der Dussen. A testament to actually how well Temba Bavuma has caught him up. I mean, Rassie was batting at more than a run a ball, and Temba quite some way behind him. But Temba Bavuma, 82 not out. What an innings by the South African captain. And his numbers in one-day international cricket have been nothing short of inspirational for South Africa since he came into the team. So some information which we'll share with you shortly from our stats man behind us, Tim, working on the stats for us.
Jasprit Bumrah coming into Temba Bavuma. This one, back of a length delivery into the pads, and Bavuma just plays it around the corner, gets himself 2 runs as this is fielded on the leg side behind square. That should bring up the 200 for South Africa. Yes, there it is. Whoop, there it is. 200 runs off 237 balls, 174 minutes, 15 fours and 1 massive 6.
Temba Bavuma is facing still.
Oh, this delivery, fantastic delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. Good length outside off stump. Temba Bavuma tries to punch this, but gets an inside edge and drags it onto his pads. No run there, still 200 for 3.
The highest 4th wicket partnership at Boland Park for South Africa. Previous, in fact, could be overall, but definitely for South Africa. Previous was between A.B. de Villiers and John Paul Duminy, 117 versus Bangladesh in 2017. So it has been a really outstanding between these two, as it is Bumrah who bowls once again. This played out to the covers where Iyer does the fielding. There's no run.
Yes, and that's the highest 4th wicket partnership for anyone at Boland Park. And hey, this is mammoth, 132.
Okay.
These guys are not playing games.
Temba Bavuma on the cusp of his second one-day 100.
You better touch wood, James.
Put the mockers on him.
You better touch wood right now.
I better. Okay, I'm doing it right now. Yeah.
Jasprit Bumrah coming in to Temba Bavuma. Good length delivery. Going towards the pads. Just played off there to the man at mid-wicket. No run there, still 200 for 3. He's on 84. The South African captain of 114.
Yeah, 12 or 11 overs and a couple of balls to come in the South African innings, and looking at 200 for 3. So projections looking somewhere in the region of 300 would be what they would be wanting. Destructive batters still to come for South Africa. So what will they get to? All will be revealed within the next hour or so, as we have still, in fact, only 35 minutes until the break.
We're into the Bavuma Yorker length delivery on the pads, played off the pads, and looks like there's going to be overthrows as the man at mid-wicket shies at the stumps. Great batting here, great running to put the fielding team under pressure to extract those overthrows. He gets 2 runs where there should have only been 1, 202 for 3. And just a quick comment on Temba Bavuma's batting. What is impressive to me and what I really enjoy about it might not be his individual milestones, but it's the partnerships that he's in. When he's at the crease, South Africa get runs especially. So that's what he's been doing very well at. And he's a really good captain. Back of length delivery, played off the back foot to the man here at third man. Temba Bavuma gets a single. 87 now for him, 203 for South Africa after the 39th over.
And scoreboard just catching up with Tim here at the back, telling us this is now the highest 4th wicket in ODIs at Boland Park, which we did in fact indicate a couple of deliveries ago. Please continue to listen to us on 1WSR.com, but more importantly on cricket.co.za. the official digital broadcaster, 1WSR.com for Cricket South Africa for the India-South Africa series. It is an absolute privilege for myself, James King, and Tepo Tiela, and the team here with us, Nathan Gogela, Nasri Alexander, and Tim Dale Lace, to be bringing you this match here today from Borland Park.
Ashwin to Timba Bavuma, flight to deliver, a darted in delivery to the pads. Timba Bavuma just clips it, and it goes to the man fielding on the boundary on the leg side. He gets another single. He's on 88 now. South Africa 204 for 3. Rassie van der Dussen's on strike of 65. And just a quick comment. That's nice to say that's the official broadcaster of Cricket South Africa. Yeah.
So thank you, Tepo. Yes, it certainly is a privilege to be commentating here from this picturesque ground. The was?
This delivery pitched full outside the leg stump, and Rassie van der Dussen, a cheeky little reverse sweep to the man fielding square of the wickets on the offside. Like to see those. This one, a good length, just ahead of a good length. A little bit full, played off the pads by Themba Bavuma for another single. 206 for 3 after those two singles. 89 for Bavuma, 66 for van der Dussen.
So these two batters, so we'll talk a bit about their averages in one-day international cricket after this ball.
And this ball is
over
pitch delivery outside off stump. Lean back and cut this in front of square. Did Rassie van der Dussen to take his score to 70 and South Africa to 210 for 3.
Wow. Yeah. So, yeah, continuing to increase the run rate here. 5.3 runs to the over. South Africa looking for 300, I would think.
Looking rough out there. Ashwin, full length delivery, just clipped to the leg side by Rassie van der Dussen. Keeps it down though, as Kel Raul does the fielding at mid wicket. Ashwin in again. Next delivery, darted into that middle stump and kept out by Rassie van der Dussen. A very solid block to end the over. 210 for 3. Van der Dussen on 70, Bavuma on 89, and the partnership on 142. Sharp.
40 overs gone. That is the end of power play number 2. So India now allowed in the last 10 overs of the innings to have 5 players or fielders outside of the 30-yard ring. And South Africa 210. I think they must be looking at 10 and over from here, Tepo. David Miller to come, and Dile Petrayo to come. They've got the big hitters still to come. These two are set. Play it as they have been playing it, perhaps for the next 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah.
Reassess at the end of every over, see where they are. Look at the bowling attack. Ashwin still has 2. Bumrah still has 2. Chahal's been bowled out so far. They only have Taka and Bhuvi Kumar as the other bowlers. So there are going to be opportunities for South Africa to score. And South Africa will be looking to get a total close to 320 potentially on this wicket. Their highest score ever here, 353. And it's a good batting wicket. Today's a hot day. They're going to take. They're going to really struggle perhaps this afternoon in the heat. But it is going to be interesting to see what they manage to set India as the target. These two stay here in batting. One can only see South Africa getting potentially to that 310.
Must agree, James. As Shuttle Thakur comes into the attack, Themba Bavuma whips this off the pads. It was a full-length delivery. The man at mid-wicket dove, but couldn't stop the ball from being fielded on the boundary. Themba Bavuma gets 2 more runs. He's now on 91.
Wow.
112 for 3. 212. 212 for 3.
Great to see there from an Indian perspective. And Virat Kohli rushing to the wicket at the bowler's end to take that ball as it was hurled in. You cannot keep him out of the game.
Shuttle Thakur coming in again. It's full. It's on the pads. Themba Bavuma just clips it. The man fielding on the boundary will save the second run as they ran that very quickly. 213 now. Timba Bavuma on 92.
Ashwin, it is on the boundary, and India have already stationed their 5 fielders out on the boundary. Unsurprisingly, South Africa eye 300 plus in this innings. Not easy to chase 300 here at Boland Park. We'll get some of those numbers for you over the next couple of minutes and see what the highest run chase has been here.
Lord Tucker coming in again. This one, back of a length delivery. It stayed very low. Rassie van der Dussen playing this on the front foot still at hip height. Drive, but finds the outside edge. And Chahal on the third man boundary comes in. And South Africa get a single. 71 for van der Dussen. 214 for South Africa for 3.
These two fall short of a 150-run partnership. We're in the 41st over. South Africa 214. 5.3 runs and over. Well,
Tucker coming in again. This one very short. An attempted bouncer, but it just turned out to be a wide. And going over Timba Bavuma, it looked even shorter than it was. 215 for 3.
Yeah, Tucker been guilty earlier on today. 2 no balls, one which cost his team not only the no ball, but 6 additional runs off the free hit. And he has also bowled, in fact, that's only his first wide ball. Those 2 no balls could prove costly. South Africa will definitely want to make sure they don't bowl any.
This one outside off stump, it was relatively wide. Timba Bavuma tried to slice at it, got a bottom edge, went straight into the turf and went very high. No run there, still a dot ball. 215 for 3.
So umpires Maria Rasmus and Alhuddin Palaka, resplendent in their red ICC umpires uniforms. They really do stand out against the other team kits, the green of South Africa, the deep blue of India. And it must be really hot out there for all of these men in the field.
Yeah, Chesa. It's hot out there. Shuttle Tucker with the delivery that is full outside off stump. Timba Bavuma carves this, and the man fielding at backward point just put a little bit of doubt in the batters' minds. They could have taken a single there, but decided against it. Very good fielding here.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer there at backward point, putting in the dive and saving what looks like it could well have gone down to the wideish third man boundary for 4. Timba Bavuma 8 away from his second one-day international 100.
Shuttle Tucker coming in again. A good length delivery, but it's followed straight and it's played down the ground by Timba Bavuma. He takes a single as the man at long on does the fielding. And South Africa now on 216 for 3 at the end of the over.
And he nicks the strike. That's the South African captain. 7 away from that 100. And looking at the highest successful run chase here at Boland Park. Thanks, Tim, 250 for the loss of 2 wickets, which South Africa achieved against Sri Lanka in 2001. So South Africa at the moment 216 for 3 with 9 overs left. If they go at that 10 runs and over, they'll get 300. They will, one would think, anyway, set India a total, which means they would have to break the record.
James, 10 runs and over. We're going at 5.3, my man. It's difficult to score runs here.
So let's mark this down. 216 after 41. Okay, I'm making a note of it there for you. All right, so we can see what they scored in the last 9 overs.
Ravichandran Ashwin coming in here to Timba Bavuma. Good length delivery just outside the off stump. He just guides it to the man at a short third man. He gets another run to his total, to his scores, 94 now. South Africa 217 for 3.
1 short of another milestone, 149, the partnership. Van der Dussen is going to face Ashwin in his second last over.
Just have to touch some wood there.
Yeah.
Ashwin coming in a reverse sweep from Rassie van der Dussen, and it beats the man here at short third man. They're going for 2 runs, and they should make it comfortably.
Yeah, they do.
And that brings up the 150 partnership. South Africa on 219 for 3.
Yeah, 151 runs off 148 balls, 11 fours, 1 6, 73 to Dussen, 71 to Bavuma, and 7 extras. And we have once again Tsepo Taela bopping to the music as South Africa move inexorably on towards a total well into the upper 200s.
That's a stadium classic. Hey, baby.
Indeed.
Classic. This one, short outside off stump. A very good looking shot from Rassie van der Dussen. Carves it, but straight to the man at cover. So no run there. Still 219 for 3. He's still on 73.
As a truck goes past on the N1, and South Africa are tracking towards a score close to 300.
James. This one, back of a length delivery, outside off stump and played straight to the man at deep point. 220 for 3. James, you should actually be punished for that. My word. Yeah. Ashwin coming in again. This one a little bit fuller, straighter. And this played beyond the man at cover. He looked like he was looking to save that single, but Themba Bavuma did well to just play wide of him. He's now on 95. The score, 221.
Still those 3 wickets down in the 42nd over. 1 ball left in this. Ashwin's 9.
This one, back of a length delivery, played off the back foot by Rassie van der Dussen. The man on the long on boundary will do the fielding as South Africa now on a double Nelson for 3.
South African fans throughout the world lifting their feet. 2-2-2 for loss of 3. As these two have moved to a partnership to 154. Record partnership at Boland Park for the 4th wicket. Possibly the highest partnership, I would think, definitely the highest partnership between these two in one-day international cricket. And they have put together a lot of partnerships for the Lions. I remember watching them winning a match for the Lions a couple of seasons ago, just putting together something after they'd also had a top order collapse. So really know each other's games very well. Who have we got from the stables in now? Change of bowling.
No, still Shuttle Tucker, still doing his thing.
Tucker.
You need to scope that mustache, man. That is a killer mustache. You could see it from a mile away. No, it's very well trimmed now.
Good. Tsepo Taylor, also our style consultant here at 1WSR.com, and certainly date night drip is one of his specialities.
This delivery outside the off stump, Rassie van der Dussen getting to the pitch of the ball, just driving this straight to the man at mid wicket. It's still a double Nelson for 3. He's on 75. Let's call me Joseph, eh?
Joseph. Okay.
Because I'm Stalin, baby. No, I don't want to be Joseph Stalin. Sorry. No, take that back.
No, we don't. We won't be discussing any of that on 1WSR.com. You're with us on the on 1WSR.com, also on cricket.co.za, on the website, official website of Cricket South Africa, bringing you ball-by-ball commentary of every single ball, all the action here from live from Boland Park, Eurolux of Boland Park, in the beautiful Boland area, close to the town of Paarl, just on the outskirts of Paarl, which resides or nestles under the granite domes that are resplendent and above the town, from which the town gets its name. As we have a bit of a break now, as not surprisingly, the batters and some of the fielders now are taking on an extra drink. It is mightily hot out there, and it's going to get hotter over the next couple of days. Tepper, I don't know, Friday is going to be a cauldron out there.
I think they're going to take a few more comfort breaks on Friday, and we're just seeing the South African batters, Rassie van der Dussen, engaging the cause of the South African fans with their legs up at the moment.
Definitely.
As he just gets himself another bat. Still 222 for 3. He's on 75 of 68. Themba Bavuma, 95 of 125. Shuttle Tucker is into his 8th over. He's got 1 maiden, conceded 37 runs. Still no wickets, but 3 extras, 2 no balls and a wide. But we should be starting very soon now. The bibbed buddies are off the field.
They are indeed.
Shuttle Tucker coming into Rassie van der Dussen, looks engaged, bowled on the legs and played to the leg side as South Africa moved to 223 for 3. South African fans can put their legs down now. Rassie van der Dussen on 76, Bavuma 95.
95 and eyeing his second one-day international 100. Touching wood here is Sepo Taela, and it is no reason why he should not do that, wanting the South African captain to go to that 100.
This delivery, good length delivery outside the off stump. Temba Bavuma comes forward to it, opens the face of the bat, guides it to the man at third man for a single. 96 now for the South African captain, 224 for 3 for his team.
And before this match, coming in to this match, Temba Bavuma, average of 49.9, only 10 completed innings in ODIs, 499 runs. Outstanding starts to his ODI career.
Whoa!
What a
Rassie
shot.
van der Dussen,
Oh,
an
that is a
overpitched
beauty.
delivery. A little bit too close to the legs, and Rassie van der Dussen just sends it to the square leg boundary for 6, baby. Show!
His second 6 of his innings, and that takes South Africa, this partnership, 162. South Africa 230. Yeah, it is 8 runs so far off this over with 2 balls to go. Acceleration is coming, it looks like. Tipple.
Coming. Hey, Rassie van der Dussen is not playing games. All of a sudden, that 10 and over, James. Hey, shoo. Shuttle Tucker coming in again. A good length delivery outside the off stump. Played backward of square, straight to the man at backward point. No runs there, but hey, that came off the middle of the bat. That was traveling.
That did. That was traveling. And I was about to say, you hit that nail right on the head. That just sounded so sweet when that one came off the bat. The previous one, equally sweet as it flew over the boundary into the advertising hoardings. And that certainly has caused a few pixels there to get damaged on these boards.
Rassie van der Dussen again. It's short, it's wide, it's dispatched to the offside with a beautiful cut from RVDD. Another boundary here for South Africa's number 5 batsman. 234 now, and Rassie van der Dussen on 86 of 72.
Rassie van der Dussen and Temba Bavuma doing the job for South Africa. 166 runs. Van der Dussen coming into this match with an average in ODIs of 65.56. 109 50s. Man's hit 22, but now 24 sixes in his career so far. And can he hit a cricket ball?
Yes,
My
he definitely can. At first, I thought you were asking a question. I was like, what do you mean, James? Where have you been, buddy? Are you not watching this?
Yeah, 234. 12 off that last over.
Sure.
12 off the over. That's 6 and 4 to finish it off. Weak link, it seems, in the Indian attack. Shardul Thakur in this particular match. He's gone for 49 of his 8.
Ashwin will be continuing his spell from the other end. This one, a flight to delivery on Temba Bavuma's pads. And all he does is plays this to the man at long on for a single. He now is on 97. South Africa 235. Happily just ticking along the scoreboard, just getting his singles here. Rassie van der Dussen is very much the aggressor at the moment. No pressure on Temba Bavuma at all. A fantastic partnership.
Yeah, just to make mention.
It is indeed. This one has set South Africa up for what should be a match-winning total. Played the captain of India, KL Rahul, fielding in the covers for that one. He must be looking at this and thinking, okay, this is not going to be easy.
Ashwin into Rassie van der Dussen. That's full. It's on the pads. It's played around the leg side. He gets himself a single, 236 for 3. Rassie van der Dussen on 87. Bavuma now on strike on 97.
Thinking nothing flashy too much here from Temba. That's
back of a length delivery, played off the back foot across the line because it was on the off stump, and played down to the man at long on for a single. He's now on 98, is the South African captain.
seeing that ball like a pumpkin, I would think. I mean, it's maybe a watermelon because there is summer.
Hey, maybe even a beach ball.
You never know.
Ashwin firing this one in outside off stump, but it was a little bit back of a length. It was good length delivery. And Rassie van der Dussen carves it to the man at backward point for a single 88 now for Rassie.
Last ball of Ashwin's allocation of 10 coming up. He's got 1 for 52.
Backward length delivery outside, full length delivery outside off stump, and Temba just carves this to the man fielding on the boundary there. He's now on 99. Rassie van der Dussen on 88. South Africa on 239 for 3. And the partnership 171.
Yeah, 99 and 88 at the end of R. Ashwin's spell. 10 overs, 53 runs, no maidens. He took the wicket of Quinton de Kock with a very good ball that went straight on. De Kock playing all around it to lose his off and middle stump. And that is the end of his spell in that over. Only the 5 runs, Seppo, for South Africa. And so far in the 3 overs, since we were 216 after 41, South Africa have scored 23 runs in those 3 overs, averaging about 8 and over. So the acceleration from that 8 and over potentially still coming through.
Pedal to the middle as Shadil Thakur continues his spell here. Temba Bavuma drives this off the back foot, a good length delivery going towards his legs, a nice on drive back foot punch to the man here at mid wicket. He's still on 99. South Africa 239 for 3.
Just that one more for his second ODI century, and how does he not deserve this? The South African captain. He has looked imperious here at Eurolux Borland Park today. South Africa setting them up, South African captain, for a huge total.
Shadil Thakur pitches this one outside off stump. Rassie van der Dussen very keen to help his captain get over the line. Was already halfway down the pitch when Temba Bavuma gave the no call. A little bit of pressure here. Shadil Thakur should seize the opportunity here. Sees it's a little bit nervy here, the nervy 90s. An opportunity for India, maybe to get a breakthrough that could really take the wind out of the South African sails.
2 balls, no runs so far for Bavuma on 99.
Good length delivery outside off stump.
Does it again.
Played straight to the man at backward point for no run. Everywhere we heard some celebrations already because they believed the shot was looking good, but it went straight to a fielder. People need to calm down, man. Just calm down. Hey, shoot.
Still 5 men in the ring, outside of the ring, trying to make sure they keep any shot that goes to the boundary down to 1. It was a 3-man ring offside field, trying to prevent the single.
Maximum concentration here. This one outside the off stump. And Temba Bavuma finally gets his century as the man sweeping on the offside does the fielding. He gets a century, does the South African captain, coming off 133 balls in 181 minutes. 7 fours, and they were some classy fours. They were without any sixes. A big hug from his batting partner, Rassie van der Dussen, his local kinsman. Beautiful. And as you said, James, he's a man that deserves these runs.
He does indeed deserve these runs. South Africa's captain, Temba Bavuma, take a bow. Young man, you are making your nation proud as you go to your second century in one-day international cricket. And as Van der Dussen takes strike, that means we're going to have a bit of a change in the field. And the show must go on. Rassie van der Dussen eyeing only his second one-day international 100. Can they both get to these milestones? 2 balls left in Thakur's 9th over. What is going to happen? 240 for 3 South Africa.
Full length delivery, a little bit of a half volley. He's driven straight to the man at cover, but Virat Kohli, a little bit of a misfield, and that runs to the boundary for 4, moving Rassie van der Dussen to 92 and South Africa to 244.
So you have to feel for Virat Kohli there, Tepo, because that ball seemed to touch the edge of the square and just bounce over his hands. could quite easily have got that in the teeth, which really wouldn't have been good. But didn't manage to get his hands behind it as it just bobbled up over the hands and threw him to the boundary. We've seen a couple do that off the edge of the square here today.
Dussen on strike again. Shuttle tackle with another full length delivery, a very good Yorker length delivery, but squeezed out by Rassie van der Dussen to the leg side for a single. He's now on 93. South Africa 245 after 45 overs. And Shuttle tackle still has 1 over left in his allotted overs. 9. Sorry, yes.
Oh, yeah. You've gone for 55, which is what you were going to say, wasn't it? In those 9 overs. And he's got 1 maiden as well, but he has been expensive for the rest of that spell. Those 2 no balls costing him, and he has been in the last couple of overs. This one was a lot more economical than the previous over of Van der Dussen. South Africa 5 overs to go. They must be targeting at least 10 and over for the rest, if maybe not 12. So I reckon over 300 Tsepo is on the cards. If South Africa don't lose a wicket.
I was about to say, especially if these 2 gentlemen stay in.
And we're going to get some more info here coming through, we think, from our stats man at the back here, Tim, who's doing some great work for us in the background. After the innings break, you're going to be listening to Nathan Kogela, who's going to be commentating with us for the first time. We're looking forward to Nathan joining us, and really it's been great to be bringing you this broadcast here from Eurolux Borland Park, as is a change of bowling whilst the batters get some more drinks and other refreshments and some work being done by Craig Govinder on the Temba Bavuma. It's going to be Bhuvi Kumar from this side, Tefo.
Yeah, it is going to be Bhuvi Kumar. As you said, there's a little bit of break in play, and we have a tweet here from Chris TB saying, Timba has now an ODI 100 against every team, starting with the letter I, so Ireland and India. He's the 4th South African to do so after Hashim Amla, Faf du Plessis, and Quinton de Kock. And what Tim was showing us here is that Temba Bavuma is 1 run away from having 600 runs in one-day internationals. As we know, came into the game with 499 runs, scored a single, 500 runs. Scored a boundary.
He did.
Got over 500 runs.
Yeah.
And now with the century, could get to another 100.
So this meaning that there are 2 South African batters in this lineup who are on track or very close to being amongst the fastest ever batters to get to 1,000 runs in ODI cricket. One of those, Yanaman Malan, we will be disappointed that he only got that 6 this morning, 6 runs this morning, as he was on 660 odd runs, 661 runs ahead of this match after 10 innings, and that is 11th innings, the shortest number of innings to get to 1,000 runs is 18. So Temba Bavuma now in only his 13th innings in ODI cricket, already heading close to 600 runs. The fastest South African to 1,000 runs in ODI cricket is that man Quinton de Kock,
yes,
who got that in 21 innings. So the South Africans in a race between them to see who can get to those number of runs quicker. Of course, the legendary Hashim Amla, who holds a number of those records in milestones. Another man like Temba Bavuma, who at first was deemed only to be a test player. And what an incredible player for South Africa, Hashim Amla, the mighty Hash.
Mighty Hash.
Indeed.
What a legend. What a legend. My goodness.
Temba Bavuma loves to play here in the Cape. A man who hails from these parts in Langa in the Cape, and who went to school in Johannesburg, now resides up there. So it's Kumar again.
This one full in line with off stump. Rassie van der Dussen whips this off his pads.
Nice running.
The men fielding on the boundary will throw that in as Rassie van der Dussen gets 2 more runs. He's now on 95.
Wow. Sure, South Africa. 247 for 3. 95 to Van der Dussen. Wouldn't you love to see this being 100?
Yo, of course, James. Of course. It's always good to see a century, and Obviously, as you say that, I need to make sure that wood is touched.
You do indeed.
Rassie van der Dussen is on strike, and he has looked very good for the runs that he's gotten so far. Has been really finding the middle of the bat with a lot of these deliveries. Hit the first 6 of the day, hit the only 6s of the day as this delivery, a Yorker length delivery from Kumar, just played out to the man at long on for a single, 248 for 3.
So 4 overs and 4 balls left in the South African innings. Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen, they've just been immense today, both of them. 180 runs between these two. After we lost Aiden Markram, South Africa lost Aiden Markram for that 4 at 68 for 3.
Kumar in again. It's a full toss just outside off stump, driven down the ground by Themba Bavuma on the onside. He gets himself a single to take the score to 249 for 3.
I think you almost hit that too well. Came down here very quickly to Shreyas in front of us. One more for the 250, Tsepo.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. One more for the 250. And just talking about these two batters, what they have, what their ability is occupying the crease. They don't give their wickets away very easily. And if they stay in long enough, they can really destroy. And there's the single here from a back of a length delivery from Bhuvneshwar Kumar that Rassie van der Dussen just gets on top of and plays to the leg side with a cross bat shot. 250 now up for South Africa, coming in 208 minutes, 283 balls, 18 4s and 2 6s.
South Africa with just more than 4 overs to bat. These two set at the crease. This partnership, 182 of 174 balls. Bhuvi Kumar has got 1 over and 2 balls left in his spell.
Oh, back of a length delivery, a top edge as Themba Bavuma tries to slice this and just goes way over the keeper and runs to the boundary for 4. 254 now as Themba Bavuma now is on 105 for 3. A little bit unlucky, Bhuvaneshwar will feel, because he did get the edge there. It wasn't a controlled shot, but runs are runs.
They are indeed, and that one's shortish and wide, and he would have liked to have got a boundary off that. Perhaps the place he got it, he wouldn't have been too happy about, but they all count.
Runs are runs. A full length delivery. Oh, what a Yorker, squeezed out by Themba Bavuma. He found himself on the turf momentarily, but got through for the single quite comfortably in the end to end the 46th over. 255 for 3.
And guess how many they scored of that over, Tsepo? 10 of that over.
Okay. Okay, James. Okay.
So on target here, South Africa to get close to that 300 mark with these two at the crease. Van der Dussen eyeing his 100 surely in this over. You would feel. I won't call him Shirley again, but he's eyeing that 100 definitely. 187, a partnership of 176 balls.
One thing's sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
One thing that's very clear here is that the respect that the South African batters have here for the Indian bowlers are not just gung-hoing, throwing their bats at every single delivery that they see. They're dispatching the bad balls, they're rotating the strike very nicely, they're putting pressure on the Indians, and they're putting pressure in this heat. It's a pressure cooker out there as Bumrah comes in, a full-length delivery off the pads of Themba Bavuma, just whipped to the man backward at deep square leg. He gets a single. He's now on 107, 256 for 3.
Ashwin doing the fielding out there brings Rassie van der Dussen on strike. Bumrah's got 2 overs left. He'll bowl the last 2 overs from the stables end, opposite end to where we are here at the commentary box, or Rubik Kelder's end, and Van der Dussen eyeing that second 100 right now, making sure South Africa get close to the 300. They've already passed the highest ever run chase here at Paarl, so India will have to create history in Paarl if they're going to chase this score down.
Jasprit Bumrah coming in. This one well outside off stump. Rassie van der Dussen just leaves his hands out at it, and it goes down to the man fielding on the boundary, Shikhar Dhawan. They get a single, 257, as Rassie van der Dussen now on 98, 257 for 3.
You expect that Bumrah will mix it up in this in his final 2 overs that he has. But maybe Kumar's got 1 left. I think it is Taka that also has 1 left. So we're going to see the last 4 overs bowled by these 3 pacemen from India.
Jasprit Bumrah coming in, a premeditated shot from Temba Bavuma, trying to paddle it over the head of Rishabh Pant, but it goes through his legs, past the bat, and almost through Pant's legs. He did save it from going to the boundary. There's no run, still 257 for 3.
And why he's trying to do that is because the field has the third man and the fine legger both up in the circle. So we have third man in the circle, backward point in the circle, man on the point boundary, extra cover in the circle, then a men out on the field. I'll give those positions to you just now.
Oh, fantastic delivery here from Jasprit Bumrah. It was the Yorker length delivery that just passed the off stump. Temba Bavuma with his cross bat shot couldn't get to it, beat the inside edge, and went down to Rishabh Pant for a dot ball. Fantastic delivery, 257 for 3.
Great bowling from Jasprit Bumrah, keeping that ball full, not able to get anything onto it, anything underneath it. This is a great contest.
I mean, again, this one a fantastic Yorker. This one on the stumps though, as Temba Bavuma keeps that out, gets himself a single, 258 now for 3.
Bumrah's bowled 5 balls in this over, only gone for 3 in the over so far. So it's been
10 and over, James.
Huge from him.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic over here, and you would have felt that 10 over would be very difficult with the class bowling that we have here in the Indian attack. Jasprit Bumrah doing very well in his penultimate over. He's coming into Rassie van der Dussen for his final delivery. This one, it's full straight and it's played to the leg side. They run the first one hard, thought about the second, but decided against it. Don't want to risk the wickets here, as Rassie van der Dussen is now on 99, Temba Bavuma on 108. South Africa 259 for 3.
Very good from Indian captain KL Rahul there, coming in very quickly off the long on boundary to prevent more than the 1. Rassie van der Dussen is on 99 and he will be on strike, and it will be Kumar who will be bowling to him. It will be his last over from Kumar here from the Rubik Kelders or commentary box end here at Borland Park. And we are broadcasting to you on 1WSR.com and on cricket.co.za, also on YouTube on the One World SR platform. It's really great to have you with us, and we are describing the last 3 overs of the South African innings.
Kumar coming in here at full-length delivery. Rassie van der Dussen just plays it around his legs to bring up his 2nd century in one-day international cricket. Budma 1000 gets himself a century, and that century coming in 83 balls, 132 minutes, 8 fours and 2 sixes. Take a bow, Budma 1000.
Indeed, take a bow. It is only the 2nd time that 2 batters have scored hundreds in the same game at Borland Park in the same innings. It was Ganguly and Tendulkar, 2 great names of Indian cricket, who did that against Kenya here in 2001.
And these guys did it against India. Temba Bavuma tried to play a very big shot against the Yorker delivery. I absolutely missed it. All ends up. It ran beyond Rishabh Pant, the keeper. Temba Bavuma was keen to take a second run. Wasn't aware where the ball was. I was halfway down the pitch, but was turned back by Rassie van der Dussen, who had his eyes up all the time. And that is good running between the wickets. Good communication. It was a blind spot for Temba Bavuma. I might have turned blind. I wasn't able to see the ball there.
So Van der Dussen, 100 of 83 deliveries. And what an innings from the South African number 5. South Africa in all sorts of trouble when he came in at 68 for 3. He's been there with his captain ever since. They put on 193, Tepo. These 2 have taken South Africa to what looks like a potentially match-winning score.
261 for 3 at the moment. A full-length delivery from Rassie van der Dussen, who just carves it to the leg side. Good fielding in the deep, but got to them very quickly, Shika Dhawan. And that just a single for Rassie van der Dussen. He's on 101 off 84. Themba Bavuma 109 off 144. And South Africa 262 for 3.
Great bowling here. Only the 3 off the over so far, as we are heading into the last, the last 15 deliveries of the South African innings.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar continuing with his Yorker length, squeezed out by Themba Bavuma, got to Virat Kohli on the boundary very quickly, so they could only get the single. Very well done from the former Indian captain.
A gun throw into Rishabh Pant, bounces once and it's right there at the stumps for him. No chance there too for the South African batters, who both look virtually out on their feet in the heat here in Paarl.
This is fantastic death bowling from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, who continues. He pulled out of his run up here. A dead ball.
Yeah, probably just lost that run up. Maria Rasmus having some exercise for his arms there, showing the dead ball in his 100th ODI. As we were mentioning earlier, in case you did miss it, only 2 other South African umpires have stood in more ODIs than Maria Rasmus. The legendary Rudy Kurtzen and Dave Orchard, who many of the listeners will remember from a number of years ago. Kumar again.
Coming in now to Rassie van der Dussen, back of a length. It stayed very low and it's quite wide as well. Rassie van der Dussen tried to slice at it, but no need. Gets himself, or gets South Africa, an extra run here. We just saw in the previous delivery that the third man was brought inside, and KL Rahul sent himself too long off for Rassie van der Dussen.
So we have the men at fine leg and third man are in the circle. All the fielders in front of square, virtually on the boundary.
Oh, a full toss and absolutely sent to the boundary backward of square. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar just giving free runs with a delivery that got the treatment it deserved. That brings up the 200-run partnership between Rassie van der Dussen and Themba Bavuma. 202 of 188 balls, 14 fours, 3 sixes. Rassie van der Dussen 107 and Themba Bavuma a solid 87 in that partnership. Wowie zowie.
Wowie zowie indeed, Tsepo. That is an incredible partnership from the 2 South African batters who have rescued the team from what looked like a dire situation. And there's still one ball left in the over.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, this one, good length delivery outside off stump, sliced to the offside, beats the man at point, and the man fielding on the boundary throws that in. 272 now, South Africa for 3, and that's the end of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar's spell. 10 overs, no maidens, 64 runs, 0 wickets, only the 4 wides as extras, 3 fours, and that mammoth of a 6 when he missed his Yorker line, his Yorker length rather, in the penultimate ball of his last over.
2 overs left for South Africa, and 2 overs where for the country roads, one of those which is right next to us here at Bulat Park, the N1.
Oh, the N1 is a country road.
The country road that goes from the heart of Cape Town right all the way to Musina on the border with Zimbabwe.
So that's what a country road is. I've been singing John T. Road to take me home for so many years. As Jasprit Bumrah comes into attack, Themba Bavuma carves this out straight to the man.
He's gone.
At long on. Trying to accelerate the run rate here. He wasn't going to sit around. And he has been caught.
The captain.
On the boundary. Who was that by?
KL Rahul. The captain, KL Rahul, takes the catch of the South African captain, Themba Bavuma, after an incredible 110. We'll get those numbers for you very shortly. And Themba Bavuma hitting out at the bowling of I think it's Charles Tucker, is it? No, it's sorry, Jasper Bumrah, who's bowling at the death here. But Temba Bavuma coming in at number 3 for South Africa, and 110 of 143 balls with 8 fours. The captain sharing a partnership of 204 runs for the 4th wicket with Rassie van der Dussen. He and van der Dussen have taken South Africa to what looks like already a potentially winning position in this match, and to the disdain, I'm sure, of India. The man coming to the wicket now is David Miller.
The finisher, they like to call him.
They do indeed.
Big Miller. It's Miller time here. Doesn't have a lot of deliveries to face, so you're not going to expect him to sit around here. And we just got a stat from Tim that the partnership that we just witnessed is the 2nd highest partnership in any format in the history of Bull and Kock.
Wow.
That is huge, man.
That is absolutely massive. 204 for the 4th wicket between van der Dussen and Bavuma, taken South Africa to 272 for the loss of 4 now.
Hold up,
again.
That's in one-day internationals. Just been corrected. Bumrah into Rassie van der Dussen, a full-length delivery. Chips this to the leg side. The man fielding at long on Virat Kohli gets the ball and throws it to the bowler. 2 runs there. South Africa sit on 274 for 4.
Good running from the South African pair as they seek to keep van der Dussen on strike. David Miller just to the crease. He has been sitting there since the loss of Markram's wicket. Now only gets to the crease with the only 10 balls left. Another 2 looks like.
Just full of a good length delivery here from Jasprit Bumrah. Played to the leg side, the same position at cow corner. The man sweeping will do the fielding. 276 for 4. Rassie van der Dussen on 113 at the moment of 88. And David Miller yet to face a delivery at the non-striker's end.
South Africa eyeing probably 290 now, one would think, with 9 balls left. Can either van der Dussen or Miller tee off to get them closer to 300? This should potentially already be enough.
Same delivery, same shot, but this time won't get 2 because he played it straight to the man at long on. So he now moves, Rassie van der Dussen moves to 114 of 89 deliveries, and South Africa 277 for 4.
Van der Dussen now 9 short of his highest score in ODIs. This is only his 2nd century. This could not have done his average any harm at all. Averaging over 65 already before this match. It's going to push him into the region of being close to the 70s, one would feel. Miller to face his first ball, Teppel.
Yes, and it's from the quality Jasprit Bumrah. He's coming over the wicket to the left-hander. A little bit of an over-pitched Yorker. It was a bit of a full toss that David Miller just clips to the leg side for a single, and he should retain the strike here. One ball, sorry. Thought the scoreboard hadn't ticked yet. 278 for 4.
So 6 so far off this over. The 2 twos to van der Dussen and the 2 singles and the wicket of the first ball, which was Bavuma after that outstanding 110 by the South African captain. And he's now scored 609 runs in ODIs in only 13 innings.
Oh, wait, that's close to Temba Bavuma, isn't it?
It is Temba Bavuma.
Oh, that was Temba Bavuma. I
That's
thought
the
you were talking
man.
about Rassie van der Dussen.
no.
Sorry about that. A full-length delivery. Rassie van der Dussen plays it to the man at long on, who does some fantastic fielding to stop that on the bounce. Shies at the stumps. Rassie van der Dussen gets out the way, considers another single for overthrows, but decides against it. 279 for 4. Rassie van der Dussen on 115 has retained the strike.
And that's good work by the Indian captain, KL Rahul. He came forward thinking, okay, am I going to try and take this catch? Am I going to make sure that I prevent the boundary? and in fact did prevent the boundary, couldn't quite take the catch. That's the end of the spell for Jasprit Bumrah. His 10 overs have gone for 48, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 48 he took in those 10 overs, showing his class also at the end of this innings. His last 2 overs in the power play, going for 7 and 4 respectively, the last 2 overs that he bowled. That is exactly what you want from your premier fast bowler as you come to the back end of the innings. And from this end, for the commentary box end, for the last over of the Indian bowling innings, it's going to be Shardul Thakur. What is Rassie van der Dussen going to do to him in this over, Tepo?
I thought you were going to ask what he's thinking. I was like, send him to the boundary.
That is definitely what he's thinking. What is he going to do? We have 5 men out for Thakur. We'll give you the field setting now.
Oh, this delivery just outside off stump. He
two.
Plays it to the man at long on, goes hard for those 2 runs, and David Miller dives on at the non-striker's end, and they get 2 runs, 281 for 4.
Great running from David Miller. I hope that he's been stretching those hammies back in the dressing room before he came out there, because that is the last thing that South Africa would want in this type of situation. It's certainly warm enough to just be standing there today.
To get a warm-up, that's called tanning, James. That's not a warm-up.
South Africa looking outstanding here, 281 for 4. Can they put the finishing touches to this performance in the batting crease with the last 5 deliveries? Shardul Thakur is away from us. Tepo.
He's coming into Rassie van der Dussen. A very good delivery, Yorker length delivery outside the off stump that Rassie van der Dussen tries to send to the long on boundary. Gets an inside edge, and the man at short fine leg will do the fielding. Just 1 off that ball. That brings David Miller, who's only faced 1 ball, on strike.
Yeah, so van der Dussen, unsurprisingly, on his haunches, he has battered his heart out in this heat here at Borland Park today, here at Eurolux Borland Park, in the picturesque town of Paarl, home to Borland Cricket and Paarl Rocks, the G-Bets Paarl Rocks, who are the South African first-class team that plies their trade on this field, as the likes of Janneman Malan, Peter Malan as their 2 batting statesmen, the brothers Malan, as it's Thakur.
Thakur into David Miller. This one outside off stump. David Miller carves us through the offside, just square. And the man at deep point will pick that up. It's just a single for the finisher, the left hand bat finisher. He gets himself a single. South Africa 283 for 4. And it's a no ball from Shardul Thakur.
Not again. Oh, my goodness. And that is his 3rd no ball. How expensive could this prove to be for India? It is going to be Rassie van der Dussen on strike to this no ball. There are still how many balls left in the innings now? Still 4 balls left in the innings. 284 for 4.
3 runs, 3 ball, 3 hits. And it's Rassie van der Dussen, the man that dispatched him last time as well for 6. So, hey, he needs to make sure, bruh, because this is going to be a few fireworks here. Not ideal for Shardul Thakur coming in here. Oh, what was that? That's a wide delivery.
So it's another free hit.
The shortest delivery you've ever seen. Rassie van der Dussen trying to swat at this. And it just goes to the keeper. And another free hit here.
Yes, indeed. Maria Rasmus getting the chance to do the calypso once again there for us. And looking resplendent in his red shirt. It's really been beautiful to see today.
That's the only reason I wanted to see that extra, just for that comment, James. That was funny. Just a few chats here from Kel Raul coming from the long off boundary to his death bowler here. Maximum concentration necessary. Don't be scared. This bowler, good delivery. It's a full toss, and it's sent to the stands, boy. Another 6 off a free hit. It's deja vu here, baby. Rassie van der Dussen is not playing games. Sure.
That is huge. And Thakur struggling again with his length. The previous one too short. This one too full. and it is dispatched. Thank you very much. Wow.
Sent. Absolutely sent. Just crossing the boundary there, trying to go for the Yorker delivery. Shadal Takut, but missing his length. You can see it's tough stuff out here. It is hot. And may have just slipped out the hands. No. Didn't, just missed his line there. This time gets a fantastic delivery. Finds the line and the length outside off stump. Rassie van der Dussen on one knee, trying to carve this through the offside, but no run there.
So Van der Dussen goes to his highest score in one-day international cricket, 124 not out. There are 2 balls left in the innings. And can South Africa, Tsepo, they're on 291. They're on 291. Okay. Can they get to 300? It will require at least 1 maximum to get there. Rassie van der Dussen, can he do it?
Shadal Takut to Rassie van der Dussen. That's a full toss. It's sent to the long on boundary, to the car corner boundary rather. And he gets 1-4. So now 295.
That's right.
Another boundary, and then James can get his wish of 300 here.
So you are witnessing this all here on 1WSR.com at cricket.co.za, the official digital radio broadcast for Cricket South Africa. There is 1 ball to go in South Africa's innings. They are looking for 300 here at Eurolux Park. The last ball set will take us through it.
All right, now Kel Raul just going too long off after his discussion with Shadal Takut. Just trying to make sure he maintains concentration. Just thinking about his run-up now. He's coming in now over the wicket, the final delivery of the innings. That's a full delivery. It's on the stumps, clipped to the leg side. I thought about the second run, did Rassie van der Dussen, but it looked like he slipped, and now he's on his haunches. But that ends the innings. South Africa 296 for 4 in their allotted overs. At the crease, Rassie van der Dussen on 129, not out, and David Miller on 2 off 2.
Thank you very much, Seppo. 296 for the loss of 4 wickets after 50 overs are South Africa. And South Africa putting on 80 runs of the last 9 overs, which is just a tad shy of 9 runs and over for those last 9. Really good batting together with some good bowling from Jasprit Bumrah, who only conceded in that power play towards the end of his spell. Only conceded 11 of those 2 overs that he bowled. But South Africa will be very, very happy with 296 for 4. That has not been chased here at Eurolux Park before. It is a hot day though, Seppo. It is baking out there. The South African fielders are going to take strain out in the heat. Indian batters, if they put partnerships together, yes, it's going to be tough for them in the heat as well. But it's everything to play for in the first of this 3-match Betway ODI series. And we're going to wrap it up for now. And we'll be back with you after the break, which will be in about half an hour at approximately 5 to 3 South African Standard Time. And so goodbye for the moment from myself and Tsepo Taylor.
Welcome back to Eurolux Boland Park, where South Africa posted 296 for 4 in their first innings. Rassie van der Dussen 129 not out, and Temba Bavuma 110. Both of them getting their second one-day international centuries and posting a target for the Indian batters of 297 to get. My name is Tsepo Taela. I'm joined by Nathan Kogela. How are you doing, Nate?
All's well, Tsepo. Thanks for the introduction. It's nice and warm here, 34 degrees here in Eurolux Boland Park. We have India now on to batting in the second innings.
Yes, Shikhar Dhawan and KL Rahul are in the middle. Captain and seasoned campaigner. Lots of conversations about Gaikwad. So Shikhar Dhawan needs, well, not quite fighting for his spot, but he does have some competition. We have Aiden Markham. He's going to be coming in for opening the bowling here for South Africa.
Yeah, we have Aiden Markham coming in now, opening the bowling with these slow arms. We know the pitch is obviously coming very slow as well, as mentioned previously by Nasri and by yourself early on during the day. So obviously we have the pitch conditions and it's warm outside. Hopefully the ball might just be less slower.
Aiden Markham, first ball. Good length delivery that Rahul just tickles to the leg side. The man sweeping looks like Marco Janssen because there are a few people that tall. He comes in and gets that to the striker's end. First runs on the board here for India. The captain, KL Rahul, getting his runs. One without loss.
Yeah, we have KL Rahul, the captain of today's side, Indian side. Obviously, you know that Kohli is out. Rahul's the new captain of India with the ODIs.
Yes, and Kohli's first match in a while without being captain. Did quite well in the field, still riling up the players. It looks like old habits die hard.
Definitely.
Aiden Markham is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. This one, a good length delivery, nice and full. He comes forward to it, does Dhawan, keeps it out. No run there, still one without loss. And South Africa put down a mammoth total to chase down. If India do get it, would be the record run chase here at Boland Park. This one, a full-length delivery, just whipped off the pads by Shikhar Dhawan. Both batters now on one. The score now 2 without loss.
Yeah, obviously Dhawan's now off the mark. Obviously India needs to score quite a hefty total. We know that the highest successful second innings total on this park is 250 was scored by South Africa back in 2001 against Sri Lanka. South Africa scoring 250 for 2, winning a game by 8 wickets. And respect to Sri Lanka, but these are more formidable foes now. India against South Africa, a little higher in the pecking order as this delivery just short of a length, played off the back foot, right back to the bowler. No run there, still 2 without loss. Aiden Markham tidy at the moment. Penultimate ball, good line, good length, just in line with that off stump, played to the man at mid wicket for no run. You know what's so funny? On the other end, it was old stables end, but now it used to be something else back in the days. But I'll check out the history for you.
Oh yes, please do, Nate. We'd love to get some history lessons. This last delivery from Aiden Markham, flighted Yorker length delivery, played straight back to him by KL Rahul for no run. A tidy start here for the South African part-time spinner, Aiden Sos Markham. 2 for 0. India, both batters, Dhawan and Rahul, on 1.
Yeah, we know that South Africa obviously started very slowly as well in their innings. So obviously, let's see how India does now. Obviously, we know that South Africa obviously will be bringing on a seamer now in Marku.
Yes.
Marku.
Yes.
The so-called Morne Morkel. The new Morne Morkel of South Africa.
There's even a left-hander. Gives you a little bit extra. Does a little bit more with the bat. All the way from Potchefstroom. The young 21-year-old has been racing up the pecking order here in the South African lineup. And he'll be keen to do well for his country. Did very well in the tests already. So it's going to be exciting to see him here on his one-day international debut. The left arm pace bowler has a slip in. Yanaman Malan standing next to Quinton de Kock, coming over the wickets to Shikhar Dhawan. Good line, good length outside off stump, and just played straight to the man at backward point. No run there, still 2 without loss.
Marcus obviously is his ODI debut. He's only played 13 first-class matches before this. Obviously a decent batsman as well. Pretty scary for the bowlers. It's pretty scary for the batsmen out there. Obviously he comes with it at steep bounce as well.
Now it has a steep bounce, has that left arm as well. Interesting release point. It's going to be difficult to face him here. Coming over the wickets to Shikhar Dhawan. This one outside the off stump, off a good length. Left for no run. Don't forget you can tweet us in at OneWorldSR. One the number, world the planet, and then SR for Sports Radio. We'll be reading out your tweets. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so it's still 2 for no loss after it is obviously the second over. 1.2 overs. We have Michael Janssen coming in from the old stables end.
Okay, Janssen, a delivery that's in line with that leg stump. That Dhawan just placed the man at mid-wicket for no run. Still 2 without loss here. A little bit of a breeze coming in now.
Obviously, that breeze might assist the bowlers as well. Obviously, the seamers will be looking for that lovely seed movement. Obviously, will distract a few Indian batsmen out there.
Will also be assisting the fielders because, cheers, sir. Back of a length delivery, fantastic shot from Shikhar Dhawan, but even better fielding from Aiden Markram, the Sauce, at backward points, diving to his right to save a certain boundary.
Aiden Markram hasn't been playing well so far, so obviously we're looking to bring out extra effort for the team as well. I mean, we spoke briefly during the interchange of the innings, so obviously we were looking for Aiden Markram to do something special, even with the ball in hand.
Marco Janssen coming in. Penultimate ball. Finding the inside edge of Shikhar Dhawan, and it races to the fine leg boundary. Heads in hands from the South Africans here. A little bit of movement there.
So obviously we know that it looks like the fine leg was a bit too square there. Obviously it was an inside edge from Shikhar Dhawan.
Inside edge, 4 runs. He'll take the 4 runs. He's now on 5. Kel Rahul at the non-strikers end. Still hasn't. He's off the mark. He's on 1. But a good start here for Marco Janssen. Coming in last delivery. That's short. It's in line with that off stump. Leaned back to Shikhar Dhawan and cut this to the man at backward point for no run. 6 now are India without loss after getting just that 4 in that over.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that India's 6 runs for no loss after 2 overs, 3 runs per over, similar to where South Africans were in the first innings. We have Markram back coming in from the Nederburg end again, his second over.
I like this from the South Africans. We've been seeing them deploy this tactic for quite some time now, getting a spinner into the first power play when the batsmen aren't quite in. Buys the South African captain a few overs. Will be able to rotate his bowlers a little bit better at the depth. Markram comes over the wicket to KL Rahul. He comes down the pitch, drives it straight to the man at mid-off and takes a quick single to move the India total to 7. Now they have a target of 297. 290 to win with 287 balls.
We obviously know Markram is a part-time bowler. Venkatesh wasn't really used. We know that Venkatesh is a bowler as well. It wasn't really used as a 6th option.
Coming around the wicket, Aiden Markram to Shikhar Dhawan. It is a little bit of a half volley driven on the offside, but the man at long off will pick it up. I believe that's Butma 1000, Rassie van der Dussen. No, it's David Miller. My mistake.
So explain the story about the Butma 1000 more briefly, please.
Okay, Butma 1000 is because he scored 1,000 runs in, I believe it was the first class domestic season. Yeah, in the 4-day season, this delivery, a good length delivery, played off the back foot by Shikhar Dhawan back to Aiden Markram, and I believe he's the only player to score 1,000 runs. Yeah,
that's correct. That's correct. I'm just testing your knowledge there.
Aiden Markram with the flighted delivery into the pads of Dhawan, but he gets forward. Plays this to mid-wicket, no run there. As a run-scoring machine.
It's going to be very important that we eat up all the balls here.
Comes down the pitch, does Shikhar Dhawan, takes a very quick single to the man at mid-off, shies at the stumps, does Keshav Maharaj, and looks like there's overthrows here. It shouldn't be a boundary. It looked like it just bounced a little funny for Quinton de Kock. Wasn't able to take it. It was next to his shoulder. And these are the types of runs that India will like. That's how you put pressure on the fielding side. Take those quick, contentious singles.
But I think it does come with pressure as well. If the bowlers, they come with the dot balls as well. Put pressure on the batsman. We saw now they had to get a quick run by the Indians.
And Marco coming in again. This delivery just in line with off stump off a good length and just tickled to the man at backward mid wicket. Not quite the mid wicket that's on the pitch, but there is no run there. 10 now without loss after 3 overs. Rahul sitting on 4 and Shikhar Dhawan on 6.
And that is the 3.33 runs per over. 3.33 runs per over.
Love it.
Good maths there.
Quick math.
Quick math.
As Big Shaq would say. Marco Jansen will be continuing from the old stable end. He was looking very tidy in the last over. Didn't give too many runs away. Had a decent line and length.
It's something different as well. I mean, if you see from the first test, he was all over the park in that first session. But now he's looking very tidy in that first over.
This one, good length delivery. A little bit straight in line with leg stump. Just played to the man, David Miller, at mid-wicket for no run. Still 10 without loss. And Shikhar Dhawan, the left-hander, is on strike. Yeah, just talking, as you mentioned, his debut test at Centurion in that first session. South Africa were looking very flat. Coming back into test cricket after the last time they played was against the West Indies. Marco Jansen a little bit too close to the leg side. Dhawan just has to tickle it to the leg side. Fine leg does the fielding to Brace Shamsi. They get 2 runs. The Indian team, they're now sitting on 12 without loss. And he was a little bit nervy. You could definitely see he had a few good balls, but he just wasn't able to hit that consistent line and length to build the pressure. But as he got into his, as he started hitting his straps, it was after a lot more time in the middle. And Marco Jansen coming in again. This one, a little bit of a half volley on the offside, and Dhawan just drives it past the man at cover to get himself the second boundary of the day. But this one a lot more controlled, a lot more classy from the Indian opener.
Obviously, we mentioned that was through the gap between the two fielders. As you mentioned, Marco Jansen obviously was all over the place in that first test. Looking more tidy now. Obviously, it was his first game in the international scene, but obviously seeing something different now by the 21-year-old.
It's quite a youngster. Back of a length delivery. And that Shikhar Dhawan just keeps out. Doesn't need to get any more runs here. Did very well getting that boundary. He's sitting on 12 at the moment.
Another dot ball by the Indians.
I'm just thinking about how the South Africans constructed their innings as Marco Jansen comes in again. This one is short and it's going down leg side, and all Shikhar Dhawan has to do is flick it over his shoulder. Tabraiz Shamsi coming from a square fine leg picks up that delivery or feels that on the boundary, and they get 2 runs, 18 without loss.
Good fielding by Shamsi there. I mean, the Indians could have easily run 3, but I mean, just a good fielding, stopped to 2 runs. It could have been a 4, but he just kept it to 2 runs.
He's been fielding very nicely as Tabraiz Shamsi has been looking quite active of late.
It's been a long time. It's a long time coming back from holidays. I can see he's been carrying a bit of weight.
No, he's always been a bit fluffy as Tabraiz Shamsi. This one in line with leg stump, just played off the pads. But, I mean, that's the new look of athletes these days. He's still doing a job. He's still the number 1 T20 bowler. So, hey, bruh, he may be pudgy, but you have to put some respect on his name.
Correct. I mean, he's one of 3 South Africans chosen at T20, ICC T20 Team of the Year. It's him, Eden Markram, and Who else? Rassie van der Dussen, I think.
Was it not Janeman Malan?
Janeman Malan, sorry. So it was three of them in the T20.
David Miller. Sorry.
David Miller,
There
sorry.
it is.
The
Couldn't have been
T20
Janeman Malan.
Team of the Year for 2021.
David Miller. A very, very vital member of the South African team.
Aidan Markham back on the ball in hand, coming in from the Nederburg end.
Just 6 of his 2 overs, been relatively economical. Fires this one in. A good length, but played off the back foot by Kel Rao. Gets himself a single, playing this to the mid-wicket boundary. 19 without loss.
Yeah, I think South Africans will take these singles, especially in the power play as well. We'll try to keep it very tight, very, very, very tight in the first 10 overs.
Welcome around the wickets to Shikhar Dhawan. This one, that's full. It's in line with leg stump and just played straight back to Aidan Markham. He's doing a good job here, not conceding too many runs, just 7 off 2.2. Coming in for his 3rd ball of the over. Around the wickets, it looked like it was going down the leg side. Dhawan just dots this to the man at square leg. No run there. 19 without loss. Markham continuing. Shikhar Dhawan comes down the pitch and just lifts it over the infield. The man at mid-on had nothing to do with that. Just had to watch it sail over his head and go to the boundary. 2 bounces and 4 as India now on 23 without loss, getting runs relatively easily here in the power play.
A good shot by Shikhar Dhawan, just clearing the man inside the ring for 4 there.
Markham continuing, 2 balls left in his over, coming around the wicket once again. Dhawan stays in his crease this time and drives it down to the man at long off for a single. So very well done there from Dhawan, getting the boundary, getting the single, getting himself off strike. 24 without loss.
I think this is the over that the Indians will be looking to attack from. They already scored a 4 this over.
So I feel that's how Aidan Markham is utilized at the beginning of the innings. South Africa is just try to use him and see how long he can go before he starts getting smashed. And then they're like, okay, we're done. Aidan Markham here, a little bit more back of length delivery. And I just played to the man at mid-wicket for no run. So that ends his over. 24 without loss are India. Shikhar Dhawan on 19 off 19 and Kel Rao anchoring now with 5 off 11.
Yeah, Marco Jansen back with the ball on the old stables end. Let's hope that he can get a wicket for us, because I mean, looks like India is going along nicely now. 24 runs with no loss after 25 overs.
They don't look too challenged, do the Indians at the moment. South Africa looked relatively similar at the beginning of their innings as well. Not doing anything too extravagant. They definitely wanted to preserve their wickets, but these batsmen looking comfortable.
Yeah, but Dhawan obviously will be under pressure as well. This other guy called Gaikwad is obviously be put behind him there, so obviously be looking to get a big knock here.
Definitely knocking on the door. Jansen with a back of a length delivery that Shikhar Dhawan just tries to play over the offside infield. Absolutely misses that. Looked like it was a slower ball as it died down before it got to Quinton de Kock. Could have dragged that onto his stumps.
Definitely so. I mean, even the Indians in the first couple of overs, they utilized the slip there. Obviously, it worked out for them as well.
Jansen coming in again. This one back of a length. A lot more pace with that delivery. Carved straight to the man at backward point. Aidan Markham, no run.
Would you have put a slip in there?
Would I have put a slip in there? I'm not too sure. I haven't been seeing a lot of movement here with the new ball. So it feels like the slip would be unnecessarily utilized. Not seeing a lot of leading edges either. So no, I personally wouldn't. This one, a back of a length delivery, played to the man at mid-wickets. And also, since we're defending, if I'm the South African captain, since I'm defending, I would rather just ask for some straighter lines, look for those LBWs, look to dry up the runs and build pressure in that way.
100%. No, so definitely so. Obviously, another dot ball from Marco Jansen as well now, which has obviously put a lot of pressure on the Indians.
Marco Jansen coming in again. This one full straights on the pads and just whipped through the leg side to a vacant cow corner region. A classy shot from Shikhar Dhawan. He's looking very good for his 23. India 28 without loss after that boundary.
He's looking very good indeed. I mean, that was a very good shot on the leg side. Straight across, playing across his line for 4 there.
I know, a little bit of a freebie here, a little bit too straight. Lefties love it on the pads. Easy to just clip away. Bread and butter. So Marco Jansen comes in again. This one, down the offside as Shikhar Dhawan tries to slice at this, but it beats the edge of the bat as Quinton de Kock has to come very low to pick that ball up. A good response here from the left arm youngster.
Another swing and a miss there. Another swing and a miss. We're getting very close with that edge there. I think Quinton Kock is eyeing that edge.
That inside edge. Also a possibility of dragging it on with a little bit of a 45-degree bat. Once again, back of a length delivery outside off stump and just played straight to the man at cover, a very close cover for no run. 28 without loss after the boundary in that over, just the 4 runs off it. Shikhar Dhawan sitting comfortably on 23 of 25. And Cal Rahul still 5 of 11.
Obviously, that's the end of the 6th over. Still have Aiden Markham coming back on again.
Still here.
Still here. His 4th over. Coming in from the Nederburg end.
I'm not going to lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. Aiden Markham could potentially get some tap here in the power play, especially with not a lot of fielders on the boundary and players that are used to playing spin and spin of higher quality than Aiden Markham. No offense to the man, but he's not primarily in the team for his bowling.
But it's always nice to have a part-time bowler.
And there is that tap, exactly as predicted. Full-length delivery, played over the infield on the leg side, and the man sweeping on the leg side, Marco Jansen, prevents or stops or saves 3 runs. Just a single.
Definitely so. I mean, that's a very good fielding by Marco Jansen.
The long man, Marco Jansen. They bring him in the circle now, assuming that if it goes over the infield, he'll be able to take it with his height. Aiden Markham, a very good delivery now, a good length, good line in line with that mill stump, just tickles to the leg side. The man at wicket does the fielding, 30 without loss.
Oh, good easy single there by Shikhar Dhawan.
Cal Rahul now on strike. This one flighted an inside edge from Shikhar Dhawan and Tabraiz Shamsi sliding to stop the ball. Absolutely missed it. All ends up, slid too early. And they take 3 runs there. Should have only been a single had it not been for that misfield from Tabraiz Shamsi.
Shamsi is looking a bit off. He hasn't played cricket in a while. That's why he seems a bit off there.
No, just mistimed his dive there. Aiden Markham coming from around the wicket to Cal Rahul with a little bit of a fancy footwork, a little bit of a step to throw Markham off his line, but a good delivery, played straight to the man at cover. Marco Jansen getting down low to stop that. Still 33 without loss. Aiden Markham with this penultimate ball of the over. Good flight, good line, good length. It's squeezed out, driven to the man at mid-on for a single. 34 without loss.
I think there's one more ball left. But I must say, Marco Jansen is actually a very good fielder as well. He can get very low and can take those low balls. That's why he was put in a backward point for the Proteas in the Test series.
Markham with a decent delivery. Just goes down the leg side a little bit. And Dhawan just tickles us there. Cal Rahul just tickles us to a vacant square leg region for a single. 35 without loss. Not many runs coming off that over, just 5. So Aiden Markham not quite getting as much tap as I initially expected. Relatively economical here for the part-timer.
Yeah, seven overs have gone. It's 5 runs per over. Obviously, that's something that the South Africans will be looking to keep an eye on. Looks like the Indians are coming along nicely as well. Not a lot of pressure on them, although in that Marco Jansen's over, there were a lot of nearly close calls of the edges there from Marco Jansen.
Yeah, but nearly isn't out. Almost a wicket isn't a wicket. So they're still doing well, surviving here. And it's a vital period to survive as well. We saw the South Africans not scoring prolifically in their power play in the first innings. Marco Jansen coming over the wicket to the right-handed Kel Rahul. Finds the outside edge, but it bounced safely in between slip and backward point. The third man will pick it up. They get a single, 36 without loss. Rahul on 11 now.
Yeah, Kohli Rahul got it down to third man for a single. Now we have Shikhar Dhawan on strike against Marco Jansen.
Looking relatively comfortable are the Indian batters, not doing anything too extravagant to up the run rate. I spoke too soon. A double step and back of a length delivery, anticipating that. Didn't quite middle it, but somehow found the gap on the offside. Literally 4 fielders on the offside inside the circle, and it bounced in front of the man at cover on the circle, behind the man just on the strip at cover as well. So literally in that gap, it got big on him.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. I think Marco Jansen's getting that steep bounce that he's been looking for the whole day.
It's coming in again to Shikhar Dhawan. Back of a length delivery, a nothing ball here in line with the body, and all he has to do is just guide it straight to the boundary on the leg side with no one sweeping there. 4 runs here for Shikhar Dhawan, 40 runs for India.
I think that ball was another steep bouncer there, but it obviously was a bit too straight. It was easy for Shikhar Dhawan just to sweep, to hook the ball for 4 there.
No, not getting as much bounce as he would have liked. It was easy for Dhawan to just play it off his hips and send that to the boundary. A little bit too straight as well. Doing better now. Oh, playing that to the offside, straight into the hands of Yanaman Malan, but that came hard and fast. That was from the middle of the bat. And Aiden Markham just checking on his compatriot here.
That looks painful. That looks painful indeed. Let's see if the medical doctor will come onto the field there. No, he's a soldier on there.
He's a tough cookie, is Yanaman Malan.
Yeah, obviously he's from the Paarl area.
Okay. Paarl boys, eh? That's a different breed, eh? Hands of rocks, bro. Hands of rocks.
Obviously he plays for G-Bed Rocks.
Okay, well done. You saw my pun. Here comes Marco Jansen. Back of a length delivery, a top edge, but a very well played shot as well, as it just clears the men on the inside of the circle. 1 bounce, 4 at the point boundary. And these back of a length deliveries not quite getting as much bounce as Marco Jansen would like.
Yeah, but definitely so. I mean, another short wide off the off stump there. It was very easy for Shikhar Dhawan just to hit it over point there before.
A little bit expensive now. 2 boundaries off the over already. 44 without loss, and Shikhar Dhawan has raced to 33 off 32. Marco Jansen full outside the off stump, driven straight to cover for no run there. That's a lot better by the left arm pacer to wrap up his over. He's conceded 25 in his 4 overs. A little bit pricey, as India sitting on 44 without loss. Rahul on 11. Dhawan, as you heard, on 33, and Timberland pumping in the background.
Yeah, so as you mentioned now, Tips, it's 44 for 8 without loss. That's 5.5 if you're looking back at maths again, the math. So it's 44 for 8, 5.5. Obviously, the run rate is increasing now, something that the South Africans will be looking at just to try to decrease it that a bit, obviously with no wicket loss.
You must stop saying that as quick maths. We can see the run rate achieved there is 5.5.
You're not meant to tell the listeners here.
No. Not gonna let you off that easy, Nate. Gotta keep you focused, keep you true. Aiden Markham will be continuing here. It's got an extended spell. Wouldn't expect him to bowl 5 overs, but he's into his 5th now. As India sitting on 44 without loss. Still no breakthrough here for the South Africans, and you'd feel that India are sitting pretty without having lost a wicket.
You maybe would have thought that maybe Temple would bring in another bowler in here just to create something different, just create more pressure on the batsman. But clearly not.
Aiden Markram fires that one in. Just played around his pads. Did KL Rahul. He gets a single. He moves to 12. And India 45 without loss as Marco Jansen comes from the boundary to come now to cover for the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. Coming around the wicket, Aiden Markram to the left-hander. This one flighted, but to a vacant mid-on region. They take a very casual single as they move to 46 without loss.
Yeah, another easy single there by Shikhar Dhawan. Now we have KL Rahul on strike.
Rotating the strike easily here, finding the gaps that are left here by the South African captain, Temba Bavuma. Markram fires this one in. It goes to the outside edge of KL Rahul, and Quinton de Kock, sharp behind the stumps, gets the first wicket of the day. Hush my mouth, part-time bowler say what?
I think we spoke too early there. But maybe changing the bowler there. But obviously, Markram did very well there with that edge. And then Quinton Kock takes a nice outside edge there. And Shikhar Dhawan's now off. That brings on Virat Kohli onto strike.
Well. Would you have expected that Aiden Markram... Wait, first let's give you the runs. KL Rahul got 12 off 11 balls. Before he had to be dismissed. Bold Aiden Markram caught Quinton de Kock. A very good ball from Aiden Markram to dismiss the Indian captain, to bring out now the former Indian captain. And back to the question, would you have expected Aiden Markram to be the breakthrough bowler for South Africa today?
Clearly not. Obviously, I think we spoke too early again. I think Markram did something special here because he needs to do something special here for the team. Obviously, he's coming with poor run of form with the bat at hand.
Yes, and also left a lot to be desired with his innings. So definitely feels that he needs to bring it back for his team. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. OneWorldSR, and we'll be reading out your tweets here. Lovely little conversations being had, tons of replies. So it is active. There is a group of people there chatting. But as you said, Virat Kohli now on strike for Aiden Markram. Breakthrough bowler here for South Africa. Fired this one in. A good length delivery. Whipped to the man at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, we know Virat Kohli comes in now at 3, obviously with a healthy average of 59. Obviously, we're looking to attain that 59 this game.
Back of a length delivery, and all Virat Kohli has to do is lean back and hook it to the leg side for 4 easy runs. That didn't look difficult at all.
Not at all. Obviously, I think Markram just balled too short there.
Mm-hmm. No, he definitely dragged that down. Did Aiden Markram made it very easy for Virat Kohli just to get on top of that and send it behind square on the leg side. A better delivery here from Aiden Markram, a bit fuller, a little bit straighter, and played to the man at mid-on for no run. And that ends the over. That also brought up the 50 for India. They're on 50 for 1 now. The partnership 4 after Virat Kohli's boundary.
So as you mentioned, now it's 50 for 1 after 9 overs. Let's see if they will bring on give Marco Jansen another over here.
Nope.
Oh, definitely not.
And as you can hear, Keshav Maharaj is in the area. He'll be coming from the old stables end. The left arm wrist spinner. A surprise inclusion for the T20 World Cup after many would have expected George Linder after the amount of games that he played, but Keshav Maharaj just pipping him there and still remains in the team.
Yeah, Keshi, before Temba got injured, Temba got injured with his thumb, broke his thumb. Then Keshi was the captain in that Netherlands series in the ODIs.
Indeed, and one thing that Keshav Maharaj does also bring, not just the spin, not just a little bit with the bat, but he does also bring that leadership to the team.
Definitely so.
And we saw that in the test squad, a very young team, not a lot of caps. Keshav Maharaj might not have bowled a lot. He's bowling now, and that was an absolutely horrible delivery. Going down the leg side, but would have been a wide, and all Shikhar Dhawan had to do was just guide it down to the fine leg boundary. A very loose delivery.
Yeah, rusty start there by Keshi. I think he just needs to get a bit loose there. So let's see what he does in the second legal delivery.
Luckily for him, it wasn't a wide because of the shots. 54 for 1 are India. This one a lot better, but still on the leg side. Played to a vacant mid-wicket region where Keshav Maharaj does the fielding. 54 for 1. Shikhar Dhawan has been doing very well for his 38 off 36. Virat Kohli on the non-strikers, 4 off 3.
Yeah, Keshi comes here with a healthy economy here for 4.6. So obviously we're looking to attain that 4.6 in this game.
A back of a length delivery just whipped to cow corner. There's a man on the boundary, Marco Janssen, who does the fielding as they get a single. 55 for 1 are India.
Yeah, Shikhar's going along nicely there. Obviously, he obviously can read the game very nicely. We'll be taking a lead here because we know that Shikhar Dhawan's not having a great performance so far.
So just reading a tweet here from Chris TP saying Aiden Markham is South Africa's leading wicket taker in 2022. Keshav Maharaj coming around the wicket to Virat Kohli. Full length delivery just blocks out to the man at cover, no run there. Yeah, funny Chris, funny man. Around the wickets, Keshav Maharaj, it's full. It's on the pads. It's whipped to the man at mid-wicket for no run. Still 55 for 1.
Yeah, another full delivery there by Keshav Maharaj. Lovely fielding there by Ngidi.
Maharaj in again, fuller and straighter, and kept out by Virat Kohli. No run there. And that ends the over, just 5 off it after a shocking start for Keshav Maharaj. A very loose start. Brought it back very nicely, only conceding the single after that. 55 for 1 are India, as Aiden Markham will be continuing his spell here.
That's true indeed. It will be the sixth over of this of his spell.
He has legitimately become South Africa's 6th bowler here. So now he's not just in the team for the batting.
Yeah.
He does offer a little bit with the ball.
I thought maybe they would have used him in the test series as well, just enjoy part time. But clearly not.
Yeah, lots of people were wondering why not just use him instead of Keshav Maharaj bowling 1 over per innings at the Wanderers, for example. The power play has ended. India 55 for 1 after 10 overs. Aiden Markham coming from around the wicket. And this one flighted outside the off stump and just driven by Shikhar Dhawan to the man sweeping on the offside. Marco Janssen fires that one in as Quinton de Kock has to go back to fetch that delivery, to fetch that, shy at the stumps.
And Marco Janssen's got a bit of an arm there.
Yeah, of course, bro, of course. Premier pace bowler. Don't want to mess around with that arm at all. Markham continuing, going over the wickets to the right-handed Virat Kohli, who just whips this to the leg side to Temba Bavuma at mid-wicket, who does some acrobatic fielding. So India still 56 for 1.
It's funny that Temba Bavuma is being compared to the likes of Jonty Rhodes just for his fielding and his batting as well.
Aiden Markham continuing this delivery, a very good one. A good line outside off stump and just whips to the leg side where square leg will do the fielding. Yanaman Malan.
I think South Africa will take these dot deliveries here.
All day, every day. Aiden Markham. This one down the leg side. Still a good length though. But free runs here. 57 for 1 after that extra. Another ball for India to face. Flighted, it's full. It's just outside the off stump. Whipped to the man at cow corner, Marco Janssen. They get a single. 58 for 1.
Yeah, Shikhar Dhawan's now on 40 for no loss there. He's got how many balls has he faced so far there?
38.
So has he got a healthy strike rate?
not too bad at the moment. Almost a run a ball. Aiden Markram just deceived, sidestepped by the shot that Shikhar Dhawan played. Was going very far to his right as this actually went to the onside as long on Andile Petlokwayo picks that up. 59 for 1 now.
It was good to, you mentioned Andy Petreboy. It's good to have him back in the mix in the ODIs as obviously playing now. Let's see if he actually bowls today.
Flight to delivery outside the off stump, driven down the ground to long on by Virat Kohli. Maharaj does the fielding to end the over. 60 for 1 after 11 overs. Virat Kohli on 6. Shikhar Dhawan on a cheeky 41 of 39 balls. He's been sneaking up to that half century, hasn't he?
Definitely so. I mean, he's on 41 runs with 40 deliveries gone. So he's gone. I mean, 39 deliveries gone. So he's coming along nicely for the Indians. I mean, they will need another solid partnership going here. They need another solid partnership. I mean, Rassi and Temba did that very well for the South Africans. So let's hope that the Indians can do something here as well, just to make a game more competitive.
That was a mega partnership, 202 runs, and the only reason it ended was because Temba Bavuma wanted to get pedal to the metal in the second last over of the innings and got caught on the boundary. They could have gone all day. They were looking so good. Keshav Maharaj will be continuing. He'll come around the wickets to the former Indian captain, Virat Kohli. Pitched outside off stump off a good length, driven to the man at long off for a single. 61 for 1.
Yeah, another single there by the Indians. Come along very nicely.
We're expecting to see that type of scoring here. Not going to see too many boundaries, but India will be chipping away at the total and probably accelerate towards the end of the innings. Don't want to lose too many wickets now. Definitely want to have as many wickets in hand as possible. And the middle over is a vital period here for both teams. As Maharaj comes over the wicket to left-handed Dhawan. This one on the pads of the left-hander. They'll take 2 runs and they'll make it comfortably as the sweepers have to come in to fetch that. 63 for 1.
Oh, you would have hoped that the pitch maybe might react a bit, especially with if you take the heat as well, the pitch. Obviously, it hasn't really done much, although it is coming on slowly, but hopefully they'll do something different here for the spinners.
Indeed. We saw Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, I'll tell you after this delivery. Keshav Maharaj, a good length, a good line, was going for the stumps. Almost appealed, but probably hit the bats of Shikhar Dhawan. A good delivery there. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, lots of effort balls in the middle overs. Looked very difficult to face for Temba Bavuma. And this one, a very good line, good length. Once again, played off the back foot now, but the same result, no run. But you can't be doing that all day, especially in this heat. Too much effort, and you could really put a lot of strain on your players with 2 more games to play. Maharaj in again. Soft hands here from Shikhar Dhawan as the man at cover, Aiden Markram, comes in quickly to make sure that they do not take a quick single. Still 63 for 1.
Yeah, Shikhar Dhawan, that's the third dot delivery in a row now. Obviously, just putting a lot of pressure on the Indian batsman.
Maharaj continuing here. A little bit of a back of a length delivery, finding the outside edge of Shikhar Dhawan. And it just beat Quinton de Kock. He was following the line of the ball, but then the outside edge just beat him. And there was an opportunity there. 4 runs given.
Oh, as we see, there's thick outside edge. Thick outside edge there by Shikhar Dhawan. Went straight for 4.
Very, very close. The South African spinner will definitely feel that he's in the game here. Shikhar Dhawan moves to 47 or 43. 44 rather. A fortunate boundary, but runs are runs.
Makes sense. Now we have a Lumingidi now. Change of bowling coming in from the middle again.
This is someone I'm excited to see. All the haters were in full chorus before Lungingidi came into the test team, talking about, this man doesn't have form. This man has COVID.
You know what they say? They hate us because they ain't us.
Right, they hate us because they ain't us, bro. 100%. But Lungingidi has something to prove here, especially in limited overs cricket. The haters do have some fuel. Hasn't been hitting his straps in the white ball just yet.
your best bowling figures there of a 6 for 58 with a healthy strike rate of 25.
He's coming over the wicket here from the Niederberg end. That's full straight. It's driven. Punch straight to Temba Bavuma at mid-wicket. Shies at the stumps, but the single was taken comfortably in the end by Virat Kohli. 68 for 1. Just making a few scuff marks there. Just making sure he's got his run up right. A good delivery to start, not too much of a half volley. Well played by Virat Kohli, but also well fielded by Temba Bavuma.
That was a loosener from Lungidi, obviously his first delivery.
Coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, just beating the outside edge of Shikhar Dhawan off the back of a length delivery there. He's looking good. He's looking really good.
I think that's the line. That's the line and length we'll be looking for from the South Africans at the moment. Ooh. Very close call again. Very close call.
A kitten's whisker, as they like to say. That was whoa-wee. He's looking good, Lungi Ngidi. One of South Africa's premier pace bowlers. Coming in again, number 22 on his back. Oh, it's a lot fuller now. Still going across the left-hander as Dhawan drives this one. Didn't quite middle it, hit the toe of the bat as Temba Bavuma picks it up at mid-off. No run, 68 for 1.
Ngidi obviously putting a bit of variety in there. That ball was a bit more fuller from Ngidi. But it's coming along nicely from Ngidi, obviously coming with a bit of form from the Test series as well.
He certainly will have his tail up, Lungi Ngidi. It's coming in again from the Niederberg end. No slips, does have a backward point though. As this one, a good length delivery, just dotted down the man at cover. Keshav Maharaj does the fielding, no run there. Still 68 for 1. Very good over so far from Lungi Ngidi.
Yeah, definitely so. Lungi is looking a bit solid. Obviously, he's working with his field there at the moment. Obviously, we have a point and obviously a cover, short cover as well.
Just two deliveries left in this over. A very good over from Lungi Ngidi. It's vital that the South Africans stay economical here. Don't want to lose too many runs. As you see the man at mid on go to long on, and the man at fine leg come into the circle for the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. Lungi Ngidi in again. This one short, just outside off stump, carved through the offside, and Marco Jansen does the sweeping on the offside. Just the one there, 69 for 1.
A lovely sound off the bat there as well. Obviously, the ball was short and wide off the leg. Lovely shot by Shikhar Dhawan.
Yes, and that moves his score to 48 or 48. He's been doing well to drive the runs here. Lungi Ngidi just 2 of his 5 balls so far. Virat Kohli on strike for the final ball of his over. This one, a good length delivery just outside off stump. Dots this down to the square leg, a vacant square leg. Runs the first run hard, Virat Kohli, but the second one isn't taken. That ends the over 70 for 1.
I think Keshi did well there, keeping that to a single. Obviously, it's going to be very tight, especially how the strike rate is going at the moment. As we mentioned, was 70 for 1 after 13 overs. We have Shikhar Dhawan on 48 and Virat Kohli on 9, facing 13 deliveries.
And it's been really great to have you with us here. Nate here in the commentary box. That's Nate Gugela, who's joined us here for his first commentary stint. Thanks also to Tepo Taylor, who's been doing ball by ball. It is Keshav Maharaj to continue from the old stables end. This one played out to the captain Bavuma at extra cover. And it's been a good session so far for both India and South Africa. Honours even at this stage as India move to 71 for 1. This ball played out by Kohli into the leg side, fielded there by Andile Peshwayo. And there is a single to the former Indian captain. as he plays it into that leg side region. 71 for 1 in the 14th over, and it is Keshav Maharaj, South Africa's vice captain, to continue with his slow left armers to Dhawan. Dhawan 2 away from a milestone. He's not going to get it with this delivery, but he is going to get a single down to the man. That is Shamsi at a sort of 45 on the leg side, and he takes the single. 49 he is off 49 balls, 49 minutes, 49 runs, 49 balls, 49 minutes, all the 49s, as Kohli plays this to the man at long on, and they take a single. 74 for the loss of 1 in the back end of the 14th over. 73 for 1, shall I say, in the back end of the 14th over. Scoreboard quickly on to record that score. Down 1 away from his 50. Likely that he will get it potentially off this delivery, but he doesn't. He plays that directly to Bavuma, who is at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 73 for 1 still. Dhawan 49, Kohli 11. The partnership between these two, 27 since the loss of the wicket of Rahul, and he will get it with this delivery. Bavuma in quickly, but he can't prevent the single as Kohli calls his partner through, and they take the run. And 74 for 1, Shikhar Dhawan, half century, 50 in 51 minutes of exactly 50 balls. That's an easy strike rate to calculate, with 8 boundaries, and he is looking ominous. Tim, welcome to you, joining me again here in the commentary box.
Welcome. Thanks very much. That's his 34th 50 in international cricket for India for Dhawan. It comes off 51 balls. Is that correct?
50 balls, yeah. 51 balls.
51 balls.
51 balls for his 50.
8 fours.
Yeah, 8 fours. So he's really looked very good. It's almost got to that milestone without even trying. It's been that good. South Africa, I think, rather surprisingly sticking with Aiden Markram for a very long opening spell. Although he did take the wicket. Well, I thought he was going to be on for an over too many, and then took the wicket of KL Rahul. Seemed like a master stroke there from captain Temba Bavuma. India, though, up quite close to being up with the run rates at the moment, 5.3 and over, batting faster than South Africa were at this stage. Lungi and Giri away from us here at the commentary box end to Dhawan. He plays it forcefully into the offside. It's half fielded at extra cover by Maharaj, but it goes through to Bavuma, who is cleaning up behind him at mid, off to the left-hander, and there is another single. 74 for 1 in the 15th over, setting this up to be a very interesting run chase. Tim?
It is interesting run chase. It's also interesting to see the different approaches between the two sides. India look to score the quick runs early to set their foundation, rather than what South Africa do, which is start slowly.
Yeah, and this is into the pads of Kohli from Ngidi as he starts a new over. Bowls second ball of the over, and it's down to the backward square leg area for a single. 76 for 1 in the 15th over. 51 to Dhawan, yes.
Just to get a small comparison, at this stage, South Africa were 58 on the board with the 1 wicket down, and India are now 76 for 1.
So ahead of the run rate, and Guinea's in again to Dhawan, who plays this beautifully out at the offside. But Marco Jansen, who has been patrolling the cover boundary for most of the innings, does so again and prevents them from taking a second run as he played that one on the up out into the cover area. This looks like a belter of a pitch. 77 for 1 India in the 15th.
It certainly does at the moment. It seems to have flattened out even more than earlier on in the day. South Africa will also be concerned about Virat being at the crease. So the last time he was here in white ball cricket, he made 200s from memory, and particularly 160 not out in one of those games. I think it was Cape Town.
So he is a force to be reckoned with in any format, in any time. Virat Kohli, we saw him in the field earlier as he just takes a single there down to the man at a long leg. That's Tabraiz Shamsi in the deep at 78 for 1 in the 15th. 2 balls left in Ngidi's second over. South Africa opening the bowling with Aiden Markram and Marco Jansen. Markram bowling 5 overs, getting 1 for 30. The wicket of KL Rahul caught behind by Quinton de Kock off his bowling for 12. This is whipped off the pads, short of a length on the legs of Dhawan, and he comes back for 2. Some sharp fielding in the deep there from the backward, the square leg. David Miller for South Africa out there on the boundary. How often does he do good work? The South African veteran, we could call him now, one of the most experienced players in this team. 137 one day. This is 138th one day international, by far the highest of any of the players out there on the field. Ngidi in for the last ball of his second over, away from us here at the commentary box end. And that one played into the covers by Dhawan, fielded extra cover by Maharaj. There is no run, 80 for 1 after 15. South Africa got to 80 for 3 in the 20th over. So this very interesting from a comparison point of view, India having lost 1 less wicket. Do you feel the spinners are going to come into their own, though, a little bit later on in this game?
From a South African perspective, you certainly hope that would be the case. I certainly thought that would be the case for India, but I think initially, after the initial few overs, they didn't bowl well enough, and they let the South Africans dominate them. But from a South African perspective, you certainly hope that Shamsi and Maharaj could have an extended say in what can happen in this ODI.
That same Maharaj, as Tim was mentioning, into Virat Kohli. This is defended to a ball that is flighted nicely on the line of middle and off out to Temba Bavuma, who is at extra cover. We'll give you the field after this delivery. It's Maharaj in once again to Kohli on his pads. He's able to tickle that one around the corner. He wants 2. He's going to get 2. He plays it out to Rassie van der Dussen at deep backward square, and they do go through for the 2. It's 82 for 1 in the 16th over. So we have for Maharaj to Kohli, we have a man at 45 in the circle. Let's just see this delivery to Kohli defensively back to the bowler. Man at 45 on the offside. A man on the cover point boundary, extra cover, long on, mid wicket. A man at a wideish mid on, deep backward square, and a man at 45 on the leg side, and it's the man at deep square leg, Rassie van der Dussen, who's incredible 124 not out, wasn't it, in the end from Rassie van der Dussen, 129 not out, should I say, anchored South Africa together with his captain Temba Bavuma, with that massive partnership of 204 to get South Africa to 296 for 4. It's Keshav Maharaj in again to Dhawan, defends back down the pitch, left arm over to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. He's on 54 of 56. The run rate 5.2. A little bit of pressure being created by the South African vice captain. And again, this is a little bit shorter, but played back to him again as Dhawan stands up. It's the end of the over. A good one from Maharaj. He's bowled 4 overs now, 0 for 19. India 83 for 1 after 16. Run rate 5.2. So it's very delicately poised. A wicket could sway it South Africa's way even more. South Africa still in the driving seat, one feels, with that total on the board.
Ever so slightly. But as I said earlier, I think that they would desperately need to get Virat Kohli as soon as possible.
Yeah.
He averages 87 in South Africa. So not only does he like playing South Africa, but he likes playing in South Africa when it comes to white ball cricket.
And Gidi from the commentary box end, and he plays that down in to the man on the third man boundary, and that is who is that on the third man boundary? Looks like Dussen. Or is it Miller on the third man boundary? I think it is Dussen, and they get through for a single, 84 for 1. Dhawan 54, Kohli 17. Partnership is 38. India need 213 to win at just over a run a ball. It's Ngidi in again to Dhawan. He plays that beautifully out into the offside, shortish and a little bit wide, and he just caresses it through the covers to Marco Jansen, number 70 on his back. He is patrolling the covers there in his debut ODI for South Africa.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that they opened with him. I would have thought they would have gone with the experience of Lungi Ngidi.
Yeah.
But they're certainly not afraid to give Jansen responsibility.
That is very true. I think Ngidi, who takes responsibility through to Kohli, and that is short. Kohli has a go at it. It's very short. It is signaled as one of the short deliveries for the over. But consistency is the name of the game here for the umpires. They did not call quite a few of those in the South African innings. Virat Kohli looks completely nonplussed by that decision not to call it a wide. But I must say, from the initial sighting on it, very similar to a number of balls not called wides in the South African innings.
That's all we asked for.
That is all we asked for.
Consistency, which is what we've got so far.
Mr. Consistency, Lungi Ngidi for South Africa comes in. That is beautifully played by Virat Kohli. That ball is not short. It is a length delivery, just short of a length. In fact, he comes forward, whips it through the vacant mid-wicket area down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Absolutely beautiful shot.
Virat Kohli stepped into that delivery. Rather than sitting back and waiting for it, he attacked it.
Yeah.
Which is what he's been doing throughout his career. Really quality shot. Piercing the inner ring and racing away to the boundary.
I think
quality
you can
batting.
Only stand as Lungi Ngidi did and admire that. That is a master craftsman at his work. Ngidi into the master craftsman again. This one is played out into the cover region and fielded by Dussen on the boundary. They take a single, 90 for the loss of 1 in the 17th over.
Kohli a little bit frustrated there. I think he thinks he could have placed that a bit better. And it was a wideish delivery. And he thinks he maybe could have got it to the left or the right of the fielder to at least get a couple.
I mean, it's interesting, this Virat Kohli, the impact that he has on this Indian team is evident. In the field is evident just in terms of his energy, being just there for his teammates, even though he's not the captain of the team anymore. This is a second short delivery for the over, but that is judged once again by the umpires to be absolutely fine. Goes over the shoulder of Dhawan, sort of past his eye line, and that there is no run. And at the end of the over, 90 for 1 after 17. Lungi Ngidi has bowled 3 overs, 0 for 16. Maharaj 4 overs, 0 for 19. India's run rate 5.3. They require 6.3 runs an over from here. 33 overs left. We're a third of the way through.
South Africa's run rate was around about 4 at this time. So there's a real marked difference in how India is going about this.
Significant difference as Kohli plays the first delivery of the Keshav Maharaj over, who's bowling from the old stables end into the leg side, picked up by Markram, who has already done some good work in the field and taken the only wicket to fall so far, that of KL Rahul, in a surprise opening spell of 5 overs that he bowled, Aiden Markram. Maharaj in to Dhawan. This is shortish of a length outside the off stump, and he hangs back in his crease. Played it to the man on the sweeping on the cover boundary. That is Dussen, and there is one more to the total, 92 for 1 in the 18th over. To Kohli, there is a man at 45 on the leg side, deep square, mid wicket, mid off, long on, long off, extra cover. deep cover and a man at 45, third man, sort of 45 on the edge of the circle. He's in to Kohli again. This is on the line of middle and leg stump. He tickles it around to Van der Dussen, and there is another single as he fires to throw in 93 for 1 in the 18th. Very quietish period of play. You feel there's something is potentially going to give. It will be drinks, I think, pretty soon now. Not too long before the drinks interval as Dhawan tickles this one, just tucks it, should I say, into the leg side. Captain Bavuma is around and quickly from the mid-wicket position, and they prevents more than a single. 94 for 1 in the 18th over. It looks as if
it's been a docile couple of overs.
it has.
Because India have already set the foundation. The foundation has been set, so they don't need to go through looking for quick runs.
And South Africa will want to just get through some overs here quickly without having too much damage done. India perhaps just falling a little bit behind the rate. That's what they'll want. Maharaj's got one ball left in his 5th over, and he's in now to Kohli. And this one, he just again plays it into the leg side. He's not going to get a run of that delivery, and that I think maybe drinks. No, we may have one or two more overs before drinks. South Africa has been very quick with their over rate, opening the bowling with the spinner Markram, the off spinner. It's 94 for 1 after 18, 5.2 runs per over. So yeah, India making a good
Progress.
Yes, on this chase. It's not going to be easy for them. Certainly not going to be easy for them. Wickets in hand, though, are the key. 32 overs to get that 203 that is left for them to win this match.
They made 300 at Cape Town 4 years ago, so they've got that at the bank. The ability to make 300.
Beautifully played by Dhawan through the offside, diving stop attempted at point by Markram. He can't get there, but Marco Janssen, with those very long legs of his, is around in the sweeper position to prevent more than just the 2, and that takes the score to 96. The partnership goes to 50, almost without any kind of fanfare at all. 50 off 59 balls with 4 fours between Kohli and Dhawan. Dhawan by far the senior partner in the overall in the match so far. He's got 25 of those, Virat 24. South Africa with Ngidi is in again, and that is just played over the man at mid-off. It's going to race away to the boundary. Temba Bavuma in chase, but he's not going to get there. That is just a length ball in the slot, and Shikhar Dhawan stands and delivers as he has been doing for a lot of the day. That 4 brings up the 100 for India, 100 for 1 in the 19th over of 111 balls and 11 fours. Tim, it's very, very delicately poised at the moment. It could be an interesting chase.
Yeah, Darwin is playing with the freedom of a man who's got no worries.
Yeah.
I think if Shubman Gill was fit, he may not have made this particular 11, but he's there and he's making it known to the selectors that he still wants to play for India.
As he is forward to this outside the line of the off stump, angling across him from Ngidi, plays it into the offside, fielded by Maharaj. There is no run, 100 for 1 still in the 19th over. Halfway through that 19th over, they are well ahead of where South Africa were at this particular stage, both in the runs and wickets columns. But of course, that massive 204-run partnership between Van der Dussen and Bavuma, and they still have to get these extra 197 runs to India. Ngidi again, and that's a short delivery, and that one is going to be called wide, quite rightly, far too short and over the head of Dhawan, and they get the wide from Ngidi. Second extra, which is very disciplined from South Africa. Only 2 wides so far in the first 18.3 overs.
Rather tellingly, no balls, which is from a South African perspective good to see.
It is very good to see after the
After-
Test series was really marred by quite a lot of no balls, particularly from KG Rabada. That is an attempted pull by Dhawan to a ball that perhaps wasn't short enough to play the shot. Plays it into the ground, goes down to third man, but they take the single. It's Shamsi doing the fielding down there. 102 for 1 in the 19th over. Ngidi so far in his 4 overs, 0 for 24. Has not looked as if he's threatening the batsman at all.
No, that will be an area of concern for the South African bowlers as a whole. Maharaj is holding up an end reasonably well, but what South Africa do need is a wicket. They need to get a wicket to break this partnership.
They need to strike. They're not going to strike with that delivery as Virat Kohli's in behind it, just plays it down to the man at backward point. There is a no run, 102 for 1. Very quiet in here. There's a lull outside. No excitement amongst the small crowd that's in the hospitality boxes that are here to our right here at Eurolux Borland Park. As we see Andile Pehlwayo, he was warming up in front of us here at the commentary box end. It is away from us now, and Ngidi to Kohli plays that one into the offside, and it's fielded very nicely at backward point by Markram there. It is indeed, and they do not take a run. That is the end of the over, and drinks are being brought onto the field. South Africa's over rate outstanding at this stage, with the 2 spinners operating so far, a total of 10 overs from the spinners already up front, 19 overs gone, 102 for 1. This partnership between Dhawan and Kohli, 56. But Tim, the match, as we've been saying, is poised here. It's somebody's to take by the scruff of the neck. India, potentially, you feel, are the ones that they have to do that. I mean, they're the ones who have to actually push on and make that work. So we need to see what the situation is here as the match progresses, and we'll do a few tweets, but your feelings on where we are, Tim.
The Indian team will be slightly of the happier. The nine wickets in hand, Virat Kohli and Dhawan looking outstanding out there with no real trouble for either of them. The South Africans will know that this side relies rather a lot on Virat Kohli. If they can get Virat Kohli in the next few overs, they know that they can create pressure from one end. They can create that pressure and then get back into the game. But I think at this drinks break, India would be the happier of the two sides at the moment.
Going only the 1 wicket lost, 102 on the board. Dhawan going exceptionally well. She got on 64 of 65, very much in line with the performance put together earlier on in the day by Dussen and Bavuma, both batting at about a run a ball. Well, Dussen batting at better than a run a ball. So it is exceptionally important for South Africa after the drinks break, which happened in South Africa's innings, for South Africa to get a wicket, to brace Shamsi, of course, the magician, that's still to come on to bowl. And we will need to, from a South African perspective, they will want to see that he is able to make inroads into the Indian batting lineup.
Well, he's the most successful spinner we've had since the World Cup. The number one bowler in 50 over cricket since the World Cup is Tobias Shamsi. He's got more wickets than anybody else that we've tried.
Wow.
So I know that there's always a talk that he's wonderful in T20s, which he is, but he's also been a huge improvement in his play in the 50 over format when it comes to his bowling. Far more consistent than he was a couple of years ago.
And this is why, having made the transition from T20 cricket into the 50 over game, it is very important for Shamsi to make his mark here today for South Africa. I mean, he is only played now. It's his 32nd match in the longer form of the game. 40 wickets at 34.05. Economy rate of 5.25. South Africa will certainly take that today from his 10 overs on field, particularly with his strike rate of a wicket every just over 6 overs. So it's going to be very important to see if he can make a breakthrough when he does come on to bowl. His sense is going to be with the fact that they opened with Markram. It's going to be a focus more on the spin bowlers in this match rather than on the pacemen.
And the fact that they've already got 5 overs out of their 6th bowler
Yes,
is a huge plus for South Africa. As long as they do chip away at the wickets, that's at the back end. So they won't necessarily need to use him at the back end of the innings.
No.
They've used him now for the majority of the overs he's going to bowl.
You see Andile Petwayo taking the other portion of that 6th bowler, perhaps? Yeah. So Tim nodding his head in agreement as Keshav Maharaj continues after the drinks break, and that will Shikhar Dhawan have fairly missed out there as the loosener after the drinks break down the leg side goes tickled down to the man at 45, who is Lungi Ngidi. There is no run, still 102 for 1 after 19. And he just pushes it out into the offside. That's an easy run as Markram comes in from extra cover and fields 103 for 1 in the 20th over. Comparisons we will look at the end of this over when we've had 20 overs bowled to the South African lineup, which I think they're on 80 for loss of 3 after 20. But it's is Maharaj into Kohli. Kohli plays this into the leg side. He's looking for a run. It's knocked on by Markram at mid-wicket, but they still can't get the run. Wise not to take the run. A bit of stop-start there from Kohli. He played that into the leg side.
The old adage, you don't run off a fumble.
No, you don't run off a fumble. And plays this into the leg side on the line of middle and leg, trying to get the ball away into the gap on the leg side. It's a 5-4 leg side offside field, a ring field on the leg side. The man at 45, fine leg, square leg, deep square leg on the boundary, deep mid wicket on the boundaries, played out to Temba Bavuma, who dives in at his position at extra cover, the one that is outside the off stump, and it's cleaned up behind him by David Miller coming in from long off, and they take a single 104 for 1 in the 20th. Has been so far an economical over from Maharaj into his 6th. It's maybe the last ball in this spell for him. That is short. Seeing Dhawan coming down the wicket, well bowled there by Maharaj. Dhawan coming down early, wasn't he? And he had to get his bat on that, otherwise it would have been stumped down the leg side. Managed to get bat on ball, and Gidi does the fielding well at 45, and there is no run. 104 for 1 after 20. Those comparisons, Tim, to South Africa. You got them?
Comparisons.
20 overs.
We were 82.
80 for 3, wasn't it?
80 for 3.
Yeah, 80 for 3.
So India are well in control in terms of the run rate, well ahead of South Africa at this stage. And talking about bowling changes,
Yep,
Shamsi's coming on.
So Shamsi, the left arm wrist spinner, and I am so looking forward to seeing Tabraiz Shamsi bowl here, see what he can do. We know Yuzvendra Chahal, the leg spinner for India, not particularly successful today, where he has been previously against South Africa. And can Tabraiz Shamsi make this ball talk on this surface? It still looks to me like more like the N1 highway than anything else. In very good condition. No potholes on this pitch, that is for sure, because it's 104 for 1 after 20. Dhawan is on 20, is on 65, Kohli on 25. It'll be the right-handed Kohli facing Shamsi away from us to Kohli. That is down the leg side, and we've signalled wide by umpire Maria Erasmus, standing in his 100th test, 100th ODI today. In case you are just joining us, South Africa got 296 for loss of 4 in their 50 overs. huge contributions. We'll go through that now as Shamsi is in to Kohli, and this is outside the line of the off stump. It turns in quite sharply from a wideish line. He played it with a flat bat to Miller, who's at extra cover. There is no run. South Africa 296 for 4. It was, and Shamsi once again. This is tucked into the leg side, beautifully fielded there by Maharaj. He dives to his left and prevents what could have been perhaps 2. Janssen was waiting to sweep that up on the deep square leg boundary, but they only get through for the single. 106 for 1 in the 21st over. So South Africa looking to Tabraiz Shamsi, their premier spin bowler in this format and in the T20 format, to get the breakthrough here for them that they so desperately need. He's in to Dhawan. Dhawan pulls that, and that may go to the boundary, and it doesn't, though. Petwaya's around quickly to limit them to 2, and we see there that the total moves to 108 for 1 in the 21st over. And we'll give you some numbers for Tabraiz Shamsi at the end of this over since the 2019 World Cup. Tim has some information for us. He's in to Tabraiz Shamsi, to Dhawan. This is pulled away in the air on the leg side, top edge for that sweep. But that doesn't matter, as it's going to go down to the boundary, backward of square for yet another 4 to Shikhar Dhawan. Takes the total to 112 for 1. He did get the top edge. It wasn't supposed to go in the air, but he gets the result. There isn't anybody down there, and that is his 10th boundary. He moves to 71 off only 70 deliveries. He's almost done that at a canter.
Yeah, no real troubles for Dhawan so far. But as you say, that one was hit in the air, even though there wasn't a fielder out there.
So some hope perhaps for Shamsi. Is in to Dhawan once again. This on the line of middle and off, straightens on the left-hander, and he plays it back, straight back to the bowler. There is no run. One more ball in the over. If it is a legal delivery, it's gone for 8 already. First over from Shamsi, not perhaps as economical as he would have hoped. South Africa would have certainly hoped for. And this is outside the line of the off stump, spinning away from the left-hander. And he takes the single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And it's the end of the over. 113 for 1 after 21. India in chase of 297 to win. They need 184 more. Tim, over to you.
Shamsi's numbers since the 2019 World Cup is 21 wickets at an average of 26.86 at an economy rate of 5. That is better than Maharaj. Maharaj is 13 at an average of 33.
Sure.
So the numbers support the fact that Shamsi's been bowling very well the last couple of years.
So South Africa's premier spin bowler is in this format, Tabraiz Shamsi, and is South Africa's other left arm spin bowler. The finger spinner is Keshav Maharaj from the old stables end, bowling to Dhawan, who plays it into the leg offside and gets a no run for the first delivery of the over. Second delivery of the over, he plays it out to the man deep on the square leg boundary. That is Marco Janssen, and they take a single that was hit really well, but straight to the fielder. And the score moves to 114 for 1 in the 22nd over. South Africa getting through their overs with this all-spin attack very quickly. Match is progressing quickly as well. India keeping that run rate well in check. Brilliant fielding in the covers there by, is that Ngidi or Petwaya? That is Ndile Petwaya diving to his left, so in the mid-wicket region of Kohli, and stops a certain single, and that's what you want to see. This is tickled by Kohli down to Shamsi at a short, fine leg position. They take a single, 115 for 1 in the 22nd over. This partnership 69, ominous signs for South Africa, as we see Virat Kohli 27 and Dhawan on 73. Dhawan just plays that quietly into the offside, bobbles up off the edge of the square. They need to do something about that here at Boland Park. The square has caused some serious issues. The edge of the square, with the ball bobbling up off that edge, causing some consternation for a couple of the fielders. It's 1-1-6 for 1 in the 22nd over. One ball to come, and he is. Oh, that is played by Kohli straight back over the head of Maharaj, and he will get a single. Some great work on the boundary by the South African fielders, as it is David Miller running around, so Yanaman Malan running around incredibly quickly from his position at long on, passing the ball to Miller, who throws it in. They prevent certain two, and it gets just a single, as that one was in the air over the head of Maharaj. 170 for 1 after 22, and still at about 5.3 the run rate achieved. Runs to win 180 of 168 deliveries, keeping it at about that 6.3 runs per over level.
I think you might find Kiso coming on at the other end now. Saw him warming up earlier on, so I think he might be getting a chance to bowl
As
sooner rather than later.
Shamsi strays again down the leg side, another wide, and it's 1-1-8 for 1. First ball of the 22nd over has now got to be bowled again. This is better on the line of middle and off. It's whipped into the leg side, but some really good fielding by Janssen, who has to move smartly to his right at a square leg, and not before they get through for 2. Shamsi not finding his radar at the moment at all. It needs to be settling in on that line and length. It's 120 for 1 in the 23rd over. He's in once again to Kohli. A lot more flight. It's beautifully driven down the ground, and it will be cut off by Peshwayo, who stops the second run. That is outstanding fielding from the South African all-rounder, as he comes around quickly to prevent any thought of 2 by the Indian batters. Dhawan and Kohli just getting the single. 121 for 1 in the 23rd.
Maybe that was a signal to the captain to say,
Maybe.
I'm here to bowl if you need me.
I'm ready. I'm warmed up. Want to come on and bowl. 121 for 1 after 22. This is shaping up to be a fascinating run chase. History beckons for India in the chase potentially here. As Shamsi in to the informed Dhawan, plays that very forcibly into the offside, fielded by Maharaj. Should have half fielded, but he recovers. They take the single, and what could have gone for 4 had it got past him. But he feels it well. 122 for 1 in the 23rd. Shamsi to Kohli. Kohli forward into the leg side, fielded by Bavuma at mid-wicket. Hardly any time to discuss anything between balls here. Tim, as he gets through the overs quickly.
Yeah, Shamo does get through his overs very quickly. He wants to put the pressure onto the batters as much as he can.
It's Shamsi again from the commentary box end. This is played through the leg side. It will be Janssen again who will do the fielding out on the boundary. He has to move sharply to his left. That beats the mid-wicket, but he does manage to get around, and they go through for 2. 124 for 1 in the 23rd over. And Shamsi in his 2 overs so far, it's been expensive. They've gone for 16, and they don't seem to have really struggled to get the runs off him at this stage. He's bowling the last ball of the over, and it's played very, very calmly down to long on by Kohli for a single. 125 for 1. And it is the end of the 23rd over. Run rate so far 5.4, needing 6.4 to win. The Duckworth Lewis Stern system saying that the par score is 109. India are well under par or over par. It's under par. They, if you call it in the golfing terms, they are on track to chase down an historic 297.
At this moment, South Africa had just got onto their 100. They've just reached their 100. So India find themselves 25 runs ahead of South Africa at this time.
And that was largely due to the injection that came from Rassie van der Dussen at that particular point in time, which was, from a South African point of view, really, really needed. It is now. Maharaj once again, this time to Kohli. It's into the pads of Kohli, just bunts it out to the leg side. There is no run. Half a thought of an appeal. Umpire Palika is not though questioned on this one. It is 125 for 1. Partnership 79. Virat on 34 as he's in once again. It's played out into the leg side. Coming around from mid-wicket is Markram. They do not take one. Sorry, that is 126 for 1 in the 24th. So just ticking along, 80-run partnership. Partnership building and building. They just want to keep wickets in hand. There will be an onslaught later on. There will have to be 6.4 runs and over. Doesn't need to do anything untoward at the moment. Dhawan defending into the offside, picked up by Kock behind or in front of the stumps. There is no run. It's still a beautiful afternoon here in Paarl, 34 degrees plus as it's Maharaj in to Dhawan, plays it out to back off the back foot into the fielder out there on the cover boundary. That's Yanaman Malan. I think it is, yes, indeed. No, Carl Verena on the field as a substitute. I'm not sure who for. We'll have to find out for you. That take a single, 127 for 1. Maharaj in to Kohli, plays it out into the offside. They take a single. Marco Jansen coming in from the cover boundary. And that is the end of the over. 8 gone, is it? No, it's still one more left. 7.5 overs gone for Maharaj. He's going to bowl through, isn't he, Tim?
Looks like he's going to bowl through. I suspect that would be the case. I would have thought he would have been taken off by now, but I think now that he's bowling, they'll obviously decide to bowl him throughout.
He's only conceding just over 4 runs and over. 8 overs, 0 for 33. And so South Africa will want to keep it tight here as India are continuing on their quest to get to 297 to win. 168 is what they require. That with Lewis Stern, a pass score 114 with only this 1 wicket down. But 1 wicket changes the complexion of the game.
It does. South Africa do have a slight problem though. They've got Maharaj doing exactly what they wanted, being economical, keeping things tight. But the idea and the plan was that Shamsi would come in at the other end and be the wicket taker, be the guy that would break this partnership, cause Virat Kohli or Dhawan a little bit of concern. But he hasn't enjoyed having to bowl to either of them. I think the right-hand, left-hand combination has worked very favourably for India at the moment.
Shamsi once again from the commentary box and in to Kohli. This is spinning towards the off stump from a leg stump line, and he just plays it down to Peshwaya at long on for a single. So it was Dhawan played down to Peshwaya long on for a single. It's going to be now Shamsi to Kohli. 130 for 1 in the 25th. He's in to Kohli. That is played off the middle stump, and that is beautifully whipped past the man, diving it backwards square. Poor delivery, short, and that is meat and drink to a player of Kohli's quality. Slams it. Oh, he didn't really slam it, did he? Just played it majestically past the man at square leg for 4.
It was all the wrists.
It was
all
the wrists.
And the wrists of an Indian batsman. They love to work their wrists, and he worked those wrists beautifully. And let the ball come off the bat, and all at the timing.
Beautiful shot. 134 for 1. Kohli to 40. Partnership 88. This is turning into a fascinating contest. Shamsi to Kohli again. He lifts this one in the air, but it's not going to carry to Markram at long on. Shouts of catch. 1 bounce to Markram. He had no price on that one at all. Takes the single, does Kohli. He sort of looks up to the heavens a little bit. I don't think he quite hit that how he wanted to. Perhaps it overhit it slightly. 135 for 1 in the 25th over. And South Africa desperately looking for a wicket as Shamsi bowls to Dhawan. That is also in the air past the man at mid-wicket down to Peshwaya at long on, and there is another single to the Indian left-hander, who moves in on to 79. The partnership is 90. Shamsi has gone for over 8 runs and over in his 3 overs, 2.4 overs so far. He's in once again to Kohli. It's down the leg side, tickled down to the man at 45 on the leg side, and they get through for a single. Down the leg side again to the right-hander. This left-hand, right-hand combination, as you say, Tim, is causing Tabraiz Shamsi all kinds of trouble.
That last delivery would have been a good delivery to Dhawan, but it wasn't to Kohli.
This delivery to Dhawan is played into the leg side. Miller doing some great fielding on the edge of the square, mid-wicket, prevents further damage to Tabraiz Shamsi and South Africa's cause. And it is the end of the over. 25 gone. It is now 137 for 1. And Tim, I'm going to leave you and you into the capable hands of Tsepo Tayela, who's going to be coming in to join you.
Thanks, James. See you a bit later. South Africa find themselves a better spot of bother here. Tsepo?
Yo, Tim, I had to wake up from a nap, bro. I've been lulled out here. Yo, India have just been controlling the game here, seeing no wickets. It's been quiet here at Paarl. The heat as well. Yo, bro, it's nap central. And the South Africans need something to wake them up. A splash to the face. Something refreshing out here. Just to add a little bit more spice to the game, man. It's looking too easy at the moment. Keshav Maharaj coming around the wicket to Virat Kohli. Full length delivery, just whipped off the pads, played down the ground to long on for a single. 138 for 1. And Virat Kohli edging ever closer to that half century. 43, Shikhar Dhawan on 79. And Maharaj coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Because the delivery, it's flighted, it's outside the off stump, and it's played to the man at cover, Aiden Markram for no run, 138 for 1.
Too much width there. Very lucky not to get away with that delivery. Too much width to Dhawan. And Dhawan will be frustrated he wasn't able to pierce the inner ring.
South Africans just being suffocated into a loss here. This one, back of a left delivery, and he's bowled him. Hush my mouth. Keshav Maharaj has gotten the half centurion out. Wowee zowie.
That's Dhawan is out for 79 of 84 balls. The ball was too straight in at the stumps. Not enough room for him to be cutting. Similar dismissal to that Kock had out for the South African innings. Trying to cut a delivery that was straight into the stumps. But Maharaj probably deserves that wicket. He's been very economical in this spell. Both wicket to wicket, and just kept going, kept tolling hard, as he often does. That's India 138 for 2. And a few more balls to go the over.
Kept toiling, did Keshav Maharaj a little bit of a turn into the left-hander, cramping him up for room, and almost looked like could have even dragged that on as it clattered into the middle of middle stump and off stump. A very well bowled delivery. Also well set up, as you said, Tim. The previous delivery was way outside the off stump, lulling Shikhar Dhawan into playing those cross-bat deliveries, cross-bat shots. He must have felt like he missed out in the last delivery. And then finally the breakthrough coming with the ball that just was a little bit too straight.
Absolutely. Maharaj does not always get the credit he deserves as a bowler. He's a very clever bowler in all 3 formats. It's a very clever piece of bowling, lulling Dhawan into a self-sense of security. It's a wicket South Africa desperately needed. They can now create pressure from one end. I think it really put the pressure back on India because there's still a fair way to go. There's still quite a few runs for them to have to chase to get to this total.
Well, that's exactly the word I was thinking of, lulling, creating a false sense of security. it's almost akin to test match bowling, especially in these circumstances. The Indians looking very comfortable. Yeah, I literally just said as I was coming in that it's looking too easy, and just like that, the breakthrough comes. Very well bowled here from Keshav Maharaj, a thinking cricketer, and you really love to see that. The contest now has been spiced up.
It most certainly has. Let's hope that Shamsi from the other end can now find a nice wide leg when he comes on.
Rishabh Pant, the left-handers, into the middle. This delivery was full on the pads. He just whipped this to the man at mid-wicket. Timber Bavuma was sharp. No run there. 138 for 2.
India do have the right-hand, left-hand combination, which is a huge thing for them.
This one, a back of a length delivery that Rishabh Pant wants to absolutely send to the boundary. Didn't quite middle it, got a bottom edge, and just beat the man at short, fine leg. But there was some cover there on the boundary. Lungingiri backing up to Tabraiz Shamsi and just giving away a single here. 139 for 2. That's good energy from Tabraiz Shamsi. Even though there was a fielder out there, he gave it his all. Very good to see. Coming around the wickets to Virat Kohli. Flighted full. Diving inside the inner ring. I believe that's Aiden Markram. Unfortunately, couldn't get it, but there's coverage out there. That's good to see the South Africans trying to save every single run.
When you see this commitment at the field by the South African teams, particularly in the white ball formats, know that they are trying their hardest, being as competitive as they can. That's a trait of theirs. Their fielding has always been of a high standard. In recent times, it's maybe dipped a little bit, but it is starting to come back to what it's naturally been, and that's an outstanding fielding side.
After those 2 singles, 140 the total. Rishabh Pant, he's on 1, and Virat Kohli on strike here as Tabraiz Shamsi coming over the wicket, the left-hander. This one on the pads, whipped, and Marco Jansen sweeping on the leg side, comes in quickly to make sure that there's only 1 run taken off that. 141 for 2 now.
Good piece of fielding there on the boundary. Energetic, got to the ball quickly. Rishabh Pant is just sitting out his starts to Shamsi.
Just thinking of the nature of the game, or at least what we expected. Didn't expect things to go this way. Yes, we expected it to be a slow pitch, a low-scoring pitch, but runs seemingly easy to come by, relatively, not quite in the form of boundaries, but batsmen are finding it very easy to sort of pierce the gaps. It's looking very difficult to field out there. Tabraiz Shamsi coming over the wicket to the left-handed punt. This one blocked, dotted down very quickly in between all the fielders for a very quick single, a very well-played defensive stroke for 1 run, 142.
The key has been, once you've got to 20, you're in. Then it's up to you to make that count. You can't then go and get out for 22, 23. It's difficult to get in. Once you're in on this pitch, you should be scoring runs.
Tabraiz Shamsi with a ball that goes down the leg side for the right-handed Virat Kohli. 3 runs here for India, 143 for 2, and an extra ball to face.
Just 5 extras from South Africa, which is good going as a whole.
For now. Tabraiz Shamsi, a ball that's full and straight, driven straight back past the bowler. And Andile Petloquire does the fielding here from long off, and Aiden Markram there to assist. A little bit of tag team fielding, flicking it up to Aiden Markram. A little bit of glove love there, a high five there on the boundary. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it, Tim?
Yeah, that's always good to see that. Always good to see commitment and teammates applauding each other.
Tabraiz Shamsi coming in. This one flighted, but on a good length, and whipped to the man at mid-wicket. No run. It's still 145 for 2 after the 2 runs taken in the previous delivery.
Shamsi wants to consistently bowling at Kohli. He doesn't want to have to bowl at Pat. He wants to try and tie him up here.
This one a little bit fuller outside the off stump. Virat Kohli plays this very late off the back foot, whipping it to the leg side where Marco Janssen sweeping does the fielding. 146 for 2 after that single.
Good going. He's trying to find his rhythm here. Shamsi is finding it a little bit challenging, but he's slowly getting into his rhythm at the moment.
Very good delivery. Looked like it turned away from the left-hander off a good length. Rishabh Pant was in a shot, but then decided against it halfway through and just defended this back to the bowler. No run there. 146 for 2 after 27 overs. And someone that we haven't seen today, Ndile Petloquayo.
Yes, James and I were talking about it. We saw him warming up quite a bit. We don't know if that was maybe a signal to the captain. So listen, I'm here.
Hello.
Bring me on.
Hello.
I am in the 11. Give me a bowl. You would think he is going to get a bowl, particularly with the fact that Markham's had 5 already.
Keshav Maharaj coming around the wicket to Virat Kohli, goes down the leg side for another extra wide there. 147 for 2. Second delivery does a little bit better, but still a little bit close to the pads. Whipped off the pads by Virat Kohli, and Tabraiz Shamsi does the fielding.
This is the last over of Maharaj's spell, and it's been pretty good. He's held up and kept things tight, made sure India hasn't got away, and he's got an all-important wicket. So he's done his job.
That's the key. Everybody needs to do their job. Keshav Maharaj, this one whipped off the pads by Rishabh Pant. Temba Bavuma fielding at mid-wicket.
Bavuma's been outstanding in the field as usual. Keeping his usual high standards.
I'm just trying to think of when we probably see Petloquayo. This one flighted around the wicket to Virat Kohli, driven straight back to Keshav Maharaj. He does have the ability to sort of take a wicket when you need him to. A ton of variation here. This one full and straight, whipped off the pads. Tabraiz Shamsi at a short, fine leg does the fielding there, a single, and that brings up the 50 for Virat Kohli and 150 for India. Kohli's 50 coming off 80 balls, 3 fours, and the Indian 150 coming off 172 balls with 13 fours, no 6, and 107 minutes.
Good going from India's perspective, and good to see Kohli in the runs.
This one dragged down a little bit by Keshav Maharaj, played off the back foot by Pant, just whipped off the pads, and the man sweeping on the onside will throw that into the keeper. 151 now with that single, ticking over the scoreboard nicely here. They need 146 to win off 133, a rate of 6.6. Around the wickets comes Maharaj to Virat Kohli. It's full outside the off stump, driven down to the man at long off for a single to end Keshav Maharaj's spell. In his 10 overs, conceded 42 runs, took a wicket, and only 1 wide.
I think if you'd said to the captain that Maharaj is going to do that, then the captain would be very happy. This is a run-scoring ground, so he's done his job. He's going off the field just to get a quick shower, perhaps, this stifling heat. So he runs up to the dressing room from our vantage point.
And as you said, Tim, he did his job. We know that cricket is a game of 11 individuals playing as a team, and everybody needs to do their job. And as you said, going at just 4.2, that's under the required rate, and taking a wicket, that's gold. That's gold. He's done his part, and now it's up to the rest of the South African bowlers to just chip in. Tabraiz Shamsi coming in here. He has himself a leg slip for the right-handed Virat Kohli. It's full in line with off stump. Just tickle to the man at mid-wicket. No run. 152 for 2.
Shamsi would dearly love a maiden over here just to keep things tight, just to keep things economical from his side of point of view. It's been expensive so far. He'd love to just put 6 balls where he wants
This
them.
one, full and straight. Virat Kohli tries to sweep it, gets a top edge, and Themba Bavuma just has to take a few steps to his right to gobble that up. Not only has he not conceded a run, he has taken a wicket of the former Indian captain who was on 51. Well done to Bray Shamsi.
That was a very, very strange dismissal. It was a foolish ball by Shamsi, drifting down the leg side, and somehow Kohli sweeping gets a top edge, and it is caught by Madam close to the leg side, and he is gone for 50. The fact that the South Africa got 2 quickish wickets, one after the other, is hugely problematic for India. It's hugely positive from a South African point of view.
And not just any 2 batsmen, the 2 set batsmen, the batsman that had a mammoth partnership. It was very close to 100 before the dismissal of Kohli and Dhawan. And the spinner striking for South Africa, Keshav Maharaj in the previous over, and now to Bray Shamsi, getting the tunes pumping as Suresh Iyer comes to the crease.
Suresh Iyer has played 23 matches, and he has 813 runs at an average of 42.78 with 850s and 100. So he can play. He can clearly play. It's an attacking batsman, another attacking batsman for India. So they've now got 2 attacking batsmen at the crease with Pant and Iyer. I don't think you're going to see them working in singles and just seeing things through. They're going to want to put the pressure back on South African bowlers. So it could be a very interesting period, the next half an hour or so.
Now, it's very tough to score runs here. We saw in the first innings the nature of the runs scored by South Africa. Very slow initially, but then eventually improving and upping the run rates. But very importantly, it was all in that one partnership, 202 between Themba Bavuma and Rasifana Dussen, really just putting the pressure on India. But now these 2 batsmen needing to start from scratch, which is going to make for some very interesting watching here. Stay tuned here. Don't forget to tweet us in One World SR. We're keen to hear from you as things start to spice up here. To Bray Shamsi, to the new batsman. It's back of a length, played off the back foot. The man sweeping on the onside will throw that in. There's a single there, 153 for 3 now.
Good, easy single there by India. Just return the strike, which is what they need to do. Slowly moving up to the 30 over mark.
This one a full length delivery, a sweep attempt here from Rishabh Pant. Didn't quite middle it and hit it straight to the man at a short fine leg. Still 153 for 3. He's still on 4 and Iyer on 1. He got off the mark of the first ball. Do you feel that there's enough pressure here from the South African bowling attack? Yes, they've been conceding singles, but wickets have fallen as Bray Shamsi comes over the wickets. Oh, great fielding at slip here as a good length delivery stayed very, very low. Rishabh Pant just put his bat out there, and the man at slip, I believe it's Yanaman Malan, dove to his right to save a single.
Well, I think the Dhawan dismissal was good bowling. Kohli one was pitched outside leg stump, and it was drifting even further outside the leg stump. I think when Kohli sees that wicket again, he'll be very disappointed in the way he got out.
Shamsi in again, flighted. Oh, a little bit of turn away from the left-hander. A little bit of spice in the pitch here. It's looking very good here for the South African number 1 T20 bowler. And that ends the 20. Oh, wow, that's a lot of turn. That ends the 29th over, 153 for 3. Shamsi still has 5 overs. Oh.
We saw Chahal get good turn early on when he was bowling against South Africa. He lost his lines a length, but he was getting turn. So it's not a surprise to see that Shami's getting turn as well.
Yes, indeed. Marco Jansen is coming into the attack, replacing Keshav Maharaj. He has 6 overs left. And one thing that Aiden Markham does give you is that he gives all the other bowlers something, or at least gives Temba Bavuma options. And he bowled 6 overs at the beginning of the innings. And just going back to the question I was asking about the type of pressure built up here, would you say that India was sort of like lulled into Shikhar Dhawan's wickets, and then just a lapse in concentration from Virat Kohli was due to the pressure that South Africans put on them? I mean, it's tough to bat out there, or maybe am I reading into it too much? Was that just a bad shot from Virat Kohli in a vacuum?
I think it was more. I think it was more of a bad shot than anything else. But they all. I think you could argue that they both played a part, but I do think it was more of a bad shot than outstanding bowling by South Africa.
The last delivery from Marco Jansen to Suresh Iyer was a good length delivery outside off stump, just blocked to cover for no run there. Marco Jansen coming in again around the wickets. He'd be keen for a wicket. This one full outside off stump, driven square of the wicket, and the man sweeping in the deep will pick that up. 1 run there, 154 for 3.
It'll be interesting to see if he bowls round the wicket to punt. He did that quite a bit at the Test match. Not too much success, mind you, but he did like to do it.
Now it looks like he's going to be coming over the wicket. He has a man at third man on the offside, also backward point, and punt just opens the face of the bat, guides it to Andile Petlokwai at the aforementioned third man for a single. 155 for 3.
Correction. South Africa bowled quite a bit around the wicket to Rishabh Pant. Actually more Lugi and Giri than Jansen.
Yeah, because he is the left-hander, so you'd assume that. I mean, if you're ever going to get a chance to bowl to a left-hander, you got to take it. Coming around the wicket to a right-handed Iyer, creating that angle with the back of a length delivery, and he just gets on his back foot and plays it into the gap on the offside. The man at backward point, Aiden Markham, does the fielding. 156 for 3.
Game is ever so slightly leaning towards South Africa now. It's now for them about creating that pressure to keep the foot on the neck of India and keep the pressure on if they want to get the win over the line.
Marco Jansen into Rishabh Pant. This one a back of length delivery played in front of square with the drive, no run there.
Important partnership this for India. Important that they do survive, they do give the rest of the tail a chance and as close to the total as possible. They don't want to lose both of these guys for early scores. So then it's going to be too much for India's lower middle order and tail.
Another dot ball from Marco Jansen. It was in line with the stumps. A good length delivery played to the leg side for no run. 156 for 3 are India. And as you said, the two batters in still haven't gotten past double digits. Iyer on punt on 3 and 5 respectively, off 4 and 12 balls. So as you said, Tim, South Africa in control here because these batters will want to get in. They don't want to throw their wickets away here. And that will take some time. And those are valuable dot balls here for the South African bowling attack.
At the same time, South Africa were 150 on the board. So India were leading by 25 and now lead by 6. Just 6 runs.
It's a very Shamsi in to the right-handed Iyer. This pitch is out well outside off stump, but turns into the right-hander significantly. It was a back of a length delivery and just cuts to the man on the offside boundary. And the last boundary, Tim, after this delivery to Bray Shamsi, swept by Rishabh Pant to the man fielding on the boundary. Marco Jansen stops the boundary, and not just that, stops the second run with some very good fielding. Got down quickly, got up even quicker, and got it into the middle very quickly. 158 for 3 after that single.
I think you heard your boundary stat that's coming up.
The last boundary was in the 25th over, Tim. We're now past the 30th, we're into the 31st, so has been a little bit of pressure building here from the South Africans. This one, good length delivery, played off the back foot to the man at backward square leg for no run there, and good fielding being applauded by the South Africans. Their tails are up here. They know they're building pressure very, very nicely.
And they're just showing Jansen's fielding at the big screen. Difficult for a big man to get down like that.
On a day when it's very tough for bowling, it's vital that the fielding attack backs up their bowlers, and that's what we've been seeing today from the South Africans. Good delivery, good length delivery in line with leg stump, whipped to the leg side for a single, and South Africa will be happy with that. Just singles, no boundaries. But yes, as I said, it is key that the fielders back up their bowlers here. We saw the intensity in the inner ring. If the ball was close to them, they gave it their all to see if they could stop the single. And you could see that energy now in the field.
Yeah, it certainly is good to see from a South African perspective.
Oh, for flighted delivery outside off stump. Absolutely carved by Rishabh Pant. And Themba Bavuma diving to his left saved a certain boundary. You could see the South Africans are pumped after that. Themba Bavuma just doing a little bit of flex there.
That had 4 written all over it, and you just hear by the sound off the bat. That was absolutely smoked, but beautiful fielding by Themba Bavuma, leading by example.
Indeed, this one was going down the leg side, and the man at a short fine leg, Lungi Ngidi, getting down to prevent that from being a boundary as well. So South Africans, as I said, throwing themselves on the ground, making sure that no boundaries are coming. And you can see the teammates going towards Lungi Ngidi. Yanaman Malan from the other side of the field coming in for some high fives here. Just some class fielding from the South Africans, building the pressure on India, who are on 160 for 3 at the moment.
Yes, it's good to see the intensity by the South Africans. It's been missing the last few months, and it's happening in spurts and the odd games. But this is really good to see from South African perspective. They're up for this game. There might not be Super League points on board, but they desperately want to win this game. They want to beat India. They've won the Test series, and they clearly want to win the ODIs as well. They want to make a clean sweep in the series.
Great attitudes here from Themba's boys. Marco Jansen is standing at his mark. He'll be continuing his spell in his 5 overs, conceding 28 runs. Coming over the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. This one full and straight and driven down the ground, a half volley, and driven on the onside for 4 runs. That's the first boundary since the 25th over. A little bit of release of pressure here.
Lovely shot. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful shot. It was a half volley, but you still got to hit it, and it was timed beautifully by Rishabh Pant. When he's in full motion, Pant is certainly an interesting batsman and good to watch.
Marco Jansen will just need to make sure that he keeps his line and length. Don't want to release too much pressure that the South Africans have been building in the field. This one better, good length delivery in line with leg stump, just whipped to the leg side. The man at mid wicket will do the fielding for a single. 165 for 3 now after 31 overs.
Swaz, a good stroke maker like Pat, but he's not quite as experienced, but he does like to play shots. So it'll be an interesting period for him.
Marco Jansen coming around the wicket. This one banged in short, and Aya gets on top of that, plays it around his body to the man at fine leg for a single. 166 for 3 now. To win, India need 131 off 111 balls.
Still within range of the in terms of the run rate. It's not hasn't got away from them, so they'll be buoyed by that.
Marco Jansen, a fuller delivery outside off stump. Rishabh Pant trying to carve this through the offside, but getting nowhere near it. Good delivery there, good dot ball. Well earned by Marco Jansen, 166 for 3.
Working on Rishabh Pant's patience. You know that if you give the odd wide one as a surprise delivery, you know that Rishabh Pant is going to want to chase it. He has been known to do that.
This one short and into the body of Rishabh Pant, getting on top of it and playing it down to the man, sweeping at a deep square leg. 167 for 3 after that single.
Decent partnership from India. They'll want to take this one into, you'd say, the 42nd, 43rd over. The next turnovers. If these guys are there in turnovers time, you'd say India have got a great chance.
This one is full outside the off stump, driven, and the man sweeping a deep square leg has to do the fielding. Got to him very quickly and fired it in quickly to save the second run. Good fielding in the deep. 168 for 3 after that over. It's Iyer and Pant on 7 and 13 respectively. Yes. And finally, Andile Petloquayo coming into the attack. I was actually thinking that this would be a good time for him to come in. You don't want it to be too late. We do know that South Africans have used him at the depth. That has been the plan for Andile Petloquayo. Now, with the pace variation he brings, with the amount of variable deliveries that he has, he could potentially bring a wicket here for South Africa.
He certainly could, because India might look at him and they might think, right, this is the sixth bowler, this is the guy to attack. This is the so-called weak link of the Proteas 11. He does have a good record here at Paarl. He's got 7 wickets at an average of 18. So he does like to play here.
Oh, wow. Those are fantastic stats coming over the wicket to the right-handed Iyer. This one played into the ground and a little bit of a misfield from Yanaman Malan. It was on the up. It would have been difficult to field. It just bounced under him. Very steep bounce. But they get a single off the first ball. 169 for 3.
That's what he gets, but acquired. He does get a variety in bounce and pace, so it can be quite tricky to face.
Conversations here about field placings. We have a man at short, fine leg. The man at third man is on the boundary. A point, cover, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, and a short, fine leg and a deep square leg. Rishabh Pant gives himself some room, gets a bottom edge. Quinton de Kock doing the fielding, shying at the stumps. And it looks like it might have hit Pant on the back or on the leg. Good fielding there from Quinton de Kock, very sharp. But you can see the intent here from Rishabh Pant.
You certainly can. He's always wanting to fight fire with fire, not wanting to sit back and let the game get away from him. He wants to take the game to the opposition as best he can.
Quiet to a right-handed Iyer. This one too close to the pads. Played straight to the man at short third, fine leg. Iyer was very well down the pitch. Shy at the stumps by Tabrez Shamsi. Make sure that he stays exactly where he is. And good backing up at cover from Yanaman Malan. No run, 170 for 3.
But Macquarie's best figures in ODI cricket come from this venue itself. 4 over 46 against Bangladesh in 2017.
It's coming in again. This one also on the pads, but this one whipped past the man at short third man and will get a boundary here. A little bit back of a length and erred on his line too much there and conceded a boundary. 174 for 3.
Yeah, overcompensating there, but like wide, a little bit too straight, too much down the leg side, trying to bowl wicket to wicket, just straight down the leg side. Easy pickings for Aya, and all he had to do was get some bat on it, and it was 4.
Indeed, a very good shot there, especially with the man not on the boundary. Did very well to get wide of the short, fine leg. This one driven very backward of square here by Aya. The man at backward point diving to his left, Aiden Markham, but couldn't stop it from getting past him. They get 2 runs as they move to 176 for 3. Aya on 14 punts on the same score, 13 and 20 respectively. Balls faced.
Still hasn't got out of control for India. As long as they keep this partnership going for the next 8 to 10 overs, they do have a chance to get to the total. While South Africa will want to break it, to break the partnership.
And Delia Petloquaya with the slower ball outside the off stump. Just played across the line to the leg side, and the man sweeping on the boundary comes in and throws that to Quinton de Kock. They get a single, and that ends the 33rd over. It looks like we're going to have a drinks break here, Tim.
Looks like both teams will have a drinks break. They probably both need it to just reevaluate the situation of how South Africa is going to break the partnership and how India are going to get to that total. India will probably want to work in small partnerships, small groups, get there in 5 over spells, so that they are in 5 overs, and reevaluate which one of these two will do the attacking and the other one you would want to stay in. You don't want both of them going gung-ho in a situation like this. Probably want Pant to do that, while Aya is the one that stays in.
Yes, and Lungingidi coming into attack here from the old stable end. Still only 4 overs in his spell so far. 24 runs conceded with no wickets. He'll be keen to take some wickets. He looked relatively good in his first over. He's coming over the wickets to the right-handed Aya. Quinton de Kock moving to field that ball that goes down to the man at third man. They concede a single, 178 for 3. And singles keeping both teams in the game here, not quite taking the game away from the South Africans, but keeping the run rate in check, keeping the deficit to win, just ticking it down. That's now on 119 of 101 balls.
Covering at the rate required is just over 7, which is still very much in reach for India.
Has been going up a little bit higher as this one going down the leg side, whipped off the pad straight to the man at fine leg by Rishabh Pant, the left-hander, going into the same region, but now for the lefty. So there's another single there, 179 for 3 after 33.2 overs.
India will only be worried, I feel, once it goes to 9, because you've got Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant can score 8s and 9s and over, particularly if he gets himself in. He's not quite in just yet, but if he gets himself in, he knows he can really turn it on.
And as you said, if he's still in there over 42, he'll probably have a lot more runs to his total. And the run rate will be very much attainable. We'll have done a good job here. Lungingidi, a back of a length delivery, outside off stump, played off the back foot to Tabrei Shamsi here at third man for a single. 180 for 3 as the scoreboard ticks along, 1 run by 1.
It's a bit of a cat and a mouse situation. South Africa just trying to keep things tight, and India just trying to make sure that this partnership is extended without taking too many risks at this point. They'll know they have to take risks at some point, but they don't want to take it too early.
Ngidi coming over the wicket to Rishabh Pant. It's a back of a length delivery that he just pulls, but he pulls straight to the man at backward square leg. So as you said, some cat and mouse. Every good shot looks like it's been protected. So South Africans bowling to their field, and looks like Lungi Ngidi just running on the pitch. Umpire Paarl just telling him, make sure that you don't run onto the pitch, my man. Keep it in check.
That was the last thing that South Africa need, is to be without a bowler for running onto the danger area.
That's not very nice. And Lungi Ngidi, also a key bowler in the attack here. He's got some seniority. Would be keen to take some wickets on what looks like a tough day to do so. This one, a short length delivery, should be given as a wide. Oh, it's a top edge by Suresh Iyer, and he has to go. He's been given. Lungi Ngidi strikes.
It's a good ball, a good bounce. It got too big for Suresh Iyer. It was through him, and just got a feather through to Kock. He is dismissed for 17 of 17 balls. Never really got going to Suresh Iyer. You'll be disappointed with that. You're disappointed with the way he got out. And that is a huge wicket for South Africa. They are now very much in control, as India are 181 for 4 in the 34th over.
A very good delivery from Lungi Ngidi. I can remember a conversation in the first innings with one of the statisticians here at the ground. He mentioned how Bhuvneshwar Kumar was getting some purchase with the very short deliveries, and this delivery was just that, a delivery that got too big for him. He thought that he could get on top of it, but it just kept rising. He got the top edge, and Quinton de Kock did the rest. And Lungi Ngidi strikes, a quality bowler, doing his job here, getting the breakthrough, making sure that this partnership doesn't get out of hand, and just make it ever so difficult for India to get those runs now. 181 for 4.
Yeah, you asked South Africa to get a wicket through Lungi Ngidi, and Lungi Ngidi obliged.
It's like these guys are listening to me, Tim. It's crazy. Every time I say something like, the fielding has been preventing boundaries, then they prevent the boundary. It's looking a little bit dry, lulling. We've been lulled into to not getting or to conceding a lot of runs. Boom, then the wicket comes. So South Africans seem to be responding, seem to still be very much engaged. It may look like they have been lulled into something, but turns out they seem to be the sleeping giants.
Just an update that we have indeed taken the drinks break. We haven't missed any cricket. All the reserves are now, and South African team is huddled, talking about the various tactics going into the last 15 overs, and Indian batters are strategizing about how to make this a competitive game, how to get as close to South Africa's total as they possibly can before they need to really take significant risks.
And the thing is, when you want to take risks at the back end of an innings, you definitely want to make sure that you have wickets in hand. And right now, the South Africans chipping away at those wickets ever so slowly, getting very valuable wickets as well. That of Virat Kohli earlier. Shikhar Dhawan was also looking very threatening, very comfortable, and both of them dismissed. And even Iyer here, who's been doing very well. One Iyer for another one, the debutant coming in now.
Victor Iyer is coming in to the crease. Debutant, as Chipper was saying, he was very, very good at the field for India. He made some very significant stops all around the ground.
Sorry, continue.
And he will want to make a good debut innings to try to steer India to victory here at Paarl Park.
So yeah, just a tweet here from Kalam Soto. There's an advert of KFC mini crickets, a bunch of kids just telling the Proteas to get their act together, make sure that you get all the wickets that you can. Do you guys hear me? That plays constantly on on one of the broadcasters, and here the tweet says, "I feel like the Proteas have improved immensely since the KFC mini cricket kids have taken over their coaching." As Lungi Ngidi comes into attack around the wickets, the right-handed Aya, back of a length delivery. He just leans back, a dot ball to end Lungi Ngidi's over, 181 for 4 after 34 overs.
Fist pump there between the two batters.
Love.
Probably telling that Rishabh Pant, it's up to you now. I'm new to this, so I need you to take full control of the situation.
Do you really think a debutant would be saying that? There's not a chance, man. If you were a debutant, Tim, you'd be there. You'd be like, "This is an opportunity for me. Could be a hero for your country on debut." Doesn't that feel great, man? That's a story, bro. It's a story. It reminds me of JP Duminy. He wasn't quite on debut, but it was his debut series against Australia when he scored that ton in his second game at Adelaide. And that was a very special knock. Dile Petloquaya coming from around the wicket to the left hand, and he's bowled him. Oh no, it's been given as a wide. Oh, he's been stumped. He's been stumped. It's been sent upstairs by the square leg umpire. Great bowling, great thinking cricket here from the South Africans. I thought it was a bold, but it was actually a stumping. The wide being given, and Quinton de Kock quick with the gloves to dislodge the bails, and that's been sent upstairs.
Well, there were concerns about Quinton de Kock's return to the Proteas side, and that piece of stumping by Quinton de Kock is outstanding. Absolutely top quality. Down the leg side, hooks the bails off as quick as he can, and the batter has decided he's off. He's walking back to the pavilion. That is another wicket for South Africa.
I was just watching his dismissal here. We see nothing on ultra edge, but his back foot well outside the crease as Quinton de Kock goes for the stumping, and the bail's dislodged when his foot was not only in front of the line but also in the air. Very sharp stumping here from Quinton de Kock, who had a point to prove, as Themba Bavuma said. It might not have been with the bat, but he is looking like a fantastic loveman. Smart cricketer from the bowlers, from the South Africans.
Very, very sharp. South Africa have been sharp in the field. They've been sharp with that stumping. They've been sharp in every department in this ODI. And they now take full control as Ravi Ashwin comes out to bat for India. We all know he's a very, very useful cricketer. He's got ODI 50s, but it's a tall order now for India against a fired-up Proteas side who are determined to get this win underneath the belt. They are in full control of the match as things stand.
Fantastic. You love it when a plan comes together. Quinton de Kock right next to the stumps here for Andile Petloquaya. Looks so good. Some cries for Quinton de Kock to come back to Test cricket. He's probably not coming back anytime soon, but did very, very well there. He's truly a quality keeper, one of the best in the country, if not the best in the country. As Andile Petloquaya comes a full toss, fielded very well by David Millard mid-wicket, as that could have gone down to the long-on boundary for what would have been 2 runs, but just the 1 run after some sharp fielding. 183 for 5 now.
Outstanding fielding. South Africa fielded well throughout this innings. They've not let the ball drop at any time, and although there were times when India were batting well, South Africa did never drop their heads. They kept the intensity. They kept the bowling well. They've been rewarded.
Coming from around the wickets, Andile Petloquaya to Aya. A good length delivery played off the back foot to the man at mid-wicket, Yanaman Malan. The energy in the field is very much up now at the moment. You can hear the South Africans encouraging or cheering every single dot ball. The total to win 114 of 94 balls, 183 for 5.
Still continuing with the wicket. Interesting ploy.
And this one was going to go into off stump, played very late, did Aya, and guides this down to the man at third man for a single, 184 for 5. Ashwin now on strike. Both batters in the middle on 1 at the moment.
Very difficult for India to make this a competitive game. They got decent batters in, but the writing is almost on the wall for them in this situation.
This one also played very late. Good length delivery. It looked like it would have hit the 4th stump. On the offside, Ashwin just cuts this. Played late to the man at backward point. No run, 184 for 5.
But required doing his job, as he often does in this format, keeping things tight, keeping things economical, bowling with a lot of variety. We've seen quite a few slower balls in his spell so far.
This one, a back of a length delivery, carved by Ravi Ashwin through the offside, bisecting cover and point. And the man sweeping on the offside does the fielding. 185 for 5. Alumzai, says on YouTube, South Africa should back themselves to win now. They've played very, very well. And
they certainly have, up to this point, played the game very well.
Dilip Edvakwa around the wickets, a left-hander, played off the back foot. A good length delivery. David Miller at cover does the fielding, and that ends the over. 185 for 5. A breakthrough for the South Africans with the dismissal of Rishabh Pant of Edvakwa's first ball. A fantastic stumping from Quinton de Kock to dismiss what would be a very dangerous player to have at the back end of an innings.
You think that's pretty much broken the back of India. It would have to take a really outstanding innings for India to get to the total from here. Cricket is a wonderful game, but it's now heavily in the favour of South Africa, you feel.
Indeed. Looks like Lungi Ngidi will be continuing from the old stables end. A back of a length delivery played late, and the man at backward point, Aiden Markham, doing some fantastic fielding. Definitely saved a boundary, but looks disappointed not to have saved the single as well. That's what you love to see. Highly competitive spirit here in the field for the South Africans. And that was also a very good shot. Oh, wow, acrobatic. Oh,
Aiden Markham has fielded well throughout the summer in both formats. He might be struggling with the bat, but his fielding has been outstanding.
The fielding on the South African side. Chef's kiss central, a back of a length delivery just outside off stump. Blocked to Aiden Markham, who's at backward points again. He's keen, he's rearing. Love it when fielding just gets people pumped, you know. You can see the intensity in the field, man. Oh, it's great to see. This is some good cricket. This is pressure from the bowling side. Pressure from every single player in the field. The tails are up here for the South Africans.
The tails are certainly up. That is certainly true. And they're keeping the stranglehold on India at the moment.
Or around the wickets with the slower delivery, Lungi Ngidi. It looked like it would have been clattering into off stump. Played square of the wickets, did Aya, and the man on the boundary on the offside does the fielding. Just a single, 187 for 5. 110 to win off 87 balls, as you said, Tim. A tall order here, tough ask, but India will do everything they can to get as close to that target as possible without losing too many wickets. Standing in their way, Lungi Ngidi coming in again. A good length delivery. Played square of the wicket. Some great fielding again from Aiden Markham. Very sharp. Didn't even get down. Caught that on the bounce while still running and shied that at the stumps. A little bit of a high five there from David Miller as Aiden Markham moves now to the other side for the left-hander. Just a single, 188 for 5.
It's a good rotational strike by India, but at the moment with the run rate moving up, they do need a little bit more than just rotation of singles. They need a boundary and over to make this competitive.
Lungengidi, a short delivery. It's in the air. There's a man standing under it, and he's got the dismissal here. As you said, Tim, looking for the boundary. They thought their eyes lit up as the ball was short, but straight down the throat of Rassie van der Dussen, a deep square leg, and yet another wicket falls here for India. The debutant has to go. Iyer, after only scoring 2 runs, is back in the hut.
Yes, that was pulling wide out of the off stump. It was a good bouncer, getting him to play, pull it across towards the leg, and there was a fielder out there on the square leg boundary. He didn't have to move. The ball went straight into his hands, and the debutant is gone. India 186 for 6, and in all sorts of trouble now. 6 down with pretty much the tail to come. It would take something quite extraordinary for India to win from this situation.
Shuttle Thakur comes to the middle here. A player that can have some lusty blows. We know that these two, Ravichandran Ashwin and Thakur, can do the runs, can play their strokes. But yes, it'll be a tall order, a tough ask here. A heroic innings from the two of them would take India over the line, and that is the only thing that would take India over the line here, you'd feel. As we have a commentary change, Tim Dale Ace, it's been great chatting to you, my brother. But that brings in James the Lion, James King. Actually, James the Cape Fox, actually. Got to make sure you get that right. A Leicester fan, not many would know. And this was before they won the English Premier League, so he knows his stuff.
Right, thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, Zeppo. Yes, 3rd generation Leicester City fan, and it's been great to watch here as South Africa have outfoxed India.
James, get out of here! Get out of here, James! Back of a left delivery played back of the square for no run. Oh, I'm leaving. Oh my word!
And so the last few overs for South Africa have been pretty pivotal in this win. It looks like a win for South Africa now. On the cards, those 2 dismissals in quick succession, the end of the 33rd and beginning of the 34th. So that sharp stumping, very important for South Africa. Seppo?
No, it's been the South Africa show here. Fantastic bowling, great energy in the field. I felt when I was coming into my commentary stint that they seemed a little lulled, that the South Africans would need something to happen. And then we saw the wickets starting to fall, starting with Keshav Maharaj's wicket, a very smart wicket to as you say, outfox Shikhar Dhawan. But after that, yes, as I said, the South Africa show indeed. Adile Pitlokwai will be continuing here.
Clever piece of bowling from Pitlokwai to get the wicket of Rishabh Pant between him and Quinton de Kock. You sense that was a plan, that they had set it up and just overbalancing Pant down the leg side. And really that set the seal on what looks like now a definite South African win.
Pitlokwai, back of a length delivery in line with leg stump, driven down the ground on the onside. Keshav Maharaj picked it up. No run there, still 188 for 6. The target to win 109 runs away, and they have 83 balls to get it.
And for a long time, the DLS par score was in India's favour, and just with those 2 quick wickets, South Africa had turned the match on its head. Dhawan and then also the dismissal of Kohli, pivotal, but one feels the quick wickets of Iyer and Pant, making sure South Africa were going to go ahead and win the match.
And Dilipet Lokwaya in to the right-handed Ravichandran Ashwin. This one on the pads, played through the leg side. David Miller at mid-wicket tried to stop the single, but the ball just evading him. Still covered by Rassie van der Dussen, sweeping on the boundary. 189 for 6. And we're seeing Keshav Maharaj from long on come in, and Timba Bavuma will go to long off. No, middle.
Keeping the pressure on here, Tsepo. They know that if India are going to get over the line here, they're going to have to score some runs. So.
And Dilipet Lokwaya with the perfect delivery. It's full outside off stump, and all Thakur could do is just play that straight into the ground on the offside. No run there. 189 for 6.
Yes, it's been a fantastic turnaround by South Africa. As you said, Tsepo was led by Keshav Maharaj, that wicket of Kohli Dhawan, crucial in getting into the middle order of India, and then Virat Kohli, Tabraiz Shamsi getting that all-important wicket.
Lokwaya over the wickets here to Shardul Thakur. Outside off stump, played a straight bat to the leg side. David Miller at mid-wicket does the fielding. No run, still 189 for 6. And the pressure being piled on now. The required rate's up to 8 now for the lower order batters.
DLS Paarl scored 224, 82, 80 balls left, 108 to win. This must be a lost cause, one feels, for India. 8 and over from here. I don't know if these two are capable of that.
It's a tough ask, a very big ask here, especially with tight South African bowling. Half volley outside the off stump, driven square of the wicket, and Marco Jansen does a little bit of a mini split as he got down to the ground. Did well to field it, prevented a boundary, and India now 190 for 6 with that single.
He does, a little bit of turf management out there by Marco Jansen after he slid a bit there on the edge of the field, and he's been patrolling there on either side of the boundary for virtually the entire match when he hasn't been bowling. Done an outstanding job for South Africa today.
Indeed he has. This one, back of a length delivery, played off the back foot by Ashwin, but straight into the turf, and Yanaman Malan at cover just has to catch and wait. 190 for 6 after the 37th over. India with 107 to get in just 78 balls. South Africa 4 wickets away from victory here as well.
Yeah, it could well be that South Africa with 13 overs left are able to bowl India out. If India do bat this out, it will be, in one feels, a losing cause. And the only thing they can do then is really batting practice for the lower order, which is not something necessary that I think is going to happen. It's going to be Ngidi, who has been outstanding in this spell towards us from the old stables end.
He truly has. This one's probably going to be given as a wide, well outside the off stump. Shardul Thakur tries to slice at this, but got nowhere near it. The 8th extra of the day, 8 wides here from the South Africans.
I think the good thing for South Africa in that column is the 0 no balls.
That's true.
So it's been really good. The 2 no balls, the 3 no balls that India did concede cost them an extra 12 runs on top of the 2 no balls. Shardul Thakur, the batter, being the one that did that.
This delivery was back of a length. It wrapped. No, it didn't. Looked like it would have wrapped Shardul Thakur on the pads, but actually he played that very well down the leg side. Fine leg was too square to pick that up, and there's a boundary for India. 195 for 6 after that delivery.
Boundaries have been very hard to come by since in and around the 25th, 26th over for India. The loss of those wickets causing it to be very difficult for them. And just the screw being tightened by South Africa. Petloayo 1 for 15 in those 3 overs so far. It's been outstanding.
This delivery, it was short, well outside off stump, a bottom edge from Shardul Thakur as they quickly zip through for a single. Ravi Ashwin looking for another run. You could see keen to get the runs quickly, get the runs wherever they can. And we have a tweet here from Armchair Cricket Podcast saying the short ball barrage seems to have put paid to the Indian middle order. A chance for comeback kid Ashwin to remind us of his batting ability. ability. Lord Thakur to add to his growing lore as here comes Lungi Ngidi. This one outside the off stump, played by Ravi Ashwin, backward of square for no run. And the tweet continues, and Bhuvaneshwar Kumar to lure us all away from his eyes to his batting, because he has beautiful eyes, I believe.
Well, there we go. So thank you very much for that tweet, and we shall be having a look out for that definitely before the next ODI. If he does come into bat, those eyes are going to be wide open, I'm sure, to see what the South African bowlers are going to be throwing at him. Ashwin is going to really need to bat out of his skin to get India over the line here, one feels.
Full length, slower ball outside off stump by Lungi Ngidi, driven by Ashwin. And David Miller does fielding on the second strip away from us. Looks like it's actually 4 strips away. The other 2 strips in between looking very, very green, though.
Yeah, one wonders which strip they will be using for the next ODI here on Friday. We'll no doubt have prepared that already. Could be the one that is 2 away from the one that they are currently using. That looks like an equivalent road to the one that we've got at the moment here. It has been a bit slow, though, this one, and ball not quite coming onto the bat. But the South African batters, Van der Dussen and Bavuma, making the most of this in their 204-run partnership.
Lungi Ngidi, a slower ball, back of a length delivery now that Ravichandran Ashwin just opens the bat to and guides this down to third man, where Tabraiz Shamsi does the fielding. 197 for 6. India, 1 ball left in Lungi Ngidi's 7th over.
And he's only gone for the 38 runs, so conceding just under the 6 runs an over rate. He was a little bit expensive in the opening spell, I think, but he's really pulled it back well. These 2 wickets, crucial for South Africa to stem the flow of runs.
Ngidi coming in again. This one very short. Shadul Thakur gets forward, didn't get a lot of bounce, opens the face of the bat, and the man at backward point is in action. Aiden Markram saves a single as India at the end of the 38th over, 197 for 6.
Yeah, 12 overs to go, and India looking for all love and money as if they are not going to get these runs. 260 250 was the previous highest winning score in the second innings here at Borland Park. It was always going to be very difficult to get the runs, but when Kohli and Dhawan were batting, they were making it look so easy.
Yeah, and another thing about that run chase, it was 250 for 2, so you could see that not a lot of wickets lost. The chasing team were very much in control, and as you said, those 2 batters, Pedlokwaya coming in, this one full outside off stump, sliced to Marco Jansen, who does the fielding on the offside, marshalling the boundary there.
Yeah.
Yes, he's been doing very well as a boundary rider, been doing the good stuff for his team. Saved a boundary.
I mean, he makes ground incredibly quickly across the turf. I mean, I know he mentioned turf a lot, but I mean, he does cover a lot of ground quickly. Fit young man, tall, able to get to that. It really is an inspired choice to be on the boundary field.
And he gets down very quickly as Pedlokwaya puts in this delivery on the leg side now. The leg side sweeper, Rassie van der Dussen, who's also been doing well there to take the catch of Aya.
Yeah.
The previous wicket does the fielding, 199 for 6. And there were comparisons to Morne Morkel, but what Marco Jansen offers left hand, and he also gets down and fields a lot better, you'd feel.
Yeah.
I could remember Morne Morkel was very much fine leg to fine leg.
He was indeed.
And find it difficult to get down.
So Jansen is the complete article, it seems like, from that point of view.
He's got him.
Chopped it on. He has chopped it on from outside the off stump. The 7th wicket goes down. Chip will take us through that. That is another wicket for South Africa, another wicket for Andile Patwaya.
Yes, indeed, James. A back of a length delivery that didn't bounce as much as expected. Didn't give Ravichandran Ashwin as much room as he expected. And as you said, chopped it onto the stumps and inside edge. And Pedlokwaya celebrates another wicket India 199 for 7, losing wickets at regular intervals here as South Africa edge ever closer to the first victory here at in the one-day series.
7 of 13 balls for our Ashwin, and India losing their 7th wicket, we said, at 199. And so we have the chance to cast our eyes over to Bhuvi Kumar as he comes onto the field right now to bat at number 9 for India. And it's all going horribly wrong for India here at Eurolux Borland Park as South Africa have got into the middle order and they're taking wickets at regular intervals. Therefore, that partnership only 11 between Ashwin and Takra, and it is the 7th wicket that is down. South Africa homing in on another victory at this ground. Their record outstanding here, only ever having lost 1 ODI out of the 7 that they've played, that against New Zealand. So this is a bit of a fortress for South Africa, and they're going to continue that trend, it looks like, here today, coming back for the second match of the series on Friday at what promises to be an even hotter Eurolux Borland Park on that day.
Also going to get a hot game here. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar on strike, full length delivery here outside off stump, driven to the man at mid on for no run, as he prevents himself from being out from a golden duck. Keshav Maharaj doing the fielding here at mid on.
So the figures for Bhuvi Kumar, he has played 119 ODIs, only batted 54 times, top scorer 53, not out, but an average of 14.42 coming into this particular match. So not a mug with the bat by any means, but not going to be able to get this run chase, I wouldn't think, over the line for India.
Good length delivery outside off stump, driven, didn't quite middle it, as the man at cover does the fielding there very athletically. And we have a tweet from Werner saying, from earlier, he said, I don't understand why Petloquaya has been so underused of late. This is a fairly slow pitch. It should be tailor-made for his style of bowling, especially with all the change-ups. We need something different here. Give the man with 80 ODI wickets an opportunity. And he replies to that tweet with just some eyes emojis. Just like, hey, you see, bruh. Petloquaya coming into the attack once again. A good length delivery outside off stump, and played to the man Marco Jansen sweeping on the offside. And just talking about that, James, I was mentioning it with Tim. We have seen how Petloquaya has been used at the depth of late, especially in I can remember the T20s against Pakistan. Oh yes, that single bringing up the 200 for India, coming off 242 balls, 16 fours and 166 minutes with no sixes. But he is tailor, or it looks like the South Africans have a plan to use him at the depth.
Yeah, so he's become a really important change bowler for South Africa. He has the golden arm. He comes in, he takes wickets regularly when he comes into the attack, offers something different, and really gives South Africa somewhat of a change up, particularly, and today, very interesting composition of the attack for South Africa. Only 2 right-arm over bowlers. It's very interesting.
Lungingidi, one of them, this one well outside off stump for another wide here, giving India some free runs, 201 now for 7.
And so he's able to change it up, able to bowl. He's not quite the express pace that you've got of a Kagiso Rabada or a Lungi Ngidi, who's much faster, but he's able to just change it up with the slower deliveries, intelligent bowling, working with the angles a bit more, different deliveries. That delivery that got Rishabh Pant with the work he did with Quinton de Kock, inspirational really from a South African point of view.
Literally. Lungi Ngidi, this one a little bit closer, still outside the off stump. Also a bit fuller, played off the front foot square of the wickets as Rassie van der Dussen, yes, does the fielding on the boundary.
Marco Jansen's been promoted to mid-on at the moment from the boundary.
Promoted. He was doing so well at the boundary. He made the boundary his own, got down very, very nicely.
They're resting him at mid-on for the next ODI at the moment. David Miller it is who has taken up position on the square leg area. That is good fielding.
Yes, full straight, fielding off his own bowling as Shuttle Thakur just played this right back to Lungi Ngidi, who got down and put a paw out, his left paw, to save what would have been possibly a boundary. Probably would have been cut off by mid-on or mid-off, but definitely did save some runs there.
Yeah, it's been all South Africa since the loss of the 4th wicket for India. The Kohli wicket, absolutely crucial, which was the 3rd wicket to fall to when.
Lungi Ngidi with a delivery outside the off stump. Shuttle Thakur played and missed and just got beaten, or the outside edge got beaten as Quinton de Kock picked it up very, very, very low.
The wickets of Shreyas Iyer and then the wicket of Rishabh Pant 2 balls later completely tore the heart out of the Indian middle order and almost designated then that it would be a South African victory, which now looks almost inevitable.
Indeed, 202 for 7, 95 off 63. A short ball outside off stump, carved through the offside, but straight to Rassie van der Dussen fielding at deep backward point. Just the single got to him very, very quickly. And India now 203 for 7. And now they have just passed the partnership between Temba Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen.
Yeah, the two South Africans, 204, I think was so they put on for that wicket, but we'll just check up on that for you. But 203 for 7 is the Indian total, which is the result of the great partnership we said between Van der Dussen and Bavuma. Well bowled again by Giddy there. A beautiful slow ball.
Slow ball Yorker, but outside the leg, outside the off stump. Very much something that we see in T20 at the depth, showing his depth bowling skills, Lungi Ngidi.
So it really has been an outstanding display from South Africa, both with the bat and with the ball. And they have really shown that they are a force to be reckoned with in ODI cricket as well as in the T20 format that they've shown already towards the latter part of last year.
Good length delivery outside the off stump. That Shuttle Thakur just plays. No, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar plays backward of square to Aiden Markram. It's a backward point. No run there. 203 for 7, 94 to win off the last 10 overs. Tough ask here. South Africa will want to just clean up the tail. Get out the field as quickly as possible as this begins the next power play.
So yes, the final power play here is underway. Last 10 overs of the innings that South Africa will be bowling. Will it last as long as that? Tepo, what do you think? I mean, there's 3 wickets to fall. India will just be going through the motions, one feels, if it is going to last those 10 overs. South Africa homing in on a victory here, irrespective of whether they bowl the last 10 or not. Duckworth Lewis, Stern, Paarl score now 247. India 44 behind that. It is a fait accompli here.
This delivery going down the leg side, tickled down the leg side by Shuttle Thakur. Should get 4 runs for that. Yes, it is 4 runs off the bats as well. As now they move past the partnership. I was corrected by James. It was 204 between Temba Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen. 207 now on the scoreboard. After that ball going down the leg side. And a few wayward deliveries here. Not really good to see because obviously the game is won here for the South Africans, but they need to just make sure that they keep it tidy. As Andile Petlokwaya comes in here, it is full and straight. It's played straight down the ground, and Temba Bavuma fielding at mid-off gets in quickly and shies at the stumps, but they didn't take a single.
Captain leading from the front again. Energy in the field has been outstanding from South Africa today. It was really good from India. It was really hot earlier on today. Still hot out there, but the breeze is better. Certainly the right decision to bat first on this ground.
Good length delivery from Andile Petlokwaya outside the off stump, driven, but with an inside edge by Shuttle Thakur. David Miller comes in from mid-wickets, does the fielding, still 207 for 7.
Yes, and it all's going to probably just wind down a little bit here towards the end. I'd like to see Tabraiz Shamsi bowling a few more overs,
spicy.
particularly to the tail enders. Just give him a chance to get his rhythm. Spin bowling, get him there, bowl a few more deliveries.
That's one a half volley just outside the off stump, and Shuttle Tucker drives this and pierces the gap between cover and mid-off for a beautiful boundary. 211 for 7. Oh, that sounds nice.
That was really, really good. Yeah, what a great shot. He just came off the bat so beautifully. Straight past the man. Extra cover had absolutely no price whatsoever. Tucker hasn't given up the fight as yet. Certainly.
Right now, just play your strokes. If it's in the arc, you got to send it out the park, as this one, a lot better delivery, a lot fuller on leg stump, and just kept out by Shuttle Tucker for no run.
I sense a bit of poetry there from you there, Tepa. If it's in the arc, send it out the park.
Yeah. That's an expression.
There we go.
I remember I learned it from someone that went to school with David Miller. Whenever he sees David Miller, he just says, in the arc, out the park, baby. So, that's where I got it from.
Oh, there we go.
Siso, shout out, buddy. I hope you're listening. Andile Petlokwaya with a slower ball, full length delivery outside the off stump. And that's that variation we like to see. It was a missed, all ends up by Tucker to end the 41st over, 211 for 7. And there I'm a poet. Shuttle Tucker 16 off 17. And Bhuvaneshwar Kumar still on 2 off 6.
So if we look at the comparative score, Tsepo, we were on air when South Africa were on 41 overs bowled, and they were 216 for the loss of 3 after 41. And that, we remember, we're talking about how much are they going to get. Wickets in hand are absolutely crucial in the one-day game. Getting to that 296. And change of bowling.
Marco Jansen comes into the attack here, taking over from Lungi Ngidi. The left arm pacer is still yet to get a wicket, has conceded 36 runs in 6 overs at 6 and over. So we'll probably be looking to try to tighten up his economy rates coming in to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. This one just outside the off stump, a back of a length delivery, just dotted down backward of square, where Aiden Markram does the fielding. Yes, it's Aiden Markram.
It's Markram and Miller, who are
Eminem boy.
Eminem, they are patrolling the field there in the covers for South Africa. For the right-handed Tucker, we have a third man, a backward point, man on the point boundary. We have a man at extra cover, longish or deepish mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, man on the square leg boundary, and a man backward of square down at long leg.
Around the wicket, Marco Jansen. A back of a length delivery that just got big on Shuttle Tucker. Couldn't get on top of it. It was in the air for a while as it went towards Marco Jansen, but he wasn't close enough to affect the catch. We're just seeing scenes of Tabraiz Shamsi just warming himself up, just saying, Cappy, I'm still here.
I think so. He's trying to attract Temba Bavuma's attention. Temba Bavuma had been leading from the front today. Tremendous innings, 110, I think, was for him before he holed out to KL Rahul, trying to accelerate the rate in the last few overs.
Jansen around the wicket. A Yorker length delivery on the pads, dug out by Shuttle Tucker to the man at long on for just a single. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar on strike as India on 213 for 7.
Has been an impressive display in the middle overs from South Africa, led by the vice captain Keshav Maharaj, who really kept things tight, 1 for 41 in his 10, which put the brakes on Shikhar Dhawan and Virat Kohli.
Around the wicket, Marco Jansen. You must be joking. This delivery, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar just dollied up straight to David Miller, a sitter of note. Went in the hands, went to the floor, a drop catch.
So when he's sitting on the stoop there as the sun's going down, Now, 50 years from now, say, was that David Miller that dropped my first wicket in ODI cricket?
James, you're better than that. You're better than that. This one, a full-length delivery, a Yorker by Bhuvaneshwar, by Marco Jansen, dug out by Kuma, straight to the man at long on for a single.
Yeah, his first wicket cannot surely be far away.
You know what, eh? Now just thinking of Marco Jansen's first wicket, didn't Quinton de Kock drop his first wicket in Test cricket at Centurion as well, diving to his right? So Marco Jansen, he's on a trend here of getting his first wicket dropped when he debuts. This one outside the off stump, driven straight or backward of square to Aiden Markram on the offside. No run there to end the over, 214 for 7. And a drop catch from safe hands Miller. Surprise.
It really is very, very surprising. David Miller doesn't drop very many. And in his long career, we've known him to have incredibly safe hands, but he potentially denies Marco Jansen his first ODI wicket in his ODI debut. It would have been that here, and feel for the young man, as it is the magician Shamsi, who's going to be coming in to bowl from the commentary box end, Niederberg end, Ruby Kelder's end. We're not quite sure. There's a few names for this end.
All we know is that he's going to bowl.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And he's running away from us.
That's also another thing we know, James.
We know the man in red there is Maria Erasmus, standing in his 100th ODI today.
James, always stating our facts here.
Absolutely.
Big facts. I love it. I love it. Big facts. Don't forget, if you want to share some big facts, if you just want to share your own thoughts here on the match, we'd love to hear from you at One World SR. We have a tweet right now from Otto Simon saying, poor Jansen, first test and ODI wickets dropped on debut. And he confirms it. He confirms it.
So we know that he just goes from strength to strength there from then.
So Brace Shamsi here. He has a leg slipper wrapping Bhuvaneshwar Kuma on the pads.
Sorry.
It went to the legs, to the offside, and he did a little bit of a pirouette just looking for the ball after that. So great stuff here from Tabrez Shamsi. Likes the look of that. Batsmen that are disoriented already.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Bhuvi Kumar to hold on to his wicket here against Tabrez Shamsi, one feels. And there we go. He has not held on to his wicket to Tabrez Shamsi.
As you were speaking, James, literally a flight to delivery outside off stump that Bhuvaneshwar Kumar tried to just chip to the leg side, and this time the man at mid-wicket affects the catch. A very good catch. So David Miller with a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah.
Didn't lose too many runs there, and it was Temba Bavuma who took the catch of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, who goes after scoring 4 runs off 11 balls in 18 minutes. 7 dots, no 4s, no 6s, and now India 214 for 8.
And the writing is in the tablets. It is on the wall and everywhere around the granite hills of Paarl, as South Africa are heading for a convincing win in this, the first of 3 Betway one-day internationals at Tsepo. It's been our privilege to bring it to you here from Eurolux Borland Park, courtesy of Cricket South Africa, cricket.co.za, and also on One World Sports Radio, 1WSR.com. It is the writing, the final rights or the last rights of this game are about to be given here, it seems like. I think Boomer's going to go out fighting here.
Yeah, I definitely think he will.
Yeah,
I don't
why
think
not?
he's going to be the type of player that's just going to sit there and block. There's really no need to. Why not get yourself some lusty blows here? You don't want to be out there in the middle. It's hot. It's cooking. Why not just get home as quick as possible, hit that ice bath, regroup. It's not his job to get 83 runs off 46 balls.
No, not with 2 wickets in hand. He's done his job earlier in the day.
Indeed.
Outstanding bowling.
Indeed.
From India's Premier Quick. What a privilege it is to witness some of these greats of the game in action here in the just about 50 kilometers east of Cape Town, in the Warlands town of Paarl, home of the Paarl Rocks first class team.
Tabrez Shamsi's second wicket as he comes in here. A lot of turn as this pitch is outside off stump and looks like it would have clattered into leg stump had Jasprit Bumrah not whipped this to the man at mid-wicket. So a lot of turn here for Tabraiz Shamsi.
Yeah, he's been getting prodigious turn from ball one, and even more so now, giving it a nice amount of air as well sometimes, mixing it up very nicely.
Indeed, this delivery, a good length delivery, instead of turning sharply into the right hand, it just goes straight to Quinton de Kock. Not quite the wrong one. He has a leg slip in place, so expecting some prodigious turn, as you said, James. We have been seeing that. And that one doesn't turn at all. Very straight, in line with off stump of a good length.
You just have to love Tabraiz Shamsi, though. I mean, every ball is a wicket.
He's a
for
vibe.
him. Absolutely.
Truly.
There's a vibe around him.
Truly.
And disappointed when he doesn't quite get it right during the right spot, as you would expect from somebody that is plying his trade like this.
This one, a back of a length delivery, prodigious turn into the right hander. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar whips it off his pads and it bounces just short. Sorry, Jasprit Bumrah whips it off his pads and it bounces just short of Themba Bavuma at mid wickets to end the over. 214 for 8.
So after 43 overs now, India are in all sorts of strife. Their win has gone anyway completely out of the window, and that was certainly the case when they went from being 138 for 1 and really then lost 2 wickets in reasonably quick succession. Shikhar Dhawan going for a very well played 79, and then Virat Kohli for an equally well played 50, both falling victim to Maharaj and Shamsi respectively, the 2 South African left arm spinners getting amongst the wickets. A lot of pressure was put on at that stage by South Africa. Dhawan looking for love and money that he was going to get 100. He just gone to 79 without any kind of problem at all. And India looking like they were in pole position. Talking of bowling, though, it is Marco Jansen, the left armer.
Coming around the wickets to the right-handed Shuttle Thakur, who plays this to the man at a deep mid-wicket, or not a deep mid-wicket, but a mid-wicket that is very much on the circle, so a little bit deeper than your conventional one. And we have a tweet here from Bowood saying, hey guys, do you think instead of playing 2 wicket keepers, India should get a specialized middle order batter?
It's an interesting question. We can see if we can tackle that a bit later.
Short length delivery that Shuttle Thakur gets on top of playing across the line, as it was in line with that off stump. The man Yanuman Malan on the square leg boundary doing the fielding, as just the single comes off that delivery. 215 for 8 after 43.
Yes, I think Rishabh Pant is good enough just to be in the team as a batter.
Fact.
Shreyas Iyer, who I think is the other wicket keeper they have, also picked to be a batter today.
Oh, Marco Jansen with a slower ball, a wide Yorker, but a little bit too wide. Must have slipped from the hands just a little bit too much. Saw what he was trying there, hey, if it wasn't wide, it would have been a good delivery, but it was.
It was indeed. Jansen renewing this battle that he's had throughout the Test series with Jasprit Bumrah here. I don't think he's going to be putting in. Do you think he's going to put in a short one? Come on, he will, won't he? He'll put a short one in to Bumrah.
There'll be one. This one, a good length delivery in line with leg stump. Kept out with a solid forward drive by Jasprit Bumrah. No run there. 216 for 8 at the moment.
Seppo, you've covered the SAA India A tour. I was there in Bloom. Privileged to be there in Bloom with you for one of those matches.
That was
Marco Jansen's completely unflappable. I mean, he just looks like that, doesn't he? Doesn't he look like he's unflappable?
He looks like he's like absolutely unmoved. Looks like there's no expression in his face sometimes. This delivery, good length delivery, just sailing over off stump, as Jasprit Bumrah got nowhere near it, playing all around it. But yeah, he was even speaking in his press well, not quite a press conference, in an interview he did for CSA about being an introverted guy,
right?
That he likes to express himself with his playing, and that we've definitely seen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where he gets fired up when he's in the middle of the field. But other than that, straight-faced Jansen with a full Yorker. Oh, fantastic fielding by Lungi Ngidi at mid-on to save what would have been a certain boundary. Look, the ball looked like it was getting away from him, but he dove, stuck out a paw, and did enough just to make sure that it didn't get to the boundary. Very good fielding, good energy from the South African fielders.
Outstanding from the big fast bowler, putting his body on the line, diving with the ball was behind him to prevent that going to the boundary. And you love to see that because there is really nothing necessarily in the game, but he's still giving it everything. That's what you want to see from anybody out on the field for any team, for their country.
You know what I was thinking, James?
No, I don't.
I'm about to tell you, after this delivery, as Marco Jansen comes in around the wicket to right-handed Kumar, it's a full-length delivery in line with off-stump, no run there. It's the over, end of the 44th, 218 for 8. Yes, one thing that I enjoyed about the test performance of the South Africans, especially with the bat, is that the temperament of Dean Algar's batting was carried by the rest of the team. You could see Keegan Peterson was keen to wear a few deliveries, and Rassie van der Dussen also didn't throw his wicket away, and the temperament went into the team. Now, in the one-day international side, Themba Bavuma's fielding looks like it's become contagious. Looks like everybody is keen to throw themselves out for the ball, even when it's too far away. Everyone is getting down. Everyone is giving their all, and that is something that Themba Bavuma has been doing for a very long time in his career. So it's good to see how the temperament, the attitude, the vibe, the energy of the captains, the South African captains, permeates through the sides as Tabraiz Shamsi continues his bowling. This one full outside off stump, driven down the ground to long on where Petlo Kwayo does the fielding. Just a single for Shadil Thakur, 219 for 8.
Looking forward to this now. Shamsi has 5 balls to Jasprit Bumrah. This could be very interesting to see what happens. Thakur has been playing him well. Bumrah not so well so far.
Tabraiz Shamsi getting a little bit of turn and absolutely missed that. All ends up an attempted sweep from Jasprit Bumrah, but he was nowhere near the ball. If that just straightens out, that would have smacked the stumps and would have sent him packing. Goodness gracious.
Shamsi must fancy himself for this wicket as well, having got Kumar in the previous over. That one, not enough light.
As you said, dragged down a little bit, going towards that leg stump. A better batter would have dispatched that, but it's just Jasprit Bumrah, so it's just a single. 220 for 8. No offense, Jasprit. You're in the team for your bowling. You know that.
Yeah, he is one of the premier bowlers in the world. It's been a privilege to watch him play. Oh my goodness.
Very well played shot by Shadil Thakur. A ball that was just going down the leg side, and it was one of those overhead paddles. Goes across his shoulder and played it through the legs. Well, not through the legs, but through the gap between leg slip and wicket keeper. Brings up the double Nelson here. 222 for 8. Thakur on 21 of 24 and Bumrah on 3 of 10.
222 for 8 in, and it says 44 on the scoreboard. A whole lot of even numbers all there together. So very nice.
Doubling up, nice.
Numerologists out there having some fun, certainly. And number 26, it is Tabraiz Shamsi going to be bowling to number 54.
Indeed, Shadil Thakur faces up. This one flighted outside the off stump. Played across the line, did Shadil Thakur, but played straight to Themba Bavuma. A smile here from Tabraiz Shamsi saying, "You got it, Cap. You got it, boy." Actually, sending him out to the edge of the circle, in fact, because he was a little bit inside. Tabraiz Shamsi, ball that goes down the leg side, and Shadil Thakur just guides this down to a vacant fine leg region. The man that was very square, a deep square leg, does the fielding there. 2 runs off, 2 runs off that. 224 for 8 after 45 overs.
And South Africa just going through, well, not South Africa, not necessarily going through the motions. South Africa trying to get the last 2 Indian wickets in a cause that has long since been given up by the Indian batters, as they only have 2 wickets in hand. 5 overs to go, 73 to win for India. and the pair at the crease are no longer any recognized batters for India. These two put together 10, Thakur and Bumrah, of 17 deliveries. It's just all fizzling out at the end here.
South Africans putting major pressure here on the Indian team. 30 balls left, 73 runs to get. Required rate soaring, flying. And Marco Jansen coming in around the wicket, sir. Right-handed Jasprit Bumrah, a short length delivery that he just hooks behind the keeper. It's in the air for quite some time, but it goes to a vacant fine leg region. Andile Pitt required fine leg very square. So he gets himself a boundary. 228 now for 8. And the battle continues.
It does. That was the short ball to Jasprit Bumrah. Not in control of the shot at all, but he gets the boundary for it. And no doubt that is a moral victory for the Indian quick bowler. And he will be, if Marco Jansen does get the opportunity to bat in this series, I'm sure there will be some chin music that will be dished out by Jasprit Bumrah.
Sweet chin music. Shaun Michaels coming around the wicket. Marco Jansen to Jasprit Bumrah. This one, a good length delivery outside off stump. Played driven, actually. Got a little bit of an inside edge. The man at mid-wicket does the fielding. Still 228 for 8. 2-2-8.
Yep, 2-2-8-8. That's so some interesting numbers that we have on the screen there. India 138 when they really started to lose their way with the loss of Dhawan's wicket.
Back of a length delivery from Marco Jansen outside off stump. Just guided down to Tabraiz Shamsi at third man for a single by Jasprit Bumrah. 229 for 8 now. Chris Teebs on YouTube says, trust James to identify the even numbers.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, it's some interesting numbers always in cricket. That's what makes it so fascinating. One looks at the numbers.
Stats are a vibe. That's a fact. Coming around the wickets, Marco Jansen. That's full outside the off stump and driven by Thakur. It sounded pretty good, but didn't travel off the bat too quickly. The man at mid-off, Temba Bavuma, does the fielding, does it comfortably. Still 2-2-9 for 8.
Marco Jansen may have to wait for the elusive first ODI wicket for his next match. Only 8 more balls that he has to bowl.
Well, James, he still has 2 balls in this over.
That's true.
And this one, full straight and driven straight past Marco Jansen. Stuck out a paw, but decided against it because that was traveling quickly. The man at long on does the fielding. Just a single off that. 230 now for 8. Now still has 7 deliveries in his spell, and I mean it only takes 1 delivery to get a wicket.
He's bowling to Jasprit Bumrah, the man who we would just desperately love to get out. So
that would be a nice wicket. Hey?
Would be, wouldn't it?
A little bit of a rivalry here. This one a full delivery, lulled up by Jasprit Bumrah, playing the shot a little bit too early. It was going straight to the man at mid-off, but bounced just ahead of him. So no run there. 230 for 8 after 46.
And as this match is winding down to its inevitable conclusion, just to give you some information around what has happened so far and what has transpired here as the pylons cast a shadow over the wickets. It is still a beautiful day here in Paarl. The mountains off to our left-hand side, the plain and Drakensberg mountains, and to our right, although we can't see them from the commentary position, the granite domes that tower over the city of Paarl. And it is really a beautifully turned out ground. Compliments to the Boland Cricket Union as we watch Tabraiz Shamsi away from us.
His last over. This one flighted on the leg side and just heaved by Shadil Thakur to the leg side. The sweepers on the boundary will clean that up, and it's only 1 run.
Bit of energy conservation here by the Indian batters, not taking 2 there, even though it was a possible 2. There is really no need for it. I just want to get through these last few overs.
A flighted delivery. How did that miss absolutely everything? It was outside the off stump. Jasprit Bumrah was keen to send this one to the stands, but got absolutely none of it. And it beat even Quinton de Kock as it goes for 2 byes, 233 now for 8.
In the 47th, that was the first byes of the innings. So good work behind the stumps it has been by the Proteas keeper coming back from the delivery of his first child. So that is a wonderful occasion for him and his wife, and really good it is to see him back behind the stumps for South Africa. As Captain Temba Bavuma said yesterday at the presser, how happy he was to have a Quinny back in the team.
That's a very Shamsi with a good length ball here. A bit of confusion here. By the batters, and a run-out opportunity missed.
Still going to go upstairs, aren't they? So did Bumrah have his bat in as he came through? Shamsi's got the head in his hands. Oh, that was a bit comedic towards the end of that run-out attempt, Tepo. I think that Bumrah is safe, but Shamsi allowing the throw that was coming in from behind the wicket by Aiden Markram to go through to try and hit the stumps, then fielded behind him by that Andia Peshwayo.
I actually thought it was Yanaman Malan.
Could well have been Malan. It looks like he is home, but is his bat down? That is the question. If it is down, then in fact it is not out as he gets in time. Oh,
it's out. What?
His bat was not down.
No ways. No.
Not out. My goodness, this thing
Come
was
on,
out.
guys.
Well, that was a bit strange.
No, guys, they used
not
the wrong picture.
The wrong picture, yes.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting one. That's gone.
I won't lie, it had me all ends up, bro. It had me all
definitely.
ends up.
Beaten completely for pace on that one. We were.
Opportunity missed by the South Africans, but the game already won here. Back of a good length delivery. Played very late by Thakur and played straight to the man at cover for no run.
Yeah, it was that man Malan who was following up and threw down the stumps after it had gone through to him.
You know what? He did well
Shamsi.
there.
He did very well, exceptionally well, backing up. It could easily have been a wicket.
So Bray Shamsi coming in here. This one pitching
Swept
full
nicely.
and swept very nicely as it was in line with the leg stump. Swept behind square on the leg side, and the man sweeping on the leg side does the fielding there. They get themselves a single.
A lot of sweeping happening here at Borland Park, Eurolux Borland Park, in that particular delivery. And we have Shamsi in again.
Indeed. This one pitching outside off stump and driven by Shadul Thakur straight to the man at long off, Petlokwaya, who does the fielding. And that ends the 47th over, 237 for 8. Shadul Thakur is sitting pretty on 28 off 32, and Jasprit Bumrah on 9 off 16. He'll be very lucky. You'll feel very lucky. Potential run-out opportunity there when he was resting on his laurels at the striker's end.
He was indeed, yeah. So called through for the run by his batting partner, and would have been gone had that been a direct hit from Aiden Markram, as Lungi Ngidi is going to be coming in for to bowl 2 of the last 3 overs to be bowled in this Indian innings, which is currently on 237 for 8. So we'll between deliveries.
Yo, what a shot by Shadul Thakur on back of a length delivery. And he just sends this over the inner ring. But once again, another sweeper there. It just bounces once before it goes to the boundary and someone there to pick it up. A little bit of excitement here. Was hoping for a boundary, but just the single.
Yanama Malan out there on the boundary. So India set 297 to win. We're looking incredibly good at 138 for 1.
Lungi Ngidi coming in again. This one is full outside the off stump. It's in the air for a long time, and it bounces behind Temba Bavuma, who is running from mid-off to try take that catch. If there was a long off there, that would have went straight down their throat. And we have a YouTube comment here from Jordan. He says, don't get too complicated, boys. Complacent, sorry, not complicated. Don't get too complacent, boys. We need these last wickets. Protea fire, go boys.
Yes, so from a South African point of view, yes, they'd love to get the last 2 wickets, and Lungi and Giri has 2 for 43. And it was, in fact, the Keshav Maharaj who made the breakthrough, getting Shikha Dhawan for a very well played 79.
Lungi and Giri, back of a length delivery
shot.
and dispatch through the offside, right through the gap between cover and mid-off. And Shardul Thakur showing why he's Lord Thakur with a beautiful shot through the offside to take India to 243 for 8.
A late flurry here from the India batter, or the all-rounder Thakur, who's in the team really for his bowling, but showing how well he can bat.
He is an all-rounder. He definitely is an all-rounder.
Bowling all-rounder for India. Showed his mettle in the Test match series when he got that 7 for 61 at Newlands.
Sure.
Incredible performance.
I believe that was at the Wanderers. A thick outside edge from Jasprit Bumrah. A full-length delivery from Lungi and Giri. And Quinton de Kock dives, and all he can do is watch this race to a vacant third-man boundary. Very, very fine for the second boundary of the over. Getting a little bit expensive here, Lungi and Giri, as South Africa or India on 247 for 8.
Maybe searching for the wicket, yes, at the Wanderers, of course.
No worries.
And
no worries.
down, that one was Tucker just taking his score to 37, looking for perhaps a personal milestone for him as well. The young right-handed batter, top score though of how many is it? Top score so far in one-day international cricket is 30. So this is in fact his highest score in one-day
and it's going even higher. Oh, what a shot, boy. A short length delivery. He just leans back and sends it over the square leg boundary for a maximum, taking India's total to 253. What a shot, man.
So that was what you were talking about earlier, Tefo. That was in the arc and
Out the park, bruh. Straight up, James.
So there we go.
My goodness.
Yeah. That's a great shot by Thakur, and that ball is has seen better days, no doubt. It's going to be picked up now by umpire Maria Rasmus, is going to wipe it off. It was thrown back by somebody who is outside the bio bubble. So the umpire has to go and do his work and wipe the ball off. All part of the day's work for Maria Rasmus in his 100th ODI today.
I love that you keep mentioning that.
There
it's
we go.
like his birthday.
It is.
You know when
like
it's your
his
birthday and you
know?
sort of forget that it's your birthday, and then it's like, hey, it's my birthday today.
I mean, the man is a legend
Truly.
from South African umpiring point of view. World umpiring. I mean, 100 ODIs. That is a huge
No
number.
mean feat. Only 3
Not
South
at all.
Africans, including him, have done it. Lungi and Giri coming in now. This one outside the off stump and carved to the man that is sweeping there on the offside. And that ends a very expensive over.
It's very expensive.
254 for 8 here. 2 overs left. Johan Liversedge just losing a little bit of composure, saying, does Lungi and Giri want to give the game away here at the end? Look, my man, 43 of 12. It's a big ask. If they do it, then they'll be legends. But
They will.
I
Yes.
don't expect that to happen necessarily. It's a very Shamsi coming into the attack, but anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
This is cricket.
Shardul Thakur is looking perhaps to hit 6 sixes off the over here from Praise Shamsi.
You know
That
what?
would make it very interesting.
Get a tap into his inner Herschel Gibbs.
Could be.
Hershey Brew.
And he has been an outstanding innings so far, and really very little pressure, probably one must say, for Thakur as he's batting now against Shamsi.
Shamsi comes in here, a fantastic delivery. A good length, turned into the right-hander, going towards leg stump, gets an inside edge, and the man at mid-wicket, Temba Bavuma, does the fielding. Just a single there. Oh, wow, it's a brace. What a delivery.
Yeah, he's been bowling well. It's actually good for him to actually be continuing to bowl get his rhythm there, get those lines and lengths right. He has had a bit of a break from international cricket. So it's good for him to keep bowling here.
Shamsi in again. This one outside off stump. Jasprit Bumrah heaving at this to send it to the onside where David Miller does the fielding at cow corner. just the one there, 256 for 8. A tweet here from Wood asking, do you think the pitch should improve in the second ODI? Today's pitch was too slow. I'm not sure. It made for some interesting cricket here. Batters could get some big runs if they just applied themselves. To Brace Shamsi coming in here, this ball pitching in line with the stumps and then just going down the leg side. Played by Shadul Thakur straight to the man at short, fine leg for a single. 257 for 8.
It was Shamsi who got the wicket of Kohli, playing the ball too early onto the leg side, being caught in the mid-wicket area, which really caused the collapse from an Indian point of view in the middle.
He didn't miss too much, just a few singles from the Indians to take their score to 260 for 8. That's the last over here. They need 37 or 5, so the game effectively won. Lungi Ngidi coming in now to Jasprit Bumrah. A slow Yorker outside the off stump. Bumrah tried to get his bat behind it, but it went straight to Quinton de Kock. No run, 260 for 8.
And the last rites of this match are being given now in this final over as South Africa head towards a convincing victory. It certainly is actually more convincing than the scoreline would suggest. At the end of it, a good rearguard action from Thakur and Bumrah. It is a wide.
Yes, Lungi Ngidi going for that wide Yorker, but going a little bit too wide here. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. India 261 for 8.
And good to be back with you on air, just having lost you for a short period of time with only 4 balls left in this match. And we will then wrap it up between myself and Tsepo at the end of this over.
Lungi Ngidi coming in this one, a Yorker outside the off stump. That Jasprit Bumrah just guides beyond the man at backward or a short third man, and the man square on the boundary at third man does the fielding. Aiden Markham 262 for 8.
And 262 for 8. 3 balls left, and India are going to end up approximately 30 runs short of the total set by South Africa earlier on today. And we'll go through that with you, as I say, at the end of the day's play, as it's all just winding down very slowly and tamely here for a South African victory in the first of the 3 Betway ODIs.
A full delivery outside off stump, driven but straight to the man at long off. Casual single taken here. No one is in any rush. 263 for 8 the game. Basically over 2 deliveries to get 34 runs. As Lungingiri comes in. A slower ball, Yorker outside off stump. And just played to Temba Bavuma, who's standing at points right next to Murray Rasmus. And that brings up the 50 partnership. A little bit of a milestone here for Thakur and Jasprit Bumrah, getting that off 47 balls, 3 fours and a 6.
Yeah, it has been for India just a bit of a consolation partnership towards the end of their innings, where they have been, in fact, comprehensively outplayed from the loss of probably the 3rd or 4th wicket in their chase. In fact, still started right at the beginning.
The last delivery is a little bit of a wide full toss that Jasprit Bumrah, that Shuttle Thakur drives to the offside where a man is sweeping, and that is the end of the innings. Oh, it brings up Shuttle Thakur's 50.
Well played.
Awesome. Oh, it gets himself a milestone just in time as India gets to 265 for 8 in their allotted 50 overs, which means that they
win.
Yeah, that's a win for South Africa.
Yeah, 31 runs.
Indeed, a 31-run win here. A very, very interesting game here, one-day international for the South Africans and the Indians.
And India will look back in their innings at 2 or 3 key points where they lost their way in the run chase, as they lost their way in the run chase. South Africa posting an impressive 296 for the loss of 4 in their 50 overs. That score anchored by a record-breaking partnership of 204 between Rassie van der Dussen and captain Temba Bavuma. Bavuma out eventually for 110. Van der Dussen not out, 129, as they took South Africa with a partnership of 204 to 296 for the loss of 4. India in the chase here at Eurolux Borland Park with Shikhar Dhawan and Virat Kohli getting to 138 for 1, losing the wickets of Dhawan and Kohli quite quickly in succession. And from then, it was a procession really of Indian wickets as they lost some wickets, some very clever cricket from South Africa. The key wicket of Rishabh Pant being one of those, taken beautifully down the leg side, stumped by Quinton de Kock off the bowling of Andile Pethwayo, and that really, with the wicket at 34.1 overs bowled, 182 then for the loss of 5, sent South Africa on their way to a victory by 31 runs in the first of the 3 Betway ODIs. We'll be back with you again here on 1WSR.com and on the Cricket South Africa website, cricket.co.za, again on a Friday, 10:30 start here from Eurolux Borland Park. It's been our pleasure here on 1WSR.com to bring you this broadcast. And from the commentary team here of myself, James King, Tepo Taela, Tim Dale Lace, Nazri Alexander, and Nate Gogola. It's really been a privilege to be here with you today. We look forward to catching up with you again on Friday. And from now, for us here, it's good night and salaka.
Life is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the other's making runs. I know as soon as I wake up if it's my lucky day. If the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my brain. as there's a game somewhere, that's all I need to know.